Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was born and raised in dark shadows? Part 3. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. To say Harry's expectations had been blown out of the water would have been the understatement of the century. He'd never expected that many people to show up, even less to stay and listen to what he had to say. And yet, they had. They listened to him as he spoke about what had really happened every year, and they had believed him. Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws had gathered together and had agreed to join a defense club. No Slytherins, as he'd expected, even as he kept a careful eye on the door, watching for the brown hair he knew so well. Harry shook his head and tried to think of something else. He focused on the knowledge that they were doing something to resist Umbridge and the Ministry, and that he was a key part of the rebellion. All those people, coming to him to learn defense against the dark arts, and the looks on their faces as they had heard some of the things he had done. And Cho had shown up, he remembered with a warm feeling. She'd been there with her friend and had praised his performance in the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione said she had stared at him through the entire meeting. He frowned when the thought didn't bring the warmth he had been accustomed to feeling regarding the Ravenclaw. Harry didn't quite understand. He'd liked Cho for years. What had changed? Whatever it was, the knowledge that all those people did not think him a lying weirdo overshadowed any doubts he might have had over Cho. Come Monday morning, he and Ron headed downstairs from their dormitory together, discussing Angelina's idea that they were to work on a new move called the sloth grip roll during that night's Quidditch practice. They only noticed the small group of people gathered around the notice board when they were halfway across the common room. A large sign had been affixed to the board. It was so large that it covered everything else on there. The lists of secondhand spell books for sale, the regular reminders of school rules from Argus Filch, the Quidditch team training schedule, the offers to barter certain chocolate frog cards for others, the Weasleys' new advertisement for testers, the dates of the Hogsmeade weekends, and the lost and found notices. The new sign was printed in large black letters, and there was a highly official-looking seal at the bottom beside a neat and curly signature. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 24. Signed, Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor. Harry read the notice through again and again. The happiness that had filled him since Saturday was gone. His insides were pulsing with rage. This isn't a coincidence, he said, his hands forming fists. She knows. She can't, Ron replied immediately. There were people listening in that pub. And let's face it, we don't know how many of the people who turned up we can trust. Any of them could have run off and told Umbridge, and he had thought they believed him, thought they even admired him. Perhaps Theo had been right. He had gone into it without knowing anything. Zacharias Smith, said Ron at once, punching a fist into his hand. Or, I thought that Michael Corner had a really shifty look too. You're only saying that because Ginny is dating him, Harry said through gritted teeth. Oh, don't remind me, Ron grumbled. Has Hermione seen this? They both turned to look around, noting their friend was just descending the stairs leading to the girls' dormitory. Hermione, Ron called, walking over to her and grabbing her arm, leading her to the board. Look at this. Hermione's eyes slid rapidly down the notice. Someone must have blabbed to her. Ron said angrily. They can't have done, she said in a low voice. You're so naive, Ron began. You think just because you're all honorable and trustworthy. No, they can't have done because I put a jinx on that piece of parchment we all signed, said Hermione grimly. Believe me, if anyone's run off and told Umbridge, we'll know exactly who they are and they will really regret it. What'll happen to them? said Ron eagerly. Well, put it this way, said Hermione. It'll make Eloise Midgen's acne look like a couple of cute freckles. Ron spent most of breakfast going over the faces of everyone who had attended the meeting on Saturday, scrutinizing each one of them. Ernie and Hannah Abbott just came in, he said, looking over Harry's shoulder. And those Ravenclaw blokes and Smith. No one looks very spotty. Hermione looked alarmed at that. What? The idiots can't come over here now. It'll look really suspicious. She turned her head slightly to look behind her. Sit down, she mouthed to them, gesturing frantically to them to rejoin the Hufflepuff table. Later. We'll talk to you later. Harry. Ron. Someone called down the table, both boys turning to see who it was. It was Angelina, hurrying toward them looking perfectly desperate. It's okay, Harry began quietly, as soon as she was near enough to hear him. We're still going to. You realize she's including Quidditch in this? Angelina talked over him. We have to go and ask permission to reform the Gryffindor team. What? No way. Ron jumped, appalled. You read the sign. It mentions teams too. So listen, Harry. I am saying this for the last time. Please, please don't lose your temper with Umbridge again, or she might not let us play anymore. Okay, Harry agreed at once. Angelina looked as though she was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I'll behave myself. Fulfilling that simple request turned out to be harder than expected. Later that day, as they trudged down the stone steps to the dungeons for potions, they were greeted by the voice of Draco Malfoy, who was standing just outside Snape's classroom door, waving around an official-looking piece of parchment and talking much louder than was necessary so that they could hear every word. Beside him stood Theo and Zabini, both of them standing close to each other as they listened to Malfoy talk. Yeah, Umbridge gave the Slytherin Quidditch team permission to continue playing straight away. I want to ask her first thing this morning. Well, it was pretty much automatic. I mean, she knows my father really well. He's always popping in and out of the ministry. But if it's a question of influence, I don't think Gryffindor's got much chance. From what my father says, they've been looking for an excuse to sack Arthur Weasley for years. And as for Potter, my father says it's a matter of time before the ministry has him carted off to St. Mungo's. Apparently, they've got a special ward for people whose brains have been addled by magic. He made a grotesque face, his mouth sagging open and his eyes rolling. Crabbe and Goyle gave their usual grunts of laughter as Parkinson shrieked with glee. Something collided hard with Hermione's shoulder, knocking her sideways. A split second later, they realized that Neville had just charged past her, heading straight for Malfoy. Neville, no? Harry leapt forward and seized the back of Neville's robes. Neville struggled frantically, his fists flailing, trying desperately to get at Malfoy who, for a moment, looked extremely shocked. Help me! Harry flung at Ron, managing to get an arm around Neville's neck and dragging him backward, away from the Slytherins. Ron hurried forward and seized Neville's arms. Together, he and Harry succeeded in dragging Neville back into the Gryffindor line. Not funny. Don't Mungos show him? The dungeon door opened and Snape appeared there. His black eyes swept up the Gryffindor line to the point where Harry and Ron were wrestling with Neville. Fighting. Potter. Weasley. Longbottom? Snape said in his cold, sneering voice. 10 points from Gryffindor. Release Longbottom, Potter, or it will be detention. Inside. All of you. Harry let go of Neville, who stood panting and glaring at him. I had to stop you, Harry gasped, picking up his bag. Crabbe and Goyle would have torn you apart. Neville said nothing. He merely snatched up his own bag and stalked off into the dungeon. What in the name of Merlin? Said Ron slowly, as they followed Neville. Was that about? Harry did not answer. That was Neville's story to tell. What he did do was shoot a glance at the Slytherins as he walked past them. He made eye contact with Theo for a second before looking down and following Neville. The other boy was still leaning against the wall, in the same position he had been when Harry had arrived. Of course, Theo hadn't moved a finger, he thought with a scoff. What had he expected? Despite the odds, Harry kept his temper in both Snape's and Umbridge's classes that afternoon, but the Gryffindor team still had not been given permission to practice by the time they returned to the common room. But I kept my temper, Harry said, horrified. I didn't say anything to her, Angelina. I swear, I know, Angelina replied, shaking her head miserably. She just said she needed a bit of time to consider. To make things worse, Fred and George were taking turns projectile vomiting into a bucket in an effort to advertise their skiving snack boxes. First, one of the twins would take a bite out of the orange end of a chew, at which he would vomit spectacularly into a bucket they had placed in front of them. Then he would force down the purple end of the chew, at which the vomiting would immediately cease. Lee Jordan, who was assisting the demonstration, was lazily vanishing the vomit at regular intervals with the same vanishing spell Snape kept using on Harry's potions. Despite the noise, Harry was still trying his best to focus on a particularly boring essay from Snape. Hermione was not helping matters. The cheers and sound of vomit hitting the bottom of Fred and George's bucket were punctuated by loud and disapproving sniffs that Harry found, if anything, more distracting. "Just go and stop them then," he said irritably, after crossing out the wrong weight of powdered griffin claw for the fourth time. "I can't. They're not technically doing anything wrong," said Hermione through gritted teeth. "They're quite within their rights to eat the foul things themselves, and I can't find a rule that says the other idiots aren't entitled to buy them. Not unless they're proven to be dangerous in some way, and it doesn't look as if they are." She, Harry, and Ron watched George projectile vomit into the bucket, gulp down the rest of the chew, and straighten up, beaming with his arms wide to protracted applause. "You know, I don't get why Fred and George only got 3 WLs each," said Harry, watching as Fred, George, and Lee collected gold from the eager crowd. "They really know their stuff." "Oh, they only know flashy stuff that's no real use to anyone," said Hermione disparagingly. "No real use," said Ron in a strained voice. "Hermione, they've got about 26 galleons already. They just can't be bothered to do schoolwork, and with homework like this," he waved his own unfinished essay around. "Can you really blame them?" The scathing look Hermione sent him had Harry quietly going back to work, unwilling to intervene. He could sympathize with the twins, whose interests were beyond getting good grades and what was taught at Hogwarts. They weren't the only ones, even Theo. Harry shook his head fiercely. He wasn't going to waste time thinking about him. "Well, considering you can't be bothered to do your work," Hermione was saying, "how about you go and actually act like a prefect? It's almost midnight. Tell them to quiet it down." Ron eagerly shot up his armchair, happy to get away from Hermione for the time being. As she watched him walk away, she sighed before turning to Harry. "You know, I had arithmancy today," she began shyly, playing with a strand of her hair. "Theo was looking particularly downtrodden today, and when I asked about it, he wouldn't tell me why. But I suspect it has something to do with you being in a bad mood as well." Harry considered it for a moment before focusing on his essay once more. "I don't want to talk about it, Hermione. It's just," she tried. "You're really good friends. It's obvious you both care about each other, and whatever is going on between you two, is it really worth it?" "It doesn't matter," Harry said through clenched teeth. He eased his grip on his parchment when he noticed it was beginning to wrinkle. "Let it be. But you don't see me trying to talk sense into you when you're fighting with Ron, do you?" Harry snarled before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, Hermione looked so hurt it made him feel guilty. "I'm sorry, Hermione. Just please, I don't want to talk about this. At least not yet." Hermione bit her lip and nodded quickly. "I'm here for whenever you're ready, Harry." Harry was just picking up his quill when Ron returned, throwing himself back into his seat with a groan. Behind them, cheers erupted as the sounds of vomit hitting the bucket returned. "I tried," Ron began, but Hermione just patted him on the back with a small smile. "It's fine," she said. "It was worth a try anyway." It was a long while before the crowd around the Weasleys dispersed, and then Fred, Lee, and George sat up counting their takings even longer, so that it was well past midnight when Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally had the common room to themselves again. At long last, Fred closed the doorway to the boys' dormitories behind him, rattling his box of galleons so ostentatiously that Hermione scowled. Harry, who was making very little progress with his potions essay, decided to give it up for the night. As he put his books away, Ron, who was dozing lightly in an armchair, gave a muffled grunt, awoke, looked blearily into the fire, and said, "Sirius." Harry whipped around. Sirius's untidy dark head was sitting in the fire again. "Hi," he said, grinning. "Sirius, Harry said in shock as the three of them kneeled down upon the hearthrug. Crookshanks purred loudly and approached the fire, trying, despite the heat, to put his face close to Sirius's. "What are you doing here?" "Answering your letter. I'm sorry it's taken me this long. I couldn't risk sending an answer back with Hedwig. She's not exactly inconspicuous. Now, you said you were worried about Umbridge. What's she doing? Training you to kill half-breeds?" he asked as Hermione pulled Crookshanks back to stop him before he singed his whiskers. "Sirius, she's not letting us do magic at all," Harry replied. "The Ministry's forced through another decree, which means we're not allowed to have Quidditch teams or secret defense against the dark arts groups?" Sirius asked with a smirk. There was a short pause. "How did you know about that?" Harry demanded. "You want to choose your meeting places more carefully," said Sirius, grinning still more broadly. "The Hog's Head, really? Well, it was better than the Three Broomsticks," said Hermione defensively. "That's always packed with people, which means you'd have been harder to overhear," said Sirius. "You've got a lot to learn, Hermione. Who overheard us?" Harry demanded. In his head, a tiny voice echoed. "You don't even know who is going tomorrow. How do you know that they're trustworthy?" Harry shook his head in exasperation. "Not the time. Mundungus, of course," said Sirius, and when they all looked puzzled, he laughed. "He was the witch under the veil. That was Mundungus?" Harry asked, stunned. "What was he doing in the Hog's Head?" "What do you think he was doing?" said Sirius impatiently. "Keeping an eye on you, of course. I'm still being followed?" "Yeah, you are," said Sirius. "And just as well, isn't it? If the first thing you're going to do on your weekend off is organize an illegal defense group." But he looked neither angry nor worried. Actually, he was looking at Harry with distinct pride. "Anyway, first of all, Ron, I've sworn to pass on a message from your mother." "Oh, yeah," said Ron, sounding apprehensive. "She says on no account whatsoever are you to take part in an illegal secret defense against the Dark Arts group. She says you'll be expelled for sure, and your future will be ruined. She says there will be plenty of time to learn how to defend yourself later, and that you are too young to be worrying about that right now. She also," Sirius's eyes turned to the other two, "advises Harry and Hermione not to proceed with the group, though she accepts that she has no authority over either of them, and simply begs them to remember that she has their best interests at heart. She would have written all this to you. But if the owl had been intercepted, you'd all have been in real trouble, and she can't say it for herself because she's on duty tonight." "On duty doing what?" Ron asked. "Never you mind. Just stuff for the order." Sirius shut him down quickly. "So it's fallen to me to be the messenger, and make sure you tell her I passed it all on, because I don't think she trusts me to." There was another pause in which Crookshanks, mewing, attempted to paw Sirius's head, and Ron fiddled with a hole in the hearthrug. "So you want me to say I'm not going to take part in the defense group?" Harry finally muttered. "Me? Certainly not," Sirius said, looking surprised at the very thought. "I think it's an excellent idea." "You do?" Harry asked, his heart lifting. It felt like the best news he'd had all day. "Of course I do," Sirius said. "Do you think your father and I would have laid down and taken orders from an old hag like Umbridge? But last term all you did was tell me to be careful and not take risks. Last year all the evidence was that someone inside Hogwarts was trying to kill you, Harry," Sirius said impatiently. "This year we know that there's someone outside Hogwarts who'd like to kill us all. So I think learning to defend yourselves properly is a very good idea." "And if we do get expelled?" Hermione asked, an apprehensive look on her face. "Hermione, this whole thing was your idea." Ron groaned. "I know it was. I just wondered what Sirius thought," she replied, shrugging. "Well, better expelled and able to defend yourselves than sitting safely in school without a clue," said Sirius. "Anyway, how are you organizing this group? Where are you meeting?" "Well, that's a bit of a problem now," said Harry. "Dunno where we're going to be able to go." "How about the Shrieking Shack?" suggested Sirius. "Hey, that's an idea," said Ron excitedly, but Hermione made a skeptical noise and all three of them looked at her, Sirius's head turning in the flames. "Well, Sirius, it's just that there were only 4 of you meeting in the Shrieking Shack when you were at school," said Hermione, "and all of you could transform into animals and I suppose you could all have squeezed under a single invisibility cloak if you'd wanted to." But there are 28 of us and none of us is an animagus, so we wouldn't need so much an invisibility cloak as an invisibility marquee. Fair point, said Sirius, looking slightly crestfallen. Well, I'm sure you'll come up with something. There used to be a pretty roomy secret passageway behind that big mirror on the 4th floor. You might have enough space to practice jinxes in there. Fred and George told me it's blocked, said Harry, shaking his head. Caved in or something. Oh, said Sirius, frowning. Well, I'll have a think and get back to, he broke off. His face was suddenly tense, alarmed. He turned sideways, apparently looking into the solid brick wall of the fireplace. Sirius, said Harry anxiously. Someone's coming. Sirius whispered and promptly vanished from the flames, leaving the three of them staring at the smoke coiling upwards from it. It's clear someone is monitoring the fireplaces, Hermione argued as they made their way out of the great hall after lunch. The three of them had spent most of it going over Sirius's abrupt departure. Umbridge, of course, Ron grumbled, shifting the weight of his book bag on his shoulder. But how did she know to check last night precisely? Maybe she checks every night? Harry suggested, figuring the Toad wouldn't have much to do if she wasn't busy torturing students. No, Hermione muttered, narrowing her eyes. There has to be something, maybe some sort of alarm system. She was interrupted by Angelina loudly making her way toward them, pushing past a couple of Ravenclaws blocking the exit. I've got permission, she said, waving a piece of parchment in the air with glee. To reform the Quidditch team. Excellent, Ron and Harry chorused. Yeah, Angelina breathed, beaming. I went to McGonagall, and I think she might have appealed to Dumbledore. Anyway, Umbridge had to give in. Huh. So I want you down at the pitch at 7 o'clock tonight. All right, because we've got to make up time. You realize we're only 3 weeks away from our first match? She squeezed away from them, narrowly dodging a couple more students, and vanished from sight. Ron's smile slipped slightly as he looked out of the window, which was now opaque with hammering rain. Hope this clears up. The weather did not improve as the day wore on, so that at 7 o'clock that evening, when Harry and Ron went down to the Quidditch pitch for practice, they were soaked through within minutes, their feet slipping and sliding on the sodden grass. The sky was a deep, thundery gray, and it was a relief to gain the warmth and light of the changing rooms, even if they knew the respite was only temporary. As Harry changed, he took off his pendant for the first time since they'd done that cleansing ritual. He thumbed the runes inscribed in it carefully before carefully wrapping the leather string around it and storing it along with his robes. As both he and Ron emerged from the changing rooms, they found Fred and George debating whether to use one of their own skiving snack boxes to get out of flying. But I bet she'd know what we'd done, Fred said out of the corner of his mouth. If only I hadn't offered to sell her some puking pastilles yesterday. We could try the fever fudge, George muttered. No one's seen that yet. Does it work? Ron asked hopefully, wincing as the hammering of rain on the roof intensified and wind howled around the building. Well, yeah, Fred started. Your temperature'll go right up, but you get these massive pus-filled boils too, George continued. And we haven't worked out how to get rid of them yet. I can't see any boils, Ron said, staring at the twins with a critical look. No, well, you wouldn't, said Fred darkly. They're not in a place we generally display to the public, but they make sitting on a broom a right pain in the— All right, everyone, listen up, Angelina interrupted loudly, emerging from the captain's office. I know it's not ideal weather, but there's a good chance we'll be playing Slytherin in conditions like this, so it's a good idea to work out how we're going to cope with them. Okay, let's go. At Angelina's whistle, they all shot upward, the wind pulling them slightly off course. Harry had no idea how he was going to see the snitch in this weather, and it seemed like he wasn't the only one. No one seemed to be able to see what was going on. The wind was picking up. Even at a distance, Harry could hear the swishing, pounding sounds of the rain pummeling the surface of the lake. Angelina kept them at it for nearly an hour before conceding defeat. She led her sodden and disgruntled team back into the changing rooms, insisting that the practice had not been a waste of time, though without any real conviction in her voice. Fred and George were looking particularly annoyed. Both were bandy-legged and winced with every movement. Harry could hear them complaining in low voices as he toweled his hair dry. I think a few of mine have ruptured, said Fred in a hollow voice. Mine haven't, said George, wincing. They're throbbing like mad. Feel bigger if anything. "Ouch," said Harry. He pressed the towel to his face, his eyes screwed tight with pain. The scar on his forehead had seared for the first time in months. "What's up?" said several voices. Harry emerged from behind his towel. The changing room was blurred because he was not wearing his glasses, but he could still tell that everyone's face was turned toward him. "Nothing," he muttered. "I poked myself in the eye. That's all." But he gave Ron a significant look, and the two of them hung back as the rest of the team filed back outside, muffled in their cloaks, their hats pulled low over their ears. "What happened?" Ron asked the second they were alone. "Was it your scar?" Harry nodded. But, looking scared, Ron strode across to the window and stared out into the rain. He can't be near us now, can he?" "No," Harry muttered, sinking onto a bench and rubbing his forehead. "He's probably miles away. It hurt because he's angry." Harry had not meant to say that at all, and heard the words as though a stranger had spoken them. Yet he knew at once that they were true. He did not know how he knew it, but he did. Voldemort, wherever he was, whatever he was doing, was in a towering temper. "Did you see him?" said Ron, looking horrified. "Did you get a vision or something?" Harry sat quite still, staring at his feet, allowing his mind and his memory to relax in the aftermath of the pain. A confused tangle of shapes, a howling rush of voices. "He wants something done, and it's not happening fast enough," he said. Again, he felt surprised to hear the words coming out of his mouth, and yet quite certain that they were true. "But how do you know?" said Ron. Harry shook his head and covered his eyes with his hands, pressing down upon them with his palms. He felt Ron sit down on the bench beside him and knew his friend was staring at him. There was a pause, the only sound being the wind and rain lashing at the building. "You've got to tell someone," said Ron. "I told Sirius last time." "Well, tell him about this time." "Can't, can I?" said Harry grimly. "Umbridge is watching the owls and the fires, remember?" "Well then, Dumbledore." "He already knows," said Harry shortly, getting to his feet, taking his cloak off his peg, and swinging it around himself. He dug his hand into his pocket, feeling for the pendant. "There's no point telling him again." Ron did up the fastening of his own cloak, watching Harry thoughtfully. "Dumbledore'd want to know," he said. Harry shrugged in answer, bitterly leaving the pendant in his pocket. He didn't want any reminders. "Come on. We've still got silencing charms to practice." They hurried back through the dark grounds, sliding and stumbling up the muddy lawns, not talking. As they walked, Harry resolutely kept his head low, refusing to look up at the clockwork tower looming over them, worried he might see a familiar figure on the upper landing. When they arrived at the Gryffindor Tower, it appeared that Hermione had gone to bed early, leaving Crookshanks curled in a nearby chair and an assortment of knobbly, knitted elf hats lying on a table by the fire. Harry was rather grateful that she was not around because he did not much want to discuss his scar hurting and have her urge him to go to Dumbledore too. Ron kept throwing him anxious glances, but Harry pulled out his potions book and set to work to finish his essay, though he was only pretending to concentrate and, by the time that Ron said he was going to bed too, had hardly written anything. Midnight came and went while Harry was reading and rereading a passage about the uses of scurvy grass, lovage, and sneezewort and not taking in a word of it. These plants are most efficacious in the inflaming of the brain, and are therefore much used in confusing and befuddlement drafts, where the wizard is desirous of producing hot-headedness and recklessness. The Daily Prophet would think his brain was inflamed if they found out that he knew what Voldemort was feeling. Most efficacious in the inflaming of the brain, and are therefore much used. Confusing was the word. All right. Why did he know what Voldemort was feeling? What was this weird connection between them, which Dumbledore had never been able to explain satisfactorily? Therefore much used in confusing and befuddlement drafts. Theo wouldn't even make eye contact with him. Where the wizard is desirous, how he would like to sleep, of producing hot-headedness. It was warm and comfortable in his armchair before the fire, with the rain still beating heavily on the window panes and Crookshanks purring and the crackling of the flames. The book slipped from Harry's slack grip and landed with a dull thud on the hearthrug. His head fell sideways. He was walking once more along a windowless corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence. As the door at the end of the passage loomed larger, his heart beat fast with excitement. If he could only open it, enter beyond, he stretched out his hand. His fingertips were inches from it. Harry Potter, sir. He awoke with a start. The candles had all been extinguished in the common room, but there was something moving close by. What? Said Harry, sitting upright in his chair. The fire was almost extinguished, the room very dark. Harry Potter shouldn't sleep with his neck like that, sir, said a squeaky voice. Dobby, said Harry thickly, peering through the gloom toward the source of the voice. Dobby the house elf was standing beside the table on which Hermione had left her half a dozen knitted hats. His large, pointed ears were now sticking out from beneath what looked like all the hats that Hermione had ever knitted. He was wearing one on top of the other, so that his head seemed elongated by 2 or 3 feet. Have you been taking all the clothes Hermione's been leaving out? Oh no, sir, said Dobby happily. Dobby has taken some for the other house elves, but they does not care for clothes, Harry Potter. None of them will clean Gryffindor Tower anymore, not with the hats and socks hidden everywhere. They finds them insulting, sir. Dobby does it all himself, sir, but Dobby does not mind, sir, for he always hopes to meet Harry Potter, and tonight, sir, he has got his wish. Dobby sank into a deep bow again. But Harry Potter does not seem happy, Dobby went on, straightening up again and looking timidly at Harry. Dobby heard him muttering in his sleep. Was Harry Potter having bad dreams? Not really bad, said Harry, yawning and rubbing his eyes. I've had worse. The elf surveyed Harry out of his vast, orb-like eyes. Then he said very seriously, his ears drooping, Dobby wishes he could help Harry Potter, for Harry Potter set Dobby free and Dobby is much happier now. Harry smiled. You can't help me, Dobby, but thanks for the offer. Wait a moment. There is something you can do for me, Dobby, said Harry slowly. The elf looked around, beaming. Name it, Harry Potter, sir. I need to find a place where 28 people can practice defense against the dark arts without being discovered by any of the teachers, especially Professor Umbridge. He expected the elf's smile to vanish, his ears to droop. He expected him to say that this was impossible, or else that he would try, but his hopes were not high. What he had not expected was for Dobby to give a little skip, his ears waggling happily, and clap his hands together. Dobby knows the perfect place, sir, he said happily. Dobby heard tell of it from the other house elves when he came to Hogwarts, sir. It is known by us as the come and go room, sir, or else as the room of requirement. There was indeed a tapestry depicting dancing trolls in the corridor Dobby had described. Across from a blank stretch of wall, Barnabas the Barmy was, in theory, attempting to train them for the ballet, but at the moment, several of the trolls were busy clubbing their would-be teacher. Feeling rather foolish, Harry paced in front of the wall 3 times, Hermione and Ron directly behind them, one whispering and the other scrunching his eyes shut in concentration. Harry repeated to himself, we need somewhere to learn to fight, somewhere where Umbridge can't find us. Harry, Hermione yelped. A polished wooden door had appeared on the wall. Ron was looking at it rather warily, but Harry turned the brass handle and walked in ahead of them. Inside, it was spacious and brightly lit by rows of flickering torches. The walls were lined with bookcases, and large silk cushions lay scattered on the floor nearby. At the far end of the room, a set of shelves carried instruments like a variety of sneakoscopes and what appeared to be the very same faux glass that Moody's imposter had had in his office last year. These will be good when we're practicing stunning, Ron said enthusiastically, prodding one of the cushions with his foot. Hermione had already sat down on the nearest cushion with one of the books from the shelves. It wasn't long before the others that Hermione had informed began to arrive, starting with Ginny, Neville, Lavender, Parvati, and Dean. Whoa, said Dean, looking impressed. What is this place? More people streamed in as Harry explained and re-explained, and by 8 o'clock, every cushion was occupied. When everyone had started to look to the front of the room for him to start, Hermione set her book aside, which Harry took as a cue to begin. Well, he said, a slight tremor in his voice. This is the place and you've, obviously found it okay. It's fantastic, said Cho. It's bizarre, said Fred. Last time we were here, it was just a broom cupboard, remember, George? Well, he continued, I've been thinking about the sort of stuff we ought to do first and He noticed a raised hand. What, Hermione? I think we ought to have a name, she said brightly without lowering her hand. It would promote team spirit, don't you think? Can we be the Anti-Umbridge League? Said Angelina hopefully. Or the Ministry of Magic, our morons group? Suggested Fred. I was thinking, said Hermione, frowning at Fred, more of a name that didn't tell everyone what we were up to, so we can refer to it safely outside meetings. The Defense Association, said Cho. The DA for short. So nobody knows what we're talking about? Yeah, the DA's good, said Ginny. Only let's make it stand for Dumbledore's army, because that's the Ministry's worst fear, isn't it? There was a good deal of appreciative murmuring and laughter at this. All in favor of the DA, said Hermione bossily, kneeling up on her cushion to count. That's a majority. Motion passed, right? Said Harry when she had sat down again. Shall we get practicing then? I was thinking, the first thing we should do is Expelliarmus, the disarming charm. I know it's pretty basic, but I found it really useful. Oh, please, said Zacharias Smith, rolling his eyes and folding his arms. I don't think Expelliarmus is exactly going to help us against you-know-who, do you? I've used it against him, said Harry quietly. It saved my life in June. Smith opened his mouth stupidly. The rest of the room was very quiet. Okay, said Harry, his mouth slightly drier than usual with all these eyes upon him. I reckon we should all divide into pairs and practice. It felt very odd to be issuing instructions, but not nearly as odd as seeing them followed. Everybody got to their feet at once and divided up. Right. On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3. The room was suddenly full of shouts of Expelliarmus. Wands flew in all directions. Mist spells hit books on shelves and sent them flying into the air. Glancing around, he thought he had been right to suggest they practice the basics first. There was a lot of shoddy spell work going on. Many people were not succeeding in disarming their opponents at all, but merely causing them to jump backwards a few paces or wince as their feeble spell whooshed over them. Ernie Macmillan was flourishing his wand unnecessarily, giving his partner time to get in under his guard. The Creevy brothers were enthusiastic but erratic, and mainly responsible for all the books leaping off the shelves around them. This was going to be a long night, but he could actually help them with this. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. He walked around the room giving suggestions and, on one occasion, preventing Fred and George from interfering with the other duels. Hey, Harry, Hermione soon called from the other end of the room. Have you checked the time? He was shocked to see that it was already past 9, which meant they needed to get back to their common rooms immediately if they wanted to avoid Filch. Well, that was pretty good, said Harry, but we've overrun. We'd better leave it here. Same time, same place next week? Sooner, said Dean Thomas eagerly, and many people nodded in agreement. Angelina quickly said, the Quidditch season's about to start. We need team practices too. Let's say next Wednesday night. Then, said Harry. We can decide on additional meetings then. Come on, we'd better get going. He pulled out the Marauders map again and checked it carefully for signs of teachers on the 7th floor. He let them all leave in 3s and 4s, watching their tiny dots anxiously to see that they returned safely to their dormitories. He tried his best, truly, but his eyes kept wandering to a lonely in the Clockwork Tower, despite the late hour. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos be rate Harry for taking off the pendant, and your comments take pity and keep Theo some company. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. As always, take care and see you next time. XX. This is why we can't have nice things. Chapter Notes. Happy holidays. And to those who don't celebrate, I hope you're having a nice weekend. As always, my thanks go to my beta, Miss Freya. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Theo was getting restless. A week ago, his days had settled into a simple routine. He kept up with his schoolwork, attended all of his classes, and divided his free time into searching for the answer to the riddle, keeping up with his rune research, occlumency lessons, and actually socializing. How was it possible that he was now restless? For starters, the riddle seemed to be solved. Wilby had yet to send him the newest set of books from his father's library, so he had nothing new to read on. His occlumency lessons had become stagnant, which, Considering his main motivation to learn it had stopped talking to him, wasn't that much of a surprise. Along those lines, his social time had been cut abruptly back to what it had been during the beginning of last term, during which he generally only spoke regularly to 3 other people. To keep himself occupied, he tried coming up with ideas over what to do with the Ravenclaws. Harper had been surprisingly quick to find out the names of his newest targets, despite Theo's initial doubts. Regrettably, his ideas so far were prone to get him suspended at best. In the case he were to get caught, of course. Besides, he needed something they could associate as a consequence of stealing things, not for them to think they were being pranked by the Weasley twins. Trigger stinging jinx? Do I even want to know? Theo was quick to scribble over his most recent idea, thanking the Norns it hadn't been a professor reading over his shoulder. Across from him, Granger took a seat at his table. "Nothing of your concern," he grumbled as he lowered his quill. "What are you doing here?" Granger shot him a patient look as she took out her books. "This is the library, not. I'm here to study, and there are plenty of other tables available. And yet I chose to sit here," she grinned at him. "If you don't want to sit with me, you're welcome to move." Theo was tempted to. He wasn't necessarily in the mood for company. The look on Granger's face stopped him from doing so. There was an uncertainty hiding behind her smile, and he could appreciate the olive branch for what it was. "Well, I'm not moving. I was here first," he mumbled anyway, as he focused once more on his task. The downside of the stinging jinx was that the swelling would go down shortly after the spell hit. Not to mention, if it was triggered, it could very well miss. He wanted something that would leave a longer impression. They sat in companionable silence for a couple of minutes, with Granger's scribbling filling both of their ears. As he listened to her quill work over the parchment, he only stared at his own, still untouched. "So," Granger started, without pausing her writing, "Harry told me he invited you to our meeting. Did he now? And ever since that meeting, for which you did not show, he's been consistently in a bad mood and avoiding your name like a curse. In case you don't know, that's quite the change for someone who used to sing your praises on a daily basis." "I did not know that. Thank you for that invaluable piece of information." "What happened, not?" she interrupted, finally stopping her writing. Even without lifting his head, Theo could feel her gaze on him. "One day you're the best of friends, the next you won't even look at each other." When Theo didn't answer, she continued, "You need to understand, I was the one who introduced you to him. Harry is one of my best friends, and he's hurting right now. I need to know that you haven't done anything to him, because if you have..." "It was a disagreement, Granger," Theo sighed, finally looking up at her. He wasn't sure if he had ever seen her so uncomfortable. "We both said some things, and we both walked away with our pride wounded." "Not. Harry's had disagreements before, and yet he's never acted like this." "What happened?" The Gryffindor was close to whispering by that point, leaning over the desk that separated them. He breathed in, trying his best to remain calm. He pulled his sleeves over his hands before speaking. "I'm not ready to have this conversation, and when I am, I'm not even sure I could have it with you. I need you to accept this is between me and him, and if we manage to resolve it, I'm sure you will be the first to know." "Could we leave it at that?" Granger didn't look too pleased, but she seemed to accept his answer and leaned back with a sigh. "Just know that he really cares about you, and please consider if that argument was worth throwing a friendship away. That's what I always take into account when Ron and I fight." "That's very insightful of you, thank you," Theo said before clearing his throat. He really needed a change of topic. "I assume your meeting went as planned?" Granger blinked a couple of seconds before answering. "It did, yes. We had more people than I initially expected, but it went quite well. Actually, now that we're talking about it, I do have a proposition for you." "What is it?" Theo asked, narrowing his eyes at her. "I came up with an idea for everyone involved to know the date and time of our next meeting, but it does involve a particular spell that's a bit ahead in our curriculum," she trailed off, pressing her lips together and shooting him an innocent look. In answer, Theo all but sneered at her. "And what would that spell be?" He couldn't deny his interest had piqued. "The Protean Charm, a Newt-level spell, as I'm sure you already know." Theo raked his brain for any knowledge he had of it. That allows several objects to change simultaneously, right?" "Precisely," she smiled, looking around carefully for anyone who could hear them. Luckily, There was only a dozing first year 2 tables away. My plan is to enchant some fake galleons. Nothing suspicious about having those in your pocket, right? I got the idea from who's summoning his Death Eaters by pressing on his dark mark, but in a much more appropriate way. It wasn't the first time Granger had impressed him with her ideas, but he felt like on this occasion, it deserved some recognition. That's actually a brilliant idea, he mumbled, thinking it over. At worst, someone could spend it, but that required a particularly special brand of stupidity. I suppose you'll exchange the serial numbers for whatever information you want to share?
Yes.
She nodded excitedly. So, my proposition is for you to help me in enchanting them. I figured we could learn the spell together in that way. I can get it done much faster than I would on my own. So essentially, you get free labor for something I could easily research on my own. Free labor in exchange for practice and appropriate testing of our results. Besides, I've already got the books ready for us, Granger grinned. You'd have to wait until I was finished with them, and who knows how long that could take. You know what? He asked as he cleared his side of the table. I don't think I've given you enough credit for how manipulative you can be. Especially after that little stunt you pulled last term. Granger just continued beaming at him as she hurried to open the books she'd brought along. Harry isn't the only one who enjoys your company. Most people just leave me to work by myself. I appreciate someone who can keep up. Remind me why you're not in Ravenclaw? Well, the Sorting Hat did seriously consider putting me in Ravenclaw during my sorting, Granger said brightly, but it decided on Gryffindor in the end. Ready, then? I do have a question about your first meeting. If you don't mind, that is, Theo said, fidgeting with the pages of the book closest to him. He didn't quite feel like asking, but he knew he had to be sure. Ask me, and if I can, I'll answer. How are you sure that no one who attended will speak about it? To Umbridge or someone else? His own words echoed in his mind. You don't even know who is going tomorrow. How do you know that they're trustworthy? Across from him, Granger fidgeted in her seat. Well, we made everyone sign a list, and I may have jinxed it, she grimaced as she made eye contact with him. Eagerly, Theo motioned for her to go on. Anyone who tells on us to a professor will have boils break out on their face spelling sneak. What? I hadn't expected you to be this ruthless, Granger. The affronted look she got on her face prompted Theo to carry on. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'll just endeavor to stay on your good side from now on. As Granger laughed, and they both got to reading on the Protean charm, Theo tried his best to ignore the sick feeling settling on his stomach. If Granger had taken such precautions, had he been right to try and instill doubt in Harry's mind? Had they gotten into an argument over nothing? He breathed out heavily, ignoring the glance the Gryffindor shot at him, and cleared his mind. At least his occlumency training was useful for occasions such as these. As he read on the proper pronunciation, his mind wandered over Granger's Boyle's jinx, and he wondered if it would be possible to modify it to spell something else. October extinguished itself in a rush of howling winds and driving rain, and November arrived, cold as frozen iron, with hard frosts every morning and icy drafts that bit at exposed hands and faces. The skies and the ceiling of the great hall turned a pale, pearly gray. The mountains around Hogwarts were snow-capped, and the temperature in the castle dropped so low that many students wore their thick, protective dragon skin gloves in the corridors between lessons. For the next couple of days, Theo's mood barely improved. The castle was buzzing with energy, considering the first Quidditch match, Slytherin versus Gryffindor, was quickly approaching. As such, that meant the Slytherin's nastiness was also in season, Theo mused, with a high probability of peaking on Saturday during the game. As always, Professor Snape's blatant favoritism shone by ignoring the antics of some members of his house. When one of the Gryffinder's chasers turned up in the hospital wing with her eyebrows growing so thick and fast they obscured her vision and obstructed her mouth, Snape insisted that she must have attempted a hair-thickening charm on herself and refused to listen to the 14 eyewitnesses who insisted they had seen the Slytherin keeper, Miles Bletchley, hit her from behind with a jinx while she worked in the library. Draco, never one to be left behind, had taken to imitating Weasley, dropping the quaffle every time he came across him. Each time, without fail, Weasley's ears glowed red and his hands shook so badly that he was likely to drop whatever he was holding at the time. That easily tipped off the others into Weasley being the weak link they were looking for and joined forces in upsetting him before they even got on the pitch. Harry, Theo had noted, easily brushed off any comments made to him. When Pansy Parkinson saw him before potions class, she shot out, "Hey, Potty, I heard Warrington's sworn to knock you off your broom on Saturday," from the other side of the corridor. Unbothered, Harry just laughed at the comment. "Warrington's aim's so pathetic I'd be more worried if he was aiming for the person next to me," he retorted, wiping the smirk from Parkinson's face and forcing Theo to fake a cough in order to avoid laughing. On the other hand, the comments did get under Weasley's skin. When some Slytherins, some of them 7th years and considerably larger than he was, muttered as they passed in the corridors, "Got your bed booked in the hospital wing, Weasley?" He didn't laugh, but turned a peculiar shade of green. Theo had enjoyed himself during those days. The wide berth the other houses gave him presented him with the opportunity to tweak Granger's jinx, tailoring it to precisely what he needed. He didn't quite need for the boils to appear on their faces. That would only draw attention to it. Besides, Theo wasn't aiming for public humiliation. Not yet, at the very least. That just meant the boils would spawn in other places, particularly uncomfortable ones. However, the night before the Quidditch game, the jinx was finished, and he was left alone with only his thoughts as company. He couldn't stop himself from revisiting his last conversation with Harry, and the more he thought about it, the more he could understand where the other boy was coming from. He'd stood to the side and watched as, not only the Slytherins, but they were admittedly in the majority, other students teased and downright bullied Granger for something she had no control over. And now? He couldn't even claim to not getting involved because he didn't know her. While he didn't consider her a friend, he couldn't deny he enjoyed her company. She treated him with kindness, and how had he responded? By standing by and watching. If you stand by and do nothing, when horrible things happen, that's on you. If he hadn't known Harry and had been at the graveyard that horrible day, would he have also just stood by, doing nothing? Was he that much of a coward? He rubbed his face with his hands, trying to clear his head. Ever since his mother had gotten sick, Theo learned that the best way to avoid igniting his father's rage was to stay out of his sight. That meant doing what he was told to and not causing any problems. But those problems also meant doing nothing particularly good either. Defending Muggleborns from Draco and the others? His father would have his head. Had that been his father's plan all along? To have his son, an heir, seem so unassuming, he wouldn't be worth recruiting? Theo snorted at the idea. If that were true, not only would it be the nicest thing his father had ever done for him, but it would also require him to actually care about his well-being. Then again, what did his father know? He had sworn loyalty to a genocidal maniac twice, once in his youth and again some months ago. Theo wondered whether or not the second time had been by his own volition. His father wasn't an idiot, despite everything his grandfather recorded in his journals. He had enough political knowledge to know how much of a bad idea it was, at least currently. Did he truly believe the Dark Lord would win this time around? Or was he just frightened over what would happen to him if he didn't pledge his loyalty that night? Was Theo mirroring his father? Would he choose his own safety over standing by Harry's side? What kind of friend was he? Morosely, Theo walked through the corridor leading to the common room. Before saying the password, he took a moment to collect his thoughts. He wasn't his father. Was he afraid of him? He wasn't an idiot. Of course he was. Would he follow on his path? Absolutely not. Did he care about Harry? Yes, he thought fiercely. More than he should if he was being honest. So where did that leave him? He grunted to himself before making up his mind. Small steps? That was the answer for now. He would be first to admit he wasn't an overall courageous person, but that could be fixed. He could be brave, right? Theo sighed to himself as he leaned on the wall next to the entrance, feeling the cool stone against his forehead. That's what he got for hanging around Gryffindors. Stupidity was contagious. After all, he needed to prioritize. First of all, he needed to talk to Harry. The other boy had been right after all. That did not mean Theo would throw himself in head first without any thought to their well-being, but they could compromise, perhaps? Groaning, he ran his hands through his hair, cursing Harry to hell and back for rubbing the habit off on him the second he felt his curls begin to stand up. How was he supposed to get Harry to talk to him when he wouldn't even look at Theo? It didn't matter if he wanted to talk. Theo thought resolutely as he finally entered the password. He was good at planning, and he knew Harry's schedule. It wouldn't even be that hard, he thought to himself as he walked into the common room. Any other thoughts he might have had were immediately dispelled by the utter mayhem of what he saw before him. Fearing he might be hallucinating, Theo tried blinking the image away, but it wouldn't budge. The Slytherin common was in chaos. From what he could see, it seemed like the entire house was gathered there. A couple of first years were passing around badges, as if last terms hadn't been enough. When he was spotted, a blonde girl came rushing to him, pressing one into his hand before wandering off. Stunned, Theo turned it over to get a good look at it. It was silver and crown-shaped, with the inscription reading a clear, "Weasley is our king." He pressed his lips together as he decided to search for his friends. Maybe they would know what was going on. A large crowd was gathered by the fireplace, with Draco in the center of it all. Rolling his eyes, Theo spotted Tracy and Daphne sitting on a nearby couch and hurried over to them. Tracy was the first to spot him and scooted over to make some space for him. Theo. Finally, Daphne was close to combusting. Has everyone lost their minds? What is going on? He asked them as he sat down next to her. From that spot, he could clearly see Blaze amongst the crowd, eagerly screaming along to whatever it was they were chanting. They were so out of sync he could barely decipher the words. No, no, no. Draco interrupted them all, waving his hands around the air. Boyle, it's can't block a single ring. Not thing you need to get it together. They've been at it for almost 20 minutes, Daphne muttered, rubbing the bridge of her nose in exasperation. I'd go to bed if it wasn't so tragically comical. Maybe Malfoy should just have handed them all copies of the lyrics. Tracy laughed as she got comfortable, leaning her head against Daphne's shoulder and throwing her feet over Theo's lap. He shot her an indignant look before asking, "This is his doing, then?" He and Pansy were the main authors, but the others pitched in with some lyrics. Be grateful you missed the composing part of the evening, Daphne sighed as she played with Tracy's hair. At least the tune is sort of catchy. She drifted off as the group began chanting once more. Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. That's why Slytherins all sing. Weasley is our king. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. Theo blinked in stupefaction before sighing. So he wasn't going to be able to talk to Harry after the game, noted. It was hard to argue Slytherins weren't all that bad when everyone got together to do things like this. The morning of the match dawned bright and cold, and Theo followed some of his house mates out of the dungeons in a daze. The unfortunate side of taking sleeping aids was that they always left him slightly disoriented the following morning. Anyway, it was nothing that a nice cup of tea couldn't fix. The Great Hall was filling up fast when they arrived, the talk louder and the mood more exuberant than usual. As they reached the Slytherin table, Theo noticed that everyone was wearing their silver badge. Seriously? Draco asked him the second he sat down. Where is your badge? I honestly have no idea, Theo answered sincerely, reaching over to pour himself some tea. It wasn't precisely a lie. He had no idea where he had left it after it had been handed over to him. You always do this, not? Draco grumbled as he reached for a metallic box next to his plate. Inside, Theo noticed, were dozens of new shiny badges. He then proceeded to hand one over to him. Don't lose this one. Actually, just stay still. I don't trust you to put it on later. Honestly, it's like you're brain dead in the morning. Theo would have taken offense if he wasn't so busy yawning. Perhaps Draco did have a point. Eventually, the combination of the uproar coming from the table and the caffeine finally kicking in managed to wake him up enough to notice a lion's head walking around. Lovegood. He laughed over his cup, knew no bounds. He did try his best to finish his breakfast quickly. While the talk to Harry plan was definitely not going to take place that day, that didn't mean he couldn't enact his other plans. Waving off his friends, he hurried to exit the Great Hall and leaned next to one of the open doors. Hopefully, and taking into account the excitement over the Quidditch match, he'd get a chance to get close enough to Lovegood to perform the jinx. It would only affect the possession she had on her person, but it was a fair start. If the Ravenclaws insisted on taking her things, his plans could very well get nastier. He was brought out of his musing by the lion head from earlier appearing suddenly in his line of sight. It took him a couple of deep breaths to regain his bearings. "Hello, Theodore Knott." Lovegood smiled at him, blinking those enormous eyes of hers. "I'm supporting Gryffindor," she said, pointing unnecessarily at her hat. "I can see that," Theo said in amusement. "I thought you might be as well, but you're wearing one of those mean badges." She pointed at his chest with a frown. Theo reached up to thumb it. "Well, house pride and all that." He tried to excuse himself, shooting her an apologetic look. "It's all right. I would be supporting Ravenclaw if they were playing today," she shrugged, before drawing out her wand. "Look what it does," she said, reaching up and tapping the hat with her wand. It opened its mouth wide and gave an extremely realistic roar that made everyone in the vicinity jump. "It's good, isn't it?" said Luna happily. "I wanted to have it chewing up a serpent to represent Slytherin, you know, but there wasn't time." "What a shame," Theo laughed, taking advantage of her distraction, and pulled out his own wand, holding it close to his leg. "Are you on your way to the Quidditch pitch?" "I am. It was nice seeing you." She smiled at him one last time before smiling and drifting away. Taking the chance, Theo subtly pointed his wand at her and muttered the spell. Once he was done, he looked around to make sure no one had spotted him. In the chaos that was the entrance hall, it seemed like no one had. Satisfied, Theo placed his wand back into its holster and settled down to wait for his friends to exit the Great Hall. How was that for standing back and doing nothing? He thought proudly. The cold notwithstanding, the crowd on the stands was undeterred. They just bundled into their scarves and cloaks in anticipation. As soon as enough Slytherins had gathered, Pansy took it upon herself to lead them all into singing, which seemed to take everyone else by surprise. Theo had elected to sit with Tracy and Daphne fairly low in the stands, away from the main crowd. Soon enough, the match began and Harry set off on a wide lap of the pitch, gazing around for a glint of gold. Lee Jordan's commentary rang through the stadium and Theo listened as hard as he could through the wind whistling in his ears and the din of the crowd, all yelling and booing and singing. "Dodges Warrington, avoids a bludger. Close call, Alicia, and the crowd are loving this. Just listen to them. What's that they're singing?" Theo sighed as Jordan paused to listen. The song rose loud and clear from the sea of green and silver behind him in the stands. "Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. That's why Slytherins all sing. Weasley is our king." And Alicia passes back to Angelina, Jordan shouted, trying to drown out the words of the song. "Come on now, Angelina. Looks like she's got just the keeper to beat. She shoots." Seichi, Aya, the Slytherin keeper, had managed to save the goal, throwing the quaffle to one of the chasers, who sped off with it. From the stands, the singing grew louder as he drew nearer to Weasley. "And it's Warrington with the quaffle. Warrington heading for goal. He's out of bludger range with just the keeper ahead. Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring." So it's the first test for new Gryffindor keeper Weasley, brother of beaters Fred and George, and a promising new talent on the team. "Come on, Ron." But the scream of delight came from the Slytherin's end. Weasley had dived wildly, his arms wide, and the quaffle had soared between them straight through the central hoop. "Slytherin score!" came Jordan's voice amid the cheering and booing from the crowds below. "So that's 10-0 to Slytherin. Bad luck, Ron." The singing grew even louder. "Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. And Gryffindor back in possession, and it's Katie Bell tanking up the pitch," Jordan cried valiantly, though the singing was now so deafening that he could hardly make himself heard above it. "Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. He's too anxious." Daphne all but screamed at them, trying her best to make herself heard over the singing behind them. "Can you blame him?" Tracy asked back, following the game with her omnioculars. "He's listening to a song tailored to his insecurities. I would be anxious as well." Beside her, Theo shrugged. He supposed Tracy was right. Anyone would be nervous if the brunt of an entire house's mocking was directed at him. Well, perhaps any regular person, he thought warmly as he watched Gryffindor's seeker fly around. Harry never really did allow any of the mocking or teasing to get to him. As the match went on, it seemed Weasley was unable to focus. The Slytherin team was quick to score another 3 goals in quick succession, and the singing was as loud as ever, with Jordan trying his best to be heard over it. And Katie Bell of Gryffindor dodges Pusey, ducks Montague. Nice swerve, Katie, and she throws to Johnson. Angelina Johnson takes the quaffle. She's past Warrington. She's heading for goal. Come on now, Angelina. Gryffindor score. It's 40-10. 40-10 to Slytherin, and Pusey has the quaffle. Theo's heart nearly burst from his chest as he saw Harry duck a bludger that Crabbe had sent rocketing in his direction before resuming his laps around the pitch. Pusey throws to Warrington. Warrington to Montague. Montague back to Pusey. Johnson intervenes. Johnson takes the quaffle. Johnson to Bell. This looks good. I mean bad. Bell's hit by a bludger from Goyle of Slytherin, and it's Pusey in possession. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. Oh! Theo cried, grabbing Tracy's hand tightly to get her attention. Harry had dived suddenly, with Draco close behind. Eagerly, he accepted the omnioculars she extended to him, just in time to see both of them swerve toward the foot of one of the goal hoops, both seekers neck and neck. Feet from the ground, Harry lifted his right hand from his broom, stretching towards the snitch. To his right, Draco's arm extended too, both of them reaching and getting closer. It was over in 2 breathless, desperate, wind-swept seconds. Harry's fingers closed around the snitch and pulled his broom upwards, holding the struggling ball in his hand, and the Gryffindor spectators screamed their approval. Theo clapped eagerly, ignoring the slight kick he got in between his shoulder blades for his troubles. The singing had finally died down, replaced by groans and screams of disappointment. Wait, what is he? Tracy was interrupted by a bludger, hitting Harry squarely in the back, sending him flying off his broom. Theo gaped mutedly as he landed flat on his back, having fallen 5 or 6 feet. Madame Hooch's shrill whistle could barely be heard over the uproar in the stands, catcalls, angry yells, and jeering coming from everywhere. What are they playing at? Daphne asked angrily as they watched the other players land. The Gryffindor captain pulled Harry to his feet as Madame Hooch angrily walked over to the Slytherins. It was Crabbe, Tracy muttered, staring daggers at him from her seat. He whacked the bludger the moment he saw Potter had caught the snitch. Is that even legal? You're asking the wrong people, Theo told her as he scanned Harry's movements. He seemed to be all right, at least. As far as I know, catching the snitch means the end of the match, but Madame Hooch hadn't blown her whistle yet. Daphne finished for him with an ugly twist to her mouth. Below them on the pitch, it seemed Draco had gotten up close to the Gryffindor team and was saying something to them. Ah, look, Malfoy is congratulating the winning team, Tracy drawled, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What the hell are the Weasley twins doing? Harry and the 3 chasers were currently holding on to a twin respectively, seemingly keeping them from leaping on Draco. The idiot seemed to continue spitting out what could only be insults, fueled by the humiliation of losing to Gryffindor once more. Where is Hooch? Why isn't she stopping this? Tracy asked, but Madame Hooch was still busy reprimanding Crabbe for the bludger incident. Oh! The 3 of them cried together, as Harry let go of the twin he was holding, and both of them immediately sprinted towards Draco. Theo's eyes widened as he watched Harry draw back his arm and immediately sink it into Draco's stomach. The crowd was screaming as they watched both Harry and Weasley #1 rain hits on Malfoy. From what they could see, Madame Hooch gave up on blowing her whistle and pulled out her wand, blasting a spell directed to Harry and Weasley, sending them both sprawling on the ground and away from Draco. What the fuck? Tracy whispered as they watched Madame Hooch scream at the pair of them before sending them away from the pitch. This isn't going to end well for them, Daphne said as they got up to leave, eager to leave the howling and jeering of the crowd behind. As they walked, the noise grew fainter and fainter until they reached the entrance hall, where they could hear nothing except the sound of their own footsteps. Theo worried his lip as he thought, coming to a decision as they neared the corridor leading to the dungeons. You two go ahead. There's something I need to do. Daphne's eyebrows nearly reached her hairline. Now? Beside her, Tracy jumped in excitement. Attaboy. No time like the present. You don't even know where I'm going, Theo grumbled as he turned away from them. After what just happened? Daphne laughed elegantly. Say hello to Potter from me, darling. As Harry walked miserably, he became aware that something was still struggling in his right hand, the knuckles of which he had bruised against Malfoy's jaw. Looking down, he saw the snitch's silver wings protruding from between his fingers, struggling for release. All the fury he had felt earlier had vanished, leaving a cold feeling in its wake. They'd been banned from ever playing Quidditch again. His broom had been confiscated. The very broom Sirius had gifted him would now be locked away in Umbridge's office. Not to mention Fred had been dragged into his and George's mess. He hadn't even done anything, and yet Umbridge decided he should be punished as well. He stopped along the way and stared gloomily at the window closest to him. Snow was falling. Before he could continue walking, he found himself abruptly yanked into an empty classroom. He pulled himself away from the stranger as soon as he was able, drawing his wand with his free hand as he heard the door shut behind them. When he whipped around, he was surprised to see it was Theo standing with his hand against the door. Can we talk? Chapter end notes. Your kudos and comments follow Theo, hoping for the best. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. This is the final one for this year. I'll be taking some time off from writing to spend the holidays with my family and take care of a new pet. See you all next year with a brand new chapter. Stay safe and take care, everyone. XXX. Give them a break. They're really trying. Chapter notes. Hello, everyone. I'm back on the grind with this FIC. I hope you all enjoyed the holidays and had a chance to get some well-deserved rest. As always, the deepest, most heartfelt thanks go to my beta, Miss Freya. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Can we talk? Theo asked, fidgeting with his sleeves as he always did when he was nervous about something. Harry wasn't sure how to react. He didn't know if he wanted to scream at him or hug him after the day he just had. He wasn't even sure if he had the energy to do either of those. Seeing one of those awful badges pinned to Theo's chest made the decision for him. Oh, now you want to talk? Harry all but snarled, feeling anger bubbling in his chest. I would have thought you'd ruined your voice by now after all that singing. Theo's flinch at his comment almost made him feel guilty, but it was quickly drowned by everything else he was feeling. Harry, what the hell, Theo? Harry asked, taking a step back and putting more distance in between them. I know you've never liked Ron, but this was going too far. What the hell was that song? I took no part in it. Theo defended himself, baring his teeth as he spoke. Harry scoffed loudly. Oh, really? That badge of yours tells another story. His friend's eyes widened almost comically as he looked down at his clothes, where the silver badge was glinting in the low light. With shaky hands, he reached up and tried pulling it off with jerky movements. When that didn't work, he cursed under his breath and pulled off his jumper altogether, throwing it over the nearest desk. I can explain, truly. I took no part in it, Harry said, shrugging. That's right, I had forgotten already. When do you ever do anything? The hurt he saw in Theo's eyes made him immediately want to apologize, feeling the echoes of it fumble around in his chest. However, the second he opened his mouth, his anger overtook him once more. If that's what you came for, no. Theo blurted out, blinking rapidly. That's not what I came for, and I'm not letting some stupid badge. Then why did you follow me? If you would just let me, if you're just going to come up with an excuse. I watched you fall, Harry. Theo screamed at him in a wet voice, making Harry shut up immediately. His fury abandoned him, leaving him stumped as the Slytherin yelled at him. Never, in all the time he had known Theo, had the other boys screamed at him like this. You got hit by a bludger and you fell. And all I wanted was to know if you were all right, and then I remembered we weren't talking and Theo let out a wet laugh as he ran his fingers through his hair, leaving behind a wild mess. It all suddenly felt so stupid. Allowing a moronic argument we had to force me to pretend like I didn't still care for you and your stupid, problematic arse. Theo, Harry started. But Theo looked at him so fiercely he closed his mouth once more. I'm not done, Harry, he said, breathing deeply before he took a step forward, raising his hands in a placating manner. I need you to listen to what I have to say. Please. Harry just nodded at him, prompting him to go on. You were right. I can't just stand aside and do nothing. That only makes me as bad as those who hurt others, and I'm sorry it's taken me this long to figure it out. I'm still scared about what actually doing something implies, but all I need is time. I'll figure out a way. Harry, to his eternal shame, could feel the stinging of tears gathering in his eyes. Theo was right. Now that he could think clearly again, everything just seemed so stupid and pointless. Hadn't Theo stood by him through so much? He helped him during the tournament. He visited him in Privet Drive when no one would write to him. He got him a lawyer of all things for his hearing. I don't need an apology, Theo, he muttered, clearing his throat when he felt his voice was about to give up on him. I've been thinking Theo, I'm sorry as well. I never should have. I had no right to ask that of you. No matter what you choose, I'm your friend. I'll always be your friend. Harry, it's not wrong to want things, Theo argued, hesitantly coming to stand next to him. I know people have let you down, and I no longer plan on being one of those. It's not fair. Nothing about this entire situation is fair, Harry, Theo interrupted, grabbing his shoulders. It hasn't been for a very long time, much less to you. I need you to tell me what it is that you want from me. Even if there's nothing for me to fight for in this war, then fight for me, Harry burst out, finally letting go of the snitch and grabbing Theo's wrists, holding onto him. Choose me, Theo. That's all I want. We have a deal then. Just be patient. Theo barked out a wet laugh, lowering his head. Old habits are hard to break, and my father will deal with it together, all right? It's about time I begin pulling my weight in this friendship, too, Harry added, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It's always you doing things for me, Theo. Let me return the favor. Both of them stood there in silence, holding into each other for what felt like an eternity before Harry spoke. We're okay then? Theo smiled at him gently. More than okay. Harry eagerly wrapped his arms around him, hugging him tightly. I was worried there was no way of fixing it, that you wouldn't even want to be around me after what I said to you. You were right. I needed to hear it, Theo conceded, relaxing into the hug. Things are changing, whether I want them to or not, and considering a certain someone barged into my life and made himself at home, it's about time I made up my mind. Harry exhaled against the top of his head before finally letting go. There's something more I'd like to talk to you about. I'm just not sure about how to say it. Don't worry about mincing your words. Theo smiled at him gently. I won't take it personally. Harry swallowed the knot he felt in his throat before speaking. When you said you couldn't all be as brave as Gryffindor's golden boy, is that really what you think of me? He asked, trying his best not to look as crestfallen as he felt. Theo's eyes widened immediately. No. He took a deep breath and licked his lips before continuing. I mean, I sort of do, but perhaps not in the way you're picturing it. Well, it's sort of been a thing around Hogwarts. You, Granger, and Weasley. Some people call you the Golden Trio, probably because of Gryffindor's colors. Theo shrugged, stuffing his hands in his pockets as he fidgeted in the spot. And well, it sort of fits with you. You're pretty much the definition of a Gryffindor, he muttered, looking at the ground. I really don't get where you're going with this, Harry bit out, feeling as tense as Theo looked. He kept expecting the negative part of the take. Well, you see, Theo sighed before raising his head and finally meeting his eyes. I sort of envy that courage of yours. I'm sorry that what I said hurt you so deeply you kept thinking about it. I was scared and I didn't think. It takes a special kind of person to be as brave as you, Harry. I truly admire that. Only then did Harry notice he was gaping at him, and promptly shut his mouth. He seemed to be doing a lot of it that day. Theo, You don't really have to say anything, Theo said sheepishly, looking down at his shoes once more. Just know that even if I said it as if it was a bad thing, it truly isn't one. Shaking his head, Harry reached over to grab the other boy's shoulder, shaking him softly until he looked up again. No, I really need to say something. All those times I've had to face something, I've been scared shitless, he said, noting how Theo's eyebrows knitted themselves together in confusion. Being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you do the right thing in spite of it. Theo barked out a wet laugh, blinking rapidly and looking up at the ceiling. When did you get so wise? I have my moments, Harry laughed, finally feeling at ease. He checked the time on his watch before smiling. It's still early. How about we catch up? It's been a long couple of weeks. I can't believe it. An Adderstone? Theo nodded bemusedly from his spot next to Harry. Both of them had ended up sitting against the wall, shoulders next to each other as they got all caught up on each other's doings. It was thanks to you that I managed to confirm it at the end, Theo added, watching as the golden snitch Harry had caught earlier fluttered around the classroom. While I was quite sure it was an adder stone thanks to the Mabinogion, I wasn't sure on how to even use it. That's when an old conversation of ours came to mind. Harry scrunched his face as he tried to recall anything he might have mentioned. He didn't think he had ever mentioned the stone exactly, but something that shared a similar shape. Oh, the Ouija. I mentioned Muggles thought that looking through the planchette made it possible for them to see spirits. Precisely, Theo smiled at him. Harry scooted down to lay his head on the Slytherin's shoulder. I've missed this, just talking to you over whatever it is that caught your attention this month, Harry mused, closing his eyes for a moment. If he focused, he could pretend they hadn't been avoiding each other for the last couple of weeks. Looking back, they had both been so stupid. To end the story, we'll be heading off to Germany soon. We should be able to find a true adder stone quickly enough, according to the books, Theo finished, lifting a finger to poke at the snitch when it came close to his face. Before he could even touch it, the tiny golden ball flew back into the air, deftly avoiding his finger. How you always manage to catch that, I'll never understand, Harry snorted in answer. It's not as hard as it seems, it's just practice and good reflexes, of which I have neither. Good to know I have no future as a seeker, Theo retorted, making a face. I've never cared much for Quidditch anyway. Reflexes come from practice, Theo, Harry said, lifting his hand quickly to flick his friend in the nose. Theo let out a yelp of surprise and unceremoniously shoved Harry off his shoulder. What are you, 5? You could have stopped it if you had decent reflexes, Harry retorted, losing a bit of his smile as a thought hit him. He'd attributed time and time again that everything he'd survived was all thanks to luck and good reflexes. What if Theo didn't have that? Cedric came to mind immediately. He hadn't had the time to even react before Wormtail hit him with the killing curse. Even though he had no proof, Harry was willing to bet everything that as brilliant as Theo was, he was nowhere as skilled as Cedric had been at duels. As he thought, Theo turned to face him with a scowl, but before he could even speak, Harry beat him to it. Be honest. When was the last time you practiced dueling? Third year, perhaps? Harry stared at him in shock. It's not like I go about challenging people to a duel, and my spell work is perfectly fine. Theo defended himself, crossing his arms over his chest. The snitch came to hover right over his shoulder, and he swatted at it angrily. Theo, the context matters, Harry tried to explain himself. I'm sure you're brilliant at casting. I've seen it myself a couple of times, and I know perfectly well how adept you are at other kinds of magic, but what about when a situation arises? Can you honestly say you're prepared for a duel to happen tomorrow? A duel without any rules whatsoever? Theo lowered his eyes to the ground before spitting out his answer. No, I'm not. Well, if you would consider going to Harry tried, only to be cut off. Harry, if you dare suggest I attend one of your DA meetings, I will honestly hit you. Theo sighed in exasperation, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hands. We just made up after weeks of not talking to each other. Why would you bring the same topic to discussion once more? It's not a bad idea. How do you even know it's called the DA? Theo had the decency to blush. Blame Granger. She's the one who approached me. As tempted as Harry was to ask what else Hermione had said to him, he had a point to get across. You would get just the kind of practice you need. Very well, let's say I went to one of your meetings, Theo started, gesticulating wildly with his hands. After the day we just had, do you really think I'd get a welcome? I'd say most of them would spend the entire lesson just making sure I don't hex you behind your back, regardless of what you tell them. Actions speak louder than words. I haven't done anything to deserve their truth yet. As annoying as it was, Harry had to admit his friend was right. After the match they just had, he wouldn't be surprised if the entire Slytherin house had just managed to replace him as public enemy number 1. Despite that depressing thought, he couldn't help but perk up at that particular yet. What if we practiced together? Just you and me, Harry proposed without thinking, almost immediately biting his tongue. However, the more he thought about it, the better it sounded. The DA hadn't gone over many spells yet, just the disarming charm. It wouldn't be hard to catch Theo up in that way. Harry could see whether or not a spell could take the group more than a session. Theo seemed to get excited at the idea. Are you sure? I mean, with everything going on, do you even have the time? For yet another time that evening, Harry felt like screaming. Don't worry, I'll have time now that I can't be on the Quidditch team. To avoid looking at Theo's face, Harry focused on following the snitch around as it zoomed around the edges of the chalkboard. Somehow, he managed to spit out the general idea of what Umbridge had told them. How is that fair? Theo asked incredulously once he had finished, sitting up straighter. I could understand detention or something along those lines, but a lifelong ban? Harry just shrugged, mostly unwilling to carry on with that particular conversation. So, what do you think? Do you have the time to practice with me? He asked, resisting the urge to cross every finger in his body. Definitely, Theo answered with a grin. The riddle's done, and I just finished a particular task I gave myself. I think I can make some time for you. As much as Harry would have enjoyed spending the rest of the afternoon talking to the Slytherin, he really needed to change out of his Quidditch uniform. Perhaps for the final time, he thought before forcing the thought away. That still left the matter of what to do with the snitch currently flying over their heads. It took them a good 20 minutes to finally get it to ground level, with some creative spell work from Theo, after which Harry quickly jumped over a table in order to catch it. Clutching it tightly, he enjoyed the feeling of the cool gold in his hand before holding it over to Theo. What? He asked, eyeing it warily. Come on, take it, Harry insisted. I'll just say I let go of it, or something on my way here. What would I even do with it? Theo asked, bewildered, as cupped his hands so Harry could place the snitch in them, carefully wrapping his fingers around the small ball. I don't know. Let it fly around. Stuff it in a sock and throw it in your trunk? Let it fly around. Don't they run out of magic or something? The Slytherin looked up in alarm from the wings fluttering around his fingertips. What do I do if it flies away? Learn how to catch it? Harry ran his fingers through the back of his hair, chuckling at the disapproving look Theo sent him. There should be a spell to stop it, right? I trust you to find it. Don't set it loose unless I'm in an enclosed room. Got it? Theo deadpanned as he lifted it for further inspection. Why are you giving it to me anyway? I honestly don't feel like giving it back, Harry answered truthfully, wincing as he tried to fix his robes. They had dried in all the wrong places, leaving the cloth stiff and uncomfortable. I don't quite want it for myself, so why don't you keep it? Think of it as a memento of the day we both decided to stop being idiots. Theo raised his eyebrow, immediately making him burst out laughing. Harry couldn't believe he'd missed him so much. So in short, I get your unwanted items? What a way to flatter me, he sneered playfully at him. Well, if you don't want it, Harry teasingly went to grab it back from him, but Theo quickly took a step back, cradling the snitch close to his chest. What? No, it's mine. You gave it to me, he sniffed, turning sideways so the golden ball was even further away from Harry. You don't get any take-backs. It was a couple of days after the mayhem that was his Saturday that Harry got more good news. They had yet to find a night to practice, despite their best efforts, mostly due to difficulties talking to each other. Finally, he came across him in the library near a couple of empty tables on Tuesday. So tonight is a no-go. How about tomorrow night? Harry asked, trying his best to find a time in the near future. He couldn't wait to look at Theo's face when he found out about the room of requirement. I have a session with my arithmancy study group, Theo answered absent-mindedly as he followed a couple of Ravenclaws with his eyes. Harry only spared them a quick look as they settled down not too far from them. Thursday, perhaps? The Slytherin muttered, leaning to his right so he could look past Harry with a particularly malevolent glint in his eyes. With a sigh, Harry crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat, refusing to say another word until Theo paid him the attention he reckoned he was due. It only took a moment before Theo seemed to see whatever he was waiting for, letting out a cackle as he settled down once more. The second his eyes met Harry's, his smile dropped. What? Harry just shot him a look. He'd seen it enough times on Theo's face. He reckoned he could pull it off quite well. What was that about? He asked, turning around to try and find whatever it was that had Theo behaving like one of the villains in Dudley's cartoons. However, the tables behind him were deserted except for the group of Ravenclaws Theo had stared at when they came in. Narrowing his eyes, Harry noted a couple of them were constantly fidgeting in their seats, acting like they couldn't sit comfortably. What was what about? Theo, the other boy, didn't even look particularly sheepish or anything along those lines. On the contrary, he looked rather proud of himself. Do you remember Lovegood mentioning her things kept going missing? Theo asked him, leaning back with a satisfied smile. Two of those Ravenclaws are the main culprits. Theo, what did you do? Harry asked, trying to decide whether to feel alarmed or glad something had been done. He'd decide once he figured out what had happened. I just took a page out of Granger's book. Don't worry too much about it. That really doesn't answer my question, Harry insisted, lowering his voice and leaning over their table. Theo just shot him a fond look before shrugging. She told you she jinxed your little list, right? I just altered her spell a little. I wanted something less obvious to the public. For now at least. Deciding on feeling alarmed, Harry turned rapidly to stare at the Ravenclaws once more. One of the two had apparently decided that sitting was not worth it and had gotten back on his feet, leaning on his elbows as he read the book in front of him. The other was still trying to find a comfortable position and seemed to be failing. You jinxed on there. Harry nearly couldn't get the words out. Well, you told me to do something, Theo smiled at him, clearly not grasping what he had just done. Why aren't you happier? Theo, Harry groaned. When I said do something, I didn't mean terrorize other students. What if they found out who had done it? Put off, Theo all but pouted as he leaned back. There's just no pleasing you sometimes, is there? Before Harry could gather his thoughts to snark back at him, he was interrupted by someone joining them and sitting at their table. Just by the view from the corner of his eye, Harry immediately knew it was Hermione. Her bushy brown hair was unmistakable. I'm sorry to interrupt truly, she smiled apologetically, but Hagrid's back. Harry all but jumped from his seat. Where's Ron? We need to go see him. He's waiting for us in the entrance hall. I offered to come and look for you. Would you mind if I stole Harry from you? Not? Theo just shrugged. Be my guest. I'll find other ways to amuse myself, he answered, his eyes flickering once more toward the Ravenclaws. Granger, will you be able to make it to our meeting later today? Harry shot both of his friends an affronted look. He was well aware he did not command Theo's time, but knowing he couldn't meet with him later that day because he had made plans with Hermione of all people made him feel just a little bit jealous. Of course, Hermione said. We've got a lot of work to do, and the sooner the better. Theo nodded at them both before smiling at Harry. Go on, then. I'll see you around. Thursday, then. You'll find me. Now go. You're ruining my fun. The three of them hurried out onto the cold, silent grounds without meeting a single person apart from nearly headless Nick. Hagrid's windows were finally lit up, and smoke coiled up from his chimney. It started to snow as they hurried towards the cabin. Harry set off at a quick march, the other two jostling and bumping along behind him. They crunched excitedly through the thickening snow until at last they reached the wooden front door. Harry raised his hand to knock, but Ron was quick to grab his hand. Voices could be heard from inside the cabin. One of them, a sickly sweet voice that made Harry's stomach curl into itself. I will say this one more time. I'm ordering you to tell me where you've been. Crouching, Harry motioned for Ron and Hermione to follow as he crept closer to the closest windows. Peering carefully inside, he confirmed his suspicions. Umbridge had beaten them to Hagrid's and was currently standing in the middle of his hut, looking around in distaste. I told you, Hagrid said, drawing their attention to him. Hermione let out a squawk before Ron shushed her as Harry stared at Hagrid in horror. His hair was matted with congealed blood, and his left eye had been reduced to a puffy slit amid a mass of purple and black bruising. There were many cuts on his face and hands, some of them still bleeding, and he seemed to be moving gingerly. I've been away for me health. For your health? Umbridge repeated skeptically. Yeah, said Hagrid. Bit o' fresh air. Yeah, no dash. Yes, as gamekeeper fresh air must be so difficult to come by, she said sweetly. Well, change o' scene, you know. Anyway, she interrupted, if I were you, I shouldn't get too used to being back. In fact, I mightn't bother unpacking at all. Harry bit his tongue as he felt a wave of fury wash over him. He really needed to do something about that. It had caused enough problems already. He felt Hermione pull him and Ron back as Umbridge pompously exited the cabin, heading back to the castle without looking back. I hate her, Ron snarled as they waited for her to put more distance in between them before heading over to the front door. You and me both, Harry sighed before raising his fist and knocking 3 times. Hagrid, it's us. Shoulda known, a gruff voice answered back. Ye took your time, didn't ye? What happened to you? Harry demanded the second they were inside, while Fong danced around them all, trying to lick their faces. Nothing, Hagrid said firmly. Want a cuppa? Come off it, Ron insisted. You're in a right state. I'm telling ya. I'm fine, Hagrid replied, straightening up and turning to beam at them all, but wincing. Blimey, it's good to see ya three again. Had good summers, did ya? Hagrid, you've been attacked, Ron said. Fair the lost time. It's nothing. Would you say it was nothing if one of us turned up with a pound of mince instead of a face? Ron demanded. I'm dealing with it, all right. Did the giants beat you up, Hagrid? Hermione asked quietly. Giants? Hagrid said. Who said anything aboo giants? Who ya been talking to? Who's told ya what who said I've been? We guessed, Hermione said apologetically. Oh, ye did ya? Hagrid snorted, surveying them sternly. He strode over to the kettle as it started whistling. Never known kids like you three fair knowin' more'n ya oughta, he muttered, splashing boiling water into 3 of his bucket-shaped mugs. And I'm not complimentin' ya neither. Nosy, some call it. Interferin'. But his beard twitched. So you have been to look for giants? Harry asked, grinning as he sat down at the table. Hagrid set tea in front of each of them and sat back down. Yeah, all right, I have. We set off right after term ended. Madame Maxime went with you then? Hermione interjected. Yeah, that's right, it was just the pair of us. And I'll tell ya this, she's not afraid of roughing it, Olymp. Never complained once about clamberin' over boulders and sleepin' in caves in the. Anyway, once it was light we went down ter see him. Just like that? Ron asked, looking awestruck. You just walked right into a giant camp? Well, Dumbledore told us how to do it, Hagrid said. Give the Gurg gifts, show some respect, you know. Give the what gifts? Harry asked. Oh, the Gurg means the chief. How could you tell which one was the Gurg? Ron asked. Hagrid grunted in amusement. No problem. He was the biggest, the ugliest and the laziest. Sitting there waitin' ter be brought food by the others. Nemo carcass. What do you give a giant? Ron said eagerly. Food. Nah, he can get food all right fair himself, Hagrid answered. We took him magic. Giants, like magic, just on like us using it against him. Anyway, that first day we gave him a branch o' Gabrathian fire. When we got to talkin', it was goin' all right. He'd heard o' Dumbledore, heard he'd argued against the killin' of the last giants in Britain. Seemed ter be interested in what he had ter say. Boo, that night it all went wrong. What you mean? Well, I told ya, they're not meant to live together. That night a fight broke out. When on fair hours, ya wouldn't believe the noise. And when the sun came up, Carcass's head was lyin' at the bottom o' the lake. We tried to negotiate with the new Gurg, Golgamath, B.U. He attacked and we had to run back to our hideout. The next couple o' days, we watched Death Eaters come and go. He didn't object to them, I suppose. How'd you know they were Death Eaters? Ron asked. Because I recognized one of him, Hagrid growled. McNair. Remember him? Bloke they sent to kill Buckbeak? Maniac. He is. Likes killin' as much as Golgamath. No wonder they were gettin' on so well. So McNair persuaded the giants to join you know who? Hermione asked desperately. Hold your hippogriffs. I haven't finished me story yet, Hagrid said indignantly, who, considering he had not wanted to tell them anything in the first place, now seemed to be rather enjoying himself. Me and Olymp talked it over and we agreed. Just 'cause the Gurg looked like favorin', you know, who didn't mean all of 'em would. We had ter tryin' persuade some o' the others, the ones who hadn't wanted Golgamath as Gurg. How could you tell which ones they were? Ron asked. Well, they were the ones bein' beaten to a pulp, weren't they? Hagrid answered patiently. Anyway, we went lookin' in some o' the caves for the ones hidin' out, and we ended up convincin' 6 or 7. But they was all badly hurt, and when Golgamath's lot raided the caves, the ones that survived didn't want no more ter do with us. So there aren't any giants coming? Ron said, looking disappointed. Nope, Hagrid sighed. But we did what we meant ter do. We gave him Dumbledore's message. There's gotta be a chance they'll remember Dumbledore's friendly to him. Could be they'll come. Hagrid trailed off as thunder rumbled in the distance. Anyway, the woman, Umbridge, was it? Inspecting people, is she? Yeah, Harry said, sighing. Trelawney's been sacked already. Actually, she's been replaced by, what sort of thing are you planning to do with us in class, Hagrid? Hermione interrupted him anxiously. Oh, don't you worry about that. I've got a great load o' lessons planned, Hagrid said enthusiastically. I've been keeping a couple o' creatures saved for your OWL year. You wait, there's something really special. Special in what way? Hermione asked tentatively. I'm not saying, Hagrid said happily. I don't want to spoil the surprise. Look, Hagrid, Hermione insisted urgently, dropping all pretense. Professor Umbridge won't be at all happy if you bring anything to class that's too dangerous. Dangerous? Hagrid laughed, looking genuinely bemused. Don't be silly. I wouldn't give you anything dangerous. I mean, all right. They can look after themselves, Hagrid, you've got to pass Umbridge's inspection, and to do that it would really be better if she saw you teaching us how to look after Porlocks, how to tell the difference between gnarls and hedgehogs, stuff like that, Hermione said earnestly. But that's not very interesting, Hermione, Hagrid commented. The stuff I've got's much more impressive. I've been bringing 'em on fair years. I reckon I've got the only domestic herd in Britain. Hagrid, please. Hermione tried, a note of real desperation in her voice. Umbridge is looking for any excuse to get rid of teachers she thinks are too close to Dumbledore. Please, Hagrid, teach us something dull that's bound to come up in our OWL. Hagrid merely yawned widely and cast a one-eyed look of longing towards the vast bed in the corner. Listen, it's been a long day and it's late, he said, patting Hermione gently on the shoulder, so that her knees gave way and hit the floor with a thud. Oh, sorry, He pulled her back up by the neck of her robes. Look, don't you go worrying about me. I promise ya I've got really good stuff planned for your lessons now I'm back. Now you lot had better get back up to the castle. And don't forget to wipe your footprints out behind ya. I dunno if you got through to him, Ron said as they walked back up to the castle through the thickening snow, leaving no trace behind them due to the obliteration charm Hermione was performing as they went. Then I'll go back again tomorrow, Hermione said determinedly. I'll plan his lessons for him if I have to. She's not getting rid of Hagrid. Chapter end notes. Your kudos weep and joy as Theo and Harry finally make up, and your comments enjoy a front row seat to those Ravenclaws suffering. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. Late night meetings and confrontations. Chapter notes. Hello, everyone. So nice to see you here. As always, the deepest, most heartfelt thanks go to my beta, Miss Freya. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Thursday morning came accompanied by terrible weather. So terrible that it made Theo wish he was curled up with a book in the top landing of the Clockwork Tower. Perhaps with company, he mused as he stared blankly at Professor Binns. The ghost had been lecturing on the Statute of Secrecy for over 2 weeks and had thoroughly bored them all out of their minds. After what felt like an eternity, the class was finally dismissed. Theo breathed a sigh of relief and promptly shoved his notes into his book bag, eager to get to lunch. Deciding he'd rather wait for his friends outside the classroom instead of waiting for them in the stuffy room, he hurriedly walked out the door and leaned against the nearby wall. The effect was immediate. He could feel the cold breeze waft in a nearby window as he closed his eyes for a second. Almost immediately, he cursed his luck as he felt something crash into him, knocking his bag off his shoulders and causing it to spill its contents all over the floor. Would it kill you to pay attention to your surroundings as you walk? He snarled, quickly making sure his ink bottles hadn't shattered. A pleasure to see you as always, an all too familiar voice said. At once, Theo felt his annoyance fade as he looked up to see Harry smiling at him. Holding back a laugh, Theo began putting back everything that had fallen out of his bag. Was there no other way to get my attention? Thank you, he said as Harry held out his potions book for him to take. This one was my favorite, Harry laughed before rubbing the back of his head, making his hair stand up at the back. Listen, I need you to meet me tonight, and I need you to come alone. Theo arched both his eyebrows. And I need you to be less vague and less weird, he retorted, closing the latch on his bag. He could hear voices coming from the classroom he had just vacated, as the other students finally woke up enough to realize class was over. Seventh floor in the left corridor, by the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. 7:30. Harry continued as he stood up, holding his hand to pull Theo up as well. "Don't be late," he called over his shoulder as he walked away. As Theo shouldered his book bag once more, Blaze walked up to him and clapped him on the back. "Was that Potter just there? What's got him in such a hurry?" "I've got absolutely no idea," he answered, frowning in thought. "What was Harry up to? Are you sure Wilby knows where to meet us?" Blaze asked over the chopped alahatsi leaves, careful to avoid their bubbling cauldron. "Yes, Blaze," Theo whispered back, squinting to read the instructions on the board over the fumes that filled the room. "She knows precisely where and when to meet us. Perhaps you should be worrying less about that detail and more about how we're going to find an appropriate adder stone. Add 3 grams of leaves and we'll stir clockwise 3 times. Couldn't we just summon it?" Incredulously, Theo turned and cocked an eyebrow at him. "Activating our traces? Do you want to get caught?" The other boy had the decency to look appropriately chastened. "We get there, find the stone, and immediately head back. We'll look for the store during break. What if we have some time left? Perhaps we could get a head start." Blaze was interrupted by a pair of hands landing on each of their shoulders, making them jump in their seats. Behind them, Professor Snape leaned forward to speak to them. "Mr. Knott, Mr. Zabini, is there something you two would like to share with the rest of the class?" "Only our deep-seated admiration for our professor." Blaze laughed nervously, as the grip the professor had on their shoulders tightened. "Then kindly save your opinions for after class," Professor Snape sneered, giving their shoulders a light shove before walking off. Theo let out the breath he had been holding until then. "As I was saying," Blaze attempted to continue, but before he could, Theo turned and held the ladle up to his face. "Not another word," he threatened. "I don't have the time to serve detention. We'll talk about it later." Later that day, Theo waited anxiously at the designated meeting place, repressing the urge to check his watch once again. The last time he had checked, it had been 10 minutes past their agreed time. Sighing, he glared at the ridiculous tapestry of the wizard attempting to train trolls in ballet. Sorry. Harry's voice rang out, echoing in the empty corridor. Theo nearly jumped when he took off the invisibility cloak, only a couple of steps away from him. "I ran into Peeves on my way here and missed the stairs. Have you been waiting long?" Shaking his head, Theo took a step to look at his friend with a frown. The shadows under his eyes were beginning to look more like bruises. "No, don't worry about it," he said, deciding to bring up the issue once they were out of sight of any professor doing their rounds. "Why did you want to meet here?" The grin Harry shot at him was bright enough, it almost made him look all right. "Almost. Oh, you'll see. Here, take a step back. Right over here," he directed Theo with a hand on his elbow, turning him so the tapestry was directly to his back. Theo blinked in confusion at the blank stretch of wall as Harry paced in front of it. On second thought, perhaps the other boy needed the sleep more than he'd thought. Harry?" The Gryffindor only held up a finger as he continued to pace, turning every 5 steps or so and muttering under his breath. To Theo's shock, after Harry's third turn the wall began to shift. Before his eyes, a polished wooden door appeared on the wall. Looking back at him with a toothy grin, Harry turned the brass handle and walked, immediately turning and beckoning for Theo to follow him. Inside, it was spacious and brightly lit by rows of flickering torches. The walls were lined with bookcases, and large silk cushions lay scattered on the floor nearby. "So, what do you think?" Harry asked eagerly. It took Theo a couple of seconds to realize he was gaping at the room and immediately closed his jaw with an audible click. In the meantime, Harry had taken a moment to examine his surroundings. His forehead twisted with a slight frown before shrugging and turning back. "It's smaller than last time, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. What is this place?" Theo managed to blurt out, his eyes wide as he tried to take everything in. The books on the walls were calling to him, his hands itching to run his fingers through their pages. "It's the room of requirement," Harry answered, taking a seat as he waited for the shock to die down. "It's supposed to appear whenever someone is in need of something, and it transforms into that very thing. Brilliant, isn't it? Astounding, Theo murmured, still looking around the room. Who else knows about this? Well, Harry ran his hand through his hair, leaning back against the wall. The DA knows, of course. I'm not sure who else. Apparently, some people find it once only to never come across it again. It certainly doesn't appear on the Marauder's map. Theo hummed as he finally gave into temptation and stepped forward to read the titles on the books. The room could have certainly come in handy when he was trying to solve the riddle, he thought bitterly. What do you think would happen if I took one of these books out? He asked, turning to look at Harry. The other boy just shrugged. I think Hermione took some the last time we were here. You should be good, he said before stretching his arms over his head and getting back on his feet. Now, could you please leave the books alone so we can practice? Come on, Theo. You nearly had it last time. Harry insisted, waiting for the Slytherin to get up from where he was laying, a couple of meters away, over the appropriately placed cushions. You've said that thrice already, Theo grumbled, blowing a curl out of his face. Perhaps he really did need that haircut. This time I really mean it, the other boy said, twirling his wand. You wouldn't want me to go easy on you, would you? That? Theo continued to grumble before sighing one last time and leaning up on his elbows, would defeat the purpose of even practicing. He did have to admit, Harry was quite skilled at dueling. Despite him claiming luck was the main reason he was still alive, Theo had to give him credit. He hadn't landed a single jinx at him before being thrown back in the air. As he got back on his feet, he finally took notice of the rug they had been standing on. As the last Depulso had hit him, it had been pushed over to Harry's side of the room. He held back a grin as a plan began to form in his head. All right, Harry grinned as Theo readied his wand. Remember, listen to your instincts. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Tarantaligra, Protego. Theo cried out, watching before his eyes as the shield charm held against Harry's charm. He was forced to hold it up for a couple of seconds as the other boy unleashed spell after spell at him. 1, 2 hit. 1, 2 hit. Theo counted as he grit his teeth, 2 seconds between each spell. He could do this. He waited for the next spell to hit his fraying shield before dropping it all together. Stupefy. He didn't waste time watching as Harry shielded himself against it, choosing instead to aim his wand at the rug at his feet. Accio. The rug's movement was halted by Harry's own weight, the other boy stumbling as his legs got caught in it. Seizing his opportunity, Theo raised his wand and pointed it directly at his friend. Expelliarmus. Grinning, Theo watched as Harry's wand soared in the air, landing a couple of feet away from them. He could feel a drop of sweat drip down the side of his face and wiped it off with a sense of elation. Finally freeing his legs from the mess of fabric, Harry walked over to retrieve his wand. Theo, that was brilliant. He laughed as he jogged back to the center of the room, his eyes lighting up. Immediately, Theo felt a rush of heat creep up his neck. Just a desperate attempt, that's all. He was cut off by Harry's finger getting dangerously close to his nose, making him stare at it cross-eyed for a second before blinking and pushing it away. Stop selling yourself short. That was an incredibly creative use of your surroundings, and you know it. I think Expelliarmus and Protego can be crossed off our list. Does that mean we're done for tonight? Theo asked eagerly, hoping he could pass off his blush at Harry's compliments as being red-faced from exertion. Definitely, Theo didn't wait for Harry to finish talking before wandering off to the nearest cushion, all but throwing himself at it unceremoniously. Thank Freya, he sighed, closing his eyes in relief. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this exhausted. You're out of shape, not? Harry laughed as he sat down next to him. Theo willed himself to keep his eyes closed, refusing to stare at his friend. No one asked you, Potter, he grumbled under his breath, enjoying the silence that enveloped them. Training aside, the room of requirement had turned out to be a marvelous discovery. So, Harry spoke, his voice clear and echoing against the four walls. What are you doing tomorrow? Theo could easily imagine what he was about to suggest. A clemency with Professor Snape, he answered, testing his luck and opening his eyes, only to lock eyes with Harry. Theo cleared his throat and moved into a sitting position. If this session goes well, Perhaps you and I could begin practicing soon. Harry grimaced before shaking his head. That'd be great. I've I've been having more dreams lately. And once, during Quidditch practice, and just for a split second, my scar hurt so bad I felt like my head had split open. Theo stared at him in worry. Why didn't you tell me? It happened when we weren't talking. And after that, it just felt like I was running to you for another problem I needed solved, Harry muttered, lowering his head and staring at his hands. Harry, I don't know how many times I have to tell you this, Theo began, reaching over and grabbing both of his hands in his. You can always come to me with any problem you need solved. And if for whatever reason I'm unable to find a solution, we'll look together. Yes? When Harry only sighed in answer, Theo reached over with his free hand and grabbed his shoulder. I'm your friend, Harry, and I'm willing to do it. I wouldn't offer otherwise. It's just, Harry groaned. Yet he didn't pull away from Theo's hands. I wanted to contribute more, and here you are offering to help me once again. Theo raised his eyebrows in shock. You're not seriously this daft, are you? I know you're not. Hey, Harry, what were we doing just a couple of minutes ago? Theo asked, watching as Harry's eyebrows knit themselves together. We were practicing dueling? You were helping me to practice dueling. No, don't try to deny it. He lifted the hand holding Harry's to wave off whatever he was about to say. You and I are leagues apart in this particular subject, and we both know it. You're setting out time to help me get better at this, and by Odin, you're really good at teaching. You really think so? Harry asked, looking at him with such a hopeful look Theo wanted to cry. Of course I do, he croaked, clearing his throat before continuing, absent-mindedly making small movements with the thumb resting on Harry's shoulder. I'd bet everyone else in your little group does as well, or they wouldn't have come back. In fact, where's your pendant? Harry's face went white as he raised his hand up to his neck, his fingers trailing over where the leather cord should have been. I know I took it off before practice, but you never put it back on because you were mad at me? Theo asked with an unamused look, already knowing the answer. Harry didn't answer, but the way he scratched the back of his neck was telling enough. You're not mad at me anymore, so find it and put it on. I will, I promise, Harry assured him. At least now we have definite proof it works. Not that I ever doubted you or anything. I didn't. I have complete faith in you and your rune skills and your investigating skills. You're great, really. I get it, Theo interrupted him. He was quite sure he couldn't take any more compliments before combusting into flames of embarrassment. But thank you. It means a lot. They both descended into a moment of silence before Theo spoke. So Hagrid's back then? Will he be returning to his post? Yes. Harry jumped at the change of topic. He will. Umbridge doesn't seem too glad about his return, though. She was there when we visited him, said he shouldn't bother even unpacking at all. Can you imagine? I can. Actually, Theo muttered. Not only is he clearly on Dumbledore's side, which would already be reason enough for her to want him far away, but his, stature won't help. You mean the fact he's half giant? I was trying to be delicate about it. It didn't sound like it, Harry said with a pointed stare. Fair, Theo thought to himself. Well, then, he continued, accepting Harry's correction, the fact that he's half giant won't do any good to his case. Umbridge is known for hating what she calls, her words not mine, half-breeds. That sounds like a horrible thing to call someone, Harry muttered, his forehead creasing into a frown. Theo would wager he was thinking of another terrible word to refer to someone. Because it is. My point is, he tried once more. She's already made up her mind. It's only a matter of time before she finds something that can pass as proof before she gives him the same treatment as Trini. Harry clenched his jaw as he contemplated the scenario. She won't. We won't let that happen. We as in? Theo trailed off, awaiting Harry's answer. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help their professor, he just wasn't eagerly waiting in line for the opportunity. Ron, Hermione and I. Hermione is even drafting up a lesson plan for him, Harry answered, half glaring at Theo when he breathed out a sigh of relief. Well, that's all well and good, but do you think he will actually follow it? Where's your optimism? It opted out. Well, Hagrid is no Trelawney, so what if he chooses the more interesting creatures? He knows what he's talking about. The Scroots, Harry. The blast-ended Scroots, Theo groaned, slumping his back. Harry, at the very least, did look a bit sheepish, but still attempted to continue. Fine. But other than that, the look Theo shot him made him stop in his tracks, quickly changing the subject. Don't you reckon she might be more interested in getting Firenze out of Hogwarts? With the amount of work she clearly puts in her lesson plan? I believe she'll have more than enough time for both of them, Theo muttered, taking out his wand and twirling it between his fingers. It gave him a small feeling of warmth that made him smile. Speaking of Firenze, how are classes going with him? You mentioned you've met him before, right? I've read that a centaur's magic is worlds apart from ours. I'm actually jealous you got to have him as a professor. Harry scrunched his face in recollection before shrugging. Well, he had us stare at this recreation of the night sky, like how Trelawney did. Well, no, he grimaced. He said that centaurs don't use the stars to predict human nonsense like love or accidents or deaths, in your case, Theo joked, snorting when Harry turned to look at him with a mock frown. I'm sorry, do you want to tell the story? Right? You can't because you weren't there. Theo pressed his lips together to avoid laughing, motioning for his friend to continue. So, what they do is watch the skies for great tides of evil or change, and it could take them perhaps 10 years to understand or to be sure of what they're seeing. That sounds incredible. Don't get your hopes up, Harry deadpanned. He ran his hand through his hair. Theo's eyes involuntarily followed the motion before focusing once more on the wand in his hands. He also told us to give up on any hope of seeing anything because most importantly we're human and therefore stupid, but also because we're too young and untrained to see anything. So you've just been looking at the sky? That was, admittedly, more anticlimactic than Theo was expecting. At least he wasn't missing that much. Pretty much. Parvati and Lavender are definitely annoyed, but Davis seems to be enjoying herself. Zabini and Greengrass not so much. Somehow, that doesn't surprise me, Theo laughed. He turned his wand once more, the movement making the light catch on the face of his watch. Time had flown by. What surprises me is the time. It's almost midnight. We should get back to our common rooms. Next to him, Harry sighed and stretched his arms above his head. I guess you're right, he said, taking out the Marauders map and quickly checking for anyone close to them. It looks like nobody's around. Let's go. We can walk together until we reach the grand staircase. While Harry checked, Theo gingerly got to his feet, wincing when he felt the movement pulling at some of his muscles. He would definitely be feeling their training session tomorrow. We'd best be on our way, then, Theo smiled, offering his hand to Harry so as to pull him back up. Next Thursday, then? Harry asked as he got settled back on his feet. He cast a look around the room before sighing and walking over to the door Theo was currently holding open for him. Won't you have a DA meeting? Theo asked as they began walking. The corridors were dark and deadly silent. The only sound following them was the echo of their own footsteps. Lumos, the light emanating from the tip of Theo's wand, was opportune enough for them to avoid tripping on the steps in front of them. They had reached one of the staircases. I'll schedule them around us, don't worry, the other boy shrugged, nodding his thanks to Theo as he carefully walked down the stairwell. Assuming you're a clemency lesson. Tomorrow goes well, of course. Very well then, Theo acquiesced. Try to meditate on the nights leading up to Thursday. Make sure your emotions are buried deep down. Or as deep down as you can manage. What is that supposed to mean? Harry asked indignantly. You have to admit you've been quite explosive this term, Theo said placatingly. He appreciated his friend enough to say what needed to be said, but given the recent events he could also see the benefit of mincing his words. You try living with some sort of connection to Voldemort, and then we can talk about being explosive. Point taken, Theo thought to himself. I'd rather not, thank you, he decided to answer instead. Unlike the corridor they came from, the grand staircase was illuminated enough they could see each other clearly. Theo extinguished the light from his wand before storing it back on its holster. He looked up to notice Harry was watching him amusedly. Every time I see you put your wand away, it makes me want to buy a holster myself, he grinned, lifting a hand awkwardly to wave at Theo. See you around, Theo. Have a nice night, Harry, Theo smiled, hands twitching in longing for another hug. Remember to wear your pendant, he called, watching his friend walk away. I will, I promise. He stood there for a moment, continuing to watch him walk away before sighing and beginning to descend the stairs. He only managed to take a couple of steps before his eye caught sight of a shock of white blonde hair. His blood immediately went cold, and he hurried to give chase, rushing down the stairway. The figure went down an entire set of stairs before coming to a halt, turning to meet him as Theo finally reached the landing. Sodding Draco Malfoy. What a surprise! Not, Draco sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. Why are you wandering the corridors at this time? Why are you? Theo shot back. Had the other Slytherin seen him with Harry? I'm a prefect. I'm doing my rounds, Draco shrugged. So, what are you doing here? Theo schooled back his features before answering. I couldn't sleep. You couldn't sleep? The other boy asked incredulously. And you decided to wander the halls in search of it? It seemed better than listening to Goyle's snores shake the dorm, Theo answered, watching as Draco sighed and took a step closer. You can stop playing dumb, Theo. What were you doing with Potter? He asked, an ugly snarl taking over his face as he spoke. Don't bother denying it. I saw you both from where I was. You two looked like you were having a good time. He saw. Theo's mind reeled with options. He could deny it. He could come up with an excuse. But did he want to? I'm still scared about what actually doing something implies, but all I need is time. I'll figure out a way. It's about time I made up my mind. I sort of envy that courage of yours. Being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you do the right thing in spite of it. Soren. Well, no time like the present. That's none of your business, Draco, Theo sneered, standing his ground. Harry was his friend. It was time he started acting like it. Publicly. Mind how you talk to me, not? Draco snapped, dropping all semblance of pleasantry. Theo could swear he could see an uncertain glint in his eyes before it was buried under a pompous shadow. Why should I? You're no better than me, Malfoy. I can, and I will, talk to you however I please. It pained him a bit to talk to one of his first friends in that way, but had Draco really been his friend these past years? My blood is as pure as yours, just as ancient. And you know what? I am just a bit smarter than you. Don't speak to me as I'm beneath you, when it seems like it is the other way around. Your father isn't here. How about we hear what you have to say about this? Draco took a couple of steps back before steadying himself. You shouldn't be hanging around Potter. What I do is entirely my business, Theo retorted. Draco cast a furtive look around them before lowering his voice. You know as well I do what's going on, Theo. Potter's running on borrowed time. The Dark Lord will take his place soon, and you need to be on the winning side. Is that what you truly think? Or are you just repeating what has been told to you? Draco seemed to hesitate at that. Before he could come up with a retort, Theo carried on. You need to stay quiet about this, Draco. Not a word to anyone. Why should I? The other boy smirked, his expression faltering for a moment when he caught the look Theo threw at him. You breathe a word of this to anyone and you'll regret it, Draco. Theo all but snarled at him. Harry might be taller than him now, but he still had a couple of inches over Draco, and he would be damned if he didn't use them to his advantage just then. You can't do anything to me, Draco sneered, taking another step back. Your father won't allow it. My father doesn't allow many things, Theo said, not bothering to take up the space Draco had just vacated. Unlike yours, he doesn't get to dictate my life. Draco's color eyes widened, wildly searching for something in Theo's own before frowning, turning around toward the nearest corridor. Whatever, not. Just get back to the common room. Slytherin is up in points, and I don't want anyone else finding you and deducting them. For the second time that night, Theo watched as someone walked away from him. Draco, Malfoy. He figured as well get used to it, didn't look back once. As he made his way down to the dungeons, Theo wondered just how many of his old friends his newly decided path would drive him away from. Chapter end notes. Your kudos cheer on Theo as he finally stands up for something, and your comments go help Harry search for his pendant. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server, https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. In shallow, icy waters. Chapter notes. Hello everyone. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. As always, the deepest, most heartfelt thanks go to my beta, Miss Freya. They catch my mistakes and make this story better. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Again, Professor Snape said coolly, looking as if their lesson was having absolutely no toll on him. It probably wasn't, Theo thought to himself as he got back to his feet, wiping off beads of sweat from his brow. He'd graduated from the chair to standing in the middle of the room, his wand lying on the potion master's desk. According to his professor, he had progressed enough to resist with only his mind. Theo wasn't sure if having his wand with him would make a difference magic-wise, but he was certainly feeling a lack of confidence from not having its familiar weight in his palm. Despite that, he had progressed enough to actually keep Professor Snape from accessing any important memories. Had almost 5 years of boring history of magic lessons to keep him entertained. Every once in a while, though, he did manage to reach one of the memories that Theo tried to keep in the background. Theo tried his best to clear his mind, breathing in deeply. He wasn't worried his professor would manage to break through his defenses. If he did, he would just deal with it accordingly. He had faith in his own abilities. Legilimens. He grit his teeth as he felt the spell crash against him, a sudden pressure appearing all around his head. "You're not getting in," he chanted in his mind. "You're not getting in." The pressure moved around, trying to find any opening, but there was no opening to find. Theo had every thought locked in tightly, as if his mind had folded into itself. Slowly, he felt calm enough to open his eyes, not even realizing he had closed them. The room came into sudden focus. Professor Snape was staring directly at him, and the second his eyes met his professor's, he felt the pressure double. He panicked for a second, fearing his defenses wouldn't hold. But they did. He met his professor's dark eyes head-on and began pushing back against the feeling. The pressure slowly began to recede, and the more he pushed, the more his mind cleared. He could do this, Theo realized. He felt a rush of adrenaline go through him as he gave one final shove, the pressure finally easing off of him entirely. The room twisted into itself, lurching and dragging him away. When he found his bearings, his surroundings felt off. This wasn't his mind, he realized. He had forced himself into Snape's mind. No sooner had he had this thought than he was shoved out. He gasped as he stumbled back, the room flashing around him before he was forced to close his eyes due to the sudden nausea that overtook him. He landed on his back, scrambling to reach a sitting position. When he could finally see, Professor Snape was standing in front of him with his left arm extended. Without thinking, Theo reached out and grabbed it, letting himself be pulled back to his feet. It wasn't until his mind had cleared that he realized it was the first time his professor had actually helped him get back on his feet. That was enough of a clue for him to understand he had actually made some new progress. "I believe congratulations are in order," Professor Snape drawled, walking over to one of his shelves and taking out a small vial. "Even though you did have the benefit of preparing yourself beforehand." He walked a couple of steps closer to him, handing over the vial to Theo. He wondered for a moment if he should ask what it was, before shrugging and downing it in one gulp. Almost immediately, his mind cleared of the headache he hadn't realized was building behind his eyes. One of the lesser-known consequences of practicing legilimency is the possibility that your target may access your mind in their attempts to resist. "This is," he drawled, coming to stand before him once again, "what you just experienced." "I didn't see anything," Theo muttered in his defense, but his professor didn't seem to be mad about it. "I could feel it wasn't my mind we were in, but there was just nothing." If you had pushed harder in an inexperienced mind, you probably would have come across a memory. "As it stands, you attempted to do so against me," Professor Snape said in a cool voice, looking at him intently. "More capable minds than yours have failed. However, as someone who has only been training in this particular area of magic for a couple of months, it's nothing short of an accomplishment." Theo blinked harshly at that. He couldn't remember the last time someone he truly respected complimented him like that. "Is that it then?" he asked, feeling only slightly disappointed. The feeling didn't last for long. "Is that it for mastering occlumency?" Professor Snape sneered, lifting one thin eyebrow. "Don't be absurd. Occlumency is an art few can say they have truly mastered. It is not something you can claim to have learnt in a couple of months." Theo sighed internally. "However, The potion's master continued, "Your surprising competence tonight does leave us a clear path to continue on. The potion you took should have restored your mental capacities enough for our last exercise. Retrieve your wand from my desk, Mr. Knott. You will be attempting to cast the spell on me." When Saturday morning came, Theo could still feel the echoes of attempting to perform legilimency. It had felt as if his own mind had been pulled from him into an uncertain darkness he could only hope would clear out. Professor Snape had allowed him into one singular memory after leaving him stumbling in the fog for a while, showing him and Blaise muttering during class the day before. Once memory Snape's hands had touched their respective shoulders, he was pushed out and found himself stumbling back into Snape's office. He had been allowed to perform the spell 2 more times, but both of them had felt like slamming into a wall made out of dense fog. He was well aware that Professor Snape was still going easy on him, allowing him to build his mental strength up for later on, but he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. The feeling of satisfaction followed him throughout his week, allowing him to make decent progress on his newest project. It had taken Granger's help for him to finally conceptualize what he wanted, and he wasn't too proud to admit it. If everything went according to plan, it would be finished just before Christmas and not a second too soon. He locked the little notebook in his trunk, making sure to add a small hex just in case someone got too close. After what had happened a few nights ago, he figured he might as well be overly cautious. It was better to have prepared for nothing than to regret not having prepared enough. It was in high spirits that he and his friends made their way over to Hogsmeade, excited for what was to come. Well, most of them were excited. "I have a bad feeling about this," Daphne muttered as she looked around. They had gathered near the back of the 3 broomsticks, early enough that there was still no one around. As November came to an end, the cold had amped up enough to ward away most of the clientele who wouldn't be seen until the morning chill faded just a bit. "Don't say that. You'll bring us bad luck?" Tracy groaned as she adjusted her scarf. Daphne rolled her eyes at her good-naturedly as Theo checked his watch, smiling as he heard a crack resound in the air. Just in time. "Young Master Theodore." Wilby greeted him, bowing down enough her nose almost touched the ground. She repeated a less pronounced bow to his friends before turning to address him once again. "Wilby is ready to take young Master Theodore and his friend to wherever he needs." "Thank you, Wilby," Theo smiled at her. He nodded at Tracy and Daphne before offering his hand to Blaise. "We're headed to Danholm, northern Germany. Did you receive my map?" "Wilby did, young master." Wilby nodded before extending a thin hand toward Theo, who took it with a fond look. He felt fairly confident regarding this whole endeavor. "Don't waste any time," Daphne warned them with a serious look. Before either of the boys could answer, an icy burst of wind enveloped them, sparing them from having to answer. "See you in a while." Blaise winked at the girls before the 3 of them operated away. As Theo's surroundings twisted out of view, he thanked May that elvish travel was far more agreeable than wizard apparition. Once they reached their destination, the smell of the ocean hit them first, accompanied by a soft breeze. The rocks that surrounded them were covered in ice, as the waves softly crashed against them. Next to them, Wilby bowed twice and, after telling Theo to call for her when they were done, operated away back to Knott Manor. Theo took a moment to breathe in deeply, closing his eyes as he felt the breeze tussle his hair. He felt Blaise tug at his hand in the ocean's general direction. "I thought we were told to not waste any time?" Blaise teased as Theo opened his eyes, leading him over to the sand before coming to a sudden stop. Where are we supposed to find this stone?" A smile tugged at Theo's lips as he took over guiding, walking over to a rocky section close to them. He was careful to step on rocks not covered in ice, unwilling to get his shoes soaked in icy water. "We're looking for a stone with a hole through it. Some texts say that only a true adder stone floats, so pay close attention to that," he said, leaning over to scrutinize the water close to them. "Couldn't you have asked Wilby to help us?" Blaise asked as he gingerly crouched amongst a couple of small rocks, where he craned his neck as he began looking. "And have my father notice her absence?" "No," Theo replied, eagerly reaching for a stone, only to toss it aside when it didn't meet their criteria. "The less people my father harms, the better." Wilby had stood in between him and his father far too many times, he thought as he discarded yet another stone. He wasn't going to risk having her face any punishments if he could avoid it. It wasn't long before they were forced to search in another place, wincing as they dipped their hands in freezing water to search more thoroughly among the stones. "Are you sure this is the place?" Blaze asked him after more than 2 hours had gone by. Their hands had gone numb long ago, and Blaze had fallen twice, leaving his shoes and socks thoroughly soaked. "Yes, I'm sure." Theo kept himself from snapping as he checked his watch. It was just past midday, which meant they had little more than 4 hours before they would begin to lose light. "It makes sense that they're somewhat hard to find. We need to keep looking." "Somewhat hard to find, my arse," Blaze muttered to himself as he climbed rock after rock. After his falls, he had lost most of his earlier wariness. "I'll have to throw out these shoes after this." They searched in silence for a while before Blaze spoke again. "Draco was quick to leave us behind this morning as we walked down to Hogsmeade," he mentioned nonchalantly. Humming in agreement, Theo waited for him to get to the point. It took him another couple of minutes, but Blaze finally caved. "You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you?" "What makes you say that?" Blaze splashed icy water at him. To avoid it, Theo leaned back, the sudden movement almost making him slip from his precarious perch on a wet rock. He was tempted to splash back, but the possibility of actually slipping kept the impulse at bay. "Well," Theo briefly entertained the thought of lying to his best friend before reprimanding himself. What would he gain from that? "He and I had a disagreement a couple of nights back." "Nothing you should concern yourself with," he answered before sighing and carefully making his way back to the sand. To the next group of rocks, Blaze shot him an incredulous look but followed him, carelessly sliding off the rock he was sitting on and heading his way. "Didn't look like the result of a disagreement," he mused, stuffing his hands in his pockets. "Of course, I know that if it were to be something important, then you would undoubtedly tell the person you grew up with, the person you share a room with, the person who covered your arse when you tried fire whiskey that one night." "Fine," Theo interrupted, shooting a glare at him. "And you swore to never mention that again." Blaze waved his hand over his head as he climbed over the nearest rock, getting comfortable enough to sort over the stones that surrounded it. Sighing, Theo followed his lead, cursing as his foot slipped and landed in the cold water. He swore colorfully and figured he might as well get the other one wet. It certainly made wandering around the stones easier. "He saw me speaking to Harry on Thursday night," he said, crouching and moving the stones around. None of them had the hole he was looking for. "He didn't take it well." "You and Potter? Late at night?" Blaze asked with a laugh. "I'll need more details about that later." "We were just practicing some spell work," Theo shot back. "He saw us as we parted ways, and when he asked, I told him it was none of his business." "What did he say to that?" Theo worried his lower lip as he tossed another stone away. "It seemed like this area was another waste of time. He warned me against spending time with Harry. He went on about how he's living on borrowed time. I'm sure that went over well with you, and that it's only a matter of time before the Dark Lord takes his place," Theo continued, unwilling to meet his friend's eyes. He wiped his hands on his trousers and began walking back to the shore. Behind him, he heard Blaze hurrying to follow him. "I warned him to keep quiet about what he saw, but you know how he is." "Do you think he'll tell his father?" Blaze asked worriedly, laying a hand on Theo's shoulder. Sighing, Theo finally looked at him with a conflicted look. "I don't know." They walked in silence for a while, as they neared another set of rocks. The wind had picked up. It howled as it ripped against their clothes, the chill almost biting against their skin. Thanks to the clouds, the sun was nowhere in sight and Theo didn't dare to check the time. He prayed to Freya, to Njord, to the Norns that might be listening, that this would be the one they found the Adder Stone in. They both searched in a tense silence. The stones had gathered deeper in the sea, forcing them to roll up their trousers and wander in. The waves crashed against them, not roughly but no longer as gentle as they had been. Some of them came in with enough force to make them stumble. "Theo! Theo!" Blaze called to him suddenly. Theo rose to his full height so fast his back ached for a second. The other boy was waving his hand in the air madly. "I think I've found it. Come look." Theo rushed over, struggling against the current, almost slipping in his haste to reach Blaze. "Let me see," he demanded the second he reached him, grabbing onto Blaze's shoulder to steady himself. Blaze turned his hand and showed him the stone. It was an unassuming gray, wet, and covered in sand. All those details were irrelevant to Theo as he grinned at the other boy. Right in the middle, the stone held a galleon-sized hole. "Does it float?" he asked, almost unwilling to give in to his excitement. Blaze shrugged, bending down to place the stone into the water. They both held their breath as the stone dipped under the surface for a second, before bobbing up once more, floating placidly on the ocean's surface. "It's an adder stone. We found an adder stone," Theo exclaimed in glee. "I found an adder stone," Blaze teased. "But it's ours. It's our adder stone." He immediately hugged Theo, eager to wipe the scowl from his face. Theo finally gave in and hugged him back with a laugh. He froze as he felt another wave crash against them. "Murda, the stone," Blaze swore, reaching down to grab it before the current dragged it away from them. The second he had it, he passed it over to Theo, who immediately placed it in his pocket. "All right. Stone found, almost lost but now secured. Can we please go back now? I'm starving." Theo nodded as he checked his watch, 3:23. It seemed they had found their adder stone just in time. They made their way back to the shore in much higher hopes than they had going in the water. Once they were standing on dry sand, Theo cleared his throat before calling out, "Wilby!" Almost immediately, a resounding crack reached their ears as Wilby appeared right before them. "Has young Master Theodore and his friend found their treasure?" she asked them with wide eyes. Theo smiled at her as Blaze walked forward. "I found it, Wilby. Can you believe it? Young Master's friend is very resourceful," she answered, smiling brightly. Wilby isn't surprised he managed to find their treasure so quickly. "I love your elf, Theo," Blaze grinned before turning to Wilby. "You're my favorite house elf. Do you know that?" Theo shoved his shoulder good-naturedly, remembering to unroll his trousers. They stuck uncomfortably to his legs, making him wince as he straightened his back. "Has young Master Theodore gotten wet?" Wilby asked with a critical look before frowning at him and snapping her fingers. Immediately, Theo felt a warmth envelop him as his trousers, socks, and shoes turned dry in a second. Beside him, Blaze groaned in relief. "Is young Master Theodore and his friend ready to leave?" "Thank you, Wilby." "And yes, we're ready," Theo said, offering her his hand. Wilby smiled at him as she took it. He felt as Blaze grabbed his other hand, eagerly shaking it. "Back to Hogsmeade then," he said, pulling the end of his trousers down with his free hand. Theo spared a final look to their surroundings as everything warped around him, taking the serene sights of the waves crashing against the rocks and shore away. Back in Hogsmeade, they were greeted with an icy wind blowing against their faces. Theo scrunched his eyes in discomfort as he pulled up his collar. Next to him, Blaze cursed under his breath as the breeze loosened his scarf. Not even Wilby seemed to be unaffected by the sudden change in weather. "If young Master Theodore has no more requests, Wilby will be returning to Knott Manor," she said, bowing low enough her trembling nose barely grazed the frozen ground. Theo shook his head in answer. "None at all. Thank you for your help, Wilby. We owe this success to you," he said, just succeeding in keeping his teeth from chattering. Blaze nodded in support and waved his hand as Wilby bowed one final time before disapparating away. Move. Blaze immediately began pulling at his arm, leading him over to the entrance to the Three Broomsticks. Theo had absolutely no complaints against his friend's initiative and eagerly hastened his pace. There were two Ravenclaws loitering around the main door, who Blaze eagerly pushed out of his way as he all but ran inside, sighing as the warmth enveloped them. As he adjusted his cloak and shook off the snow that had gathered on his shoulders, Theo searched the room trying to spot Daphne and Tracy. The Three Broomsticks was as full as it tended to be at that hour, with Hogwarts students rushing in for a last butterbeer before heading back to the castle. He found both girls near the back quite easily. Tracy had already spotted them and was waving her arms in the air in greeting. Theo raised his hand briefly before nudging Blaze. "Go ahead," his friend said, pulling off his cloak and handing it over to him. "I'll get us a couple of butterbeers." "Hot, right?" "No, Blaze." Theo made a face at him. "The coldest they have at hand." Blaze snorted before shoving him away, walking over to Madame Rosmerta. Taking that as a dismissal, Theo turned around and began heading toward his friends. They were seated at a booth near a window, the glass fogged up due to the inside heat. Someone, probably Tracy, had drawn a face with a crooked smile on it. "So?" Daphne asked the second Theo took a seat, leaning forward anxiously. "How did it go? Did you find it? Did you expect anything else?" Theo asked teasingly as he took the adder's stone out of his pocket and lay it flat on the table between them. Daphne looked at him as if deciding whether to scowl at him or to give in to her curiosity to inspect the stone. Her curiosity won. "I can't believe you had to do all that work just to get to this little thing," she muttered as she turned it in her hands. Beside her, Tracy craned her neck to get a closer look. It looked so mundane. "Well," Theo frowned at her. "Thank you for those inspiring words, Daphne. Special things can come in simple packages." Tracy winked at her, taking the stone in her hands and holding it up against her eye, using it as if it were a monocle. "Huh, can you see that?" Daphne and Theo shared a quick look before huddling even closer. "See what?" Daphne asked. Instead of answering, Tracy held it up for her so the blonde could look through its hole. I don't see anything special." Tracy lowered the stone with a squawk, gaping at her friend. "What? No, you can see some sort of waves or something. Theo, you look," she insisted, passing over the stone. Theo accepted it back, holding it over his left eye. He didn't really see anything different at first, but after focusing for a moment, he could faintly see what Tracy meant. The air surrounding the nearby students seemed distorted by some invisible force, barely noticeable, but there nonetheless. "How did you even notice them?" Theo asked, lowering the stone. He hadn't looked for more than a couple of seconds, but his head felt like had undergone a particularly nasty occlumency lesson. "Well, they were just there," Tracy shrugged. Next to her, Daphne scowled and picked up the stone once more. She held it to her eye and turned around, blatantly staring at two Hufflepuffs sitting at a table closest to them. She was so engrossed in trying to see for herself whatever it was Tracy and Theo had seen. She didn't notice Blaze walking up to them with two foaming mugs of butterbeer in his hands. "You do realize it's a stone, not a telescope, right?" he asked suddenly, making her gasp and come dangerously close to dropping the stone. "Not the best tool for stalking Hufflepuffs, Daphne." "I wasn't stalking Hufflepuffs," Daphne grumbled, giving up and setting the stone in the middle of their table. Blaze just chuckled as he passed over the mugs to Theo, before settling in next to him. "Care to explain why you were using our newly acquired adder stone to not stalk some of our schoolmates?" Theo leaned forward to catch both Hufflepuffs, sending them a scandalized look and getting up to switch tables. He sighed as he grabbed his butterbeer. He would have probably done the same in their place. Definitely if the Weasley twins were the ones looking at them through a stone. He hummed as he took a deep gulp from his mug, the warm liquid settling nicely in his stomach. Feeling a lot more mentally available, he tuned back in on what his friends were saying. "And Tracy keeps insisting on seeing something, but there's nothing there," Daphne was saying, throwing her hair over her shoulder with an annoyed huff. "It wasn't only me. Theo could see it as well, right, Theo?" Tracy turned to him expectantly. As the three of them turned to stare at Theo, he licked his lips clear of any traces of butterbeer and slowly put his mug down. "Well, I did see something. Aha. I told you, but I don't know what it is, to be precise," he carried on, holding up a hand at Tracy, signaling her to let him finish. "Besides, I could barely see it even when I focused, and I believe that was only because I was looking for something." Daphne shot Tracy a thoughtful look as Blaze looked around with the stone against his eye. "What am I looking for anyway?" Tracy turned to him expectantly. "They're like this wavy pulses coming from everyone around us." "Is that what you saw?" she asked Theo. Shaking his head, he took another sip of butterbeer. "I didn't see waves of any sort, just some kind of distortion around everyone." "That's the best way of defining what I'm seeing," Blaze added, finally putting the stone down. He groaned as he rubbed his temples with the tip of his fingers. "I don't understand. I was fine just staring through it, and the second I caught sight of them, it feels like someone held up a mandrake against my ears." The Slytherin kept groaning as he downed almost half his butterbeer in one go, coughing as he put it down. Concerned, Theo patted his back a couple of times before he seemed to settle down. "Well," Daphne finally said, I suppose I'm suddenly not so disappointed I can't seem to see whatever it is that has you in this state. Tracy just shrugged, wrapping an arm around Daphne's shoulders. Look at the bright side. I guess that really does answer your question from earlier. This mundane-looking stone seems to be the real deal. Deep in thought, Theo wrapped his hands around the warm mug. He didn't take his eyes off the little stone, resting innocuously against the wooden table as he wondered what other secrets could be uncovered with it. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos enjoy a warm butterbeer with our favorite snake gang, and your comments give looking through the outer stone a try. It doesn't exactly end well. Here's a friendly reminder, we have a Discord server, https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. I'm terribly excited about where this FIC is going, and I hope you are as well. Thank you all for your constant support. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. As straight as a circle. Chapter Notes. Hello everyone. So nice to see you here. Thanks for your patience. As always, the deepest, most heartfelt thanks go to my beta, Hermes of Overflow. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. On Sunday morning, Hermione had braved 2 feet of snow and plowed her way to Hagrid's cabin. Harry and Ron wanted to go with her, but their mountain of homework had reached an alarming height again. They had grudgingly remained in the common room, trying to ignore the gleeful shouts drifting up from the grounds outside, where students were enjoying themselves skating on the frozen lake, tobogganing, and worst of all, bewitching snowballs to zoom up to Gryffindor Tower and rap hard against the windows. Oi! Ron snapped, finally losing patience and sticking his head out of the window. I am a prefect, and if one more snowball hits this window, OUCH. He withdrew his head sharply, his face covered in snow. It's Fred and George, he said bitterly, slamming the window behind him. Gits. Just before lunch, Hermione returned from Hagrid's, shivering slightly, her robes damp to the knees. So, said Ron, looking up when she entered. He eagerly pushed aside the essay he'd been working on. Got all his lessons planned for him? Well, I tried, she muttered, sinking into a chair beside Harry. She pulled out her wand and gave it a complicated little wave so that hot air streamed out of the tip. She then pointed this at her robes, which began to steam as they dried out. He wasn't even there when I arrived. I was knocking for at least half an hour. And then he came stumping out of the forest. Harry groaned. The Forbidden Forest was teeming with the kind of creatures most likely to get Hagrid sacked. What's he keeping in there? Did he say? Harry asked. No, Hermione said miserably. He says he wants them to be a surprise. I tried to talk about Umbridge, but he just doesn't get it. He kept saying nobody in their right mind would rather study Gnarls than chimeras. Oh, I don't think he's got a chimera, she added at the appalled look on Harry and Ron's faces. But that's not for lack of trying from what he said about how hard it is to get eggs. I don't know how many times I told him he'd be better off following Grubbly Plank's plan. I honestly don't think he listened to half of what I said. He's in a bit of a funny mood, you know? He still won't say how he got all those injuries. Hagrid's reappearance at the staff table at breakfast next day was not greeted by enthusiasm from all students. Some, like Fred, George, and Lee, roared with delight and sprinted up the aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables to wring Hagrid's enormous hand. Others, like Parvati and Lavender, exchanged gloomy looks and shook their heads. Harry knew that. Many of them preferred Professor Grubbly Plank's lessons, and the worst of it was that a very small, unbiased part of him knew that they had good reason. Grubbly Plank's idea of an interesting class was not one where there was a risk that somebody might have their head ripped off. It was with a certain amount of apprehension that Harry, Ron, and Hermione headed down to Hagrid's on Tuesday for his first class, heavily muffled against the cold. Harry was worried, not only about what Hagrid might have decided to teach them, but also about how the rest of the class, particularly Malfoy and his cronies, would behave if Umbridge was watching them. However, the High Inquisitor was nowhere to be seen as they struggled through the snow towards Hagrid, who stood waiting for them on the edge of the forest. Strangely, he appeared to have more bruises again, but Ron seemed to be most concerned by the thing he was carrying over his shoulder, which looked like half a dead cow. We're working in here today, Hagrid called happily to the approaching students, jerking his head back at the dark trees behind him. Bit more sheltered. Anyway, they prefer the dark. What prefers the dark? Harry heard Malfoy say sharply to Crabbe and Goyle, a trace of panic in his voice. What did he say prefers the dark? Did you hear? Harry remembered the only occasion on which Malfoy had entered the forest before now. He had not been very brave then either. After the Quidditch match, anything that caused Malfoy discomfort was all right with him. He subtly turned to look at Theo, who'd been trailing behind his housemates with Davis. Making sure Malfoy was busy staring at Hagrid in disbelief, he lifted his hand in greeting. Davis was quick to give him 2 thumbs up in answer, but her arms were quickly pushed down by Theo. Harry knew better than to take it personally, though, and was rewarded by Theo shooting a small smile in answer. Ready? Hagrid excitedly called their attention back to him, looking around at the class. Right, well, I've been on a trip into the forest fair your 5th year. Thought we'd go and see these creatures in their natural habitat. Now, what we're studying today is pretty rare. I reckon I'm probably the only person in Britain who's managed to train 'em. And you're sure they're trained, are you? Said Malfoy, the panic in his voice even more pronounced now. Only it wouldn't be the first time you'd brought wild stuff to class, would it? Most of the Slytherins murmured agreement, and a few Gryffindors looked as though they thought Malfoy had a fair point too. Course they're trained, said Hagrid, scowling and hoisting the dead cow a little higher on his shoulder. So what happened to your face, then? Malfoy demanded with a frown. Close to him, Zabini rolled his eyes and walked over to stand closer to Greengrass. Mind your own business, said Hagrid, angrily. Now, if YEA I finished to skin stupid questions, follow me. He turned and strode straight into the forest. Nobody seemed much disposed to follow. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who sighed but nodded, and the 3 of them set off after Hagrid, leading the rest of the class. They walked for about 10 minutes until they reached a place where the trees stood so closely together that it was as dark as twilight, and there was no snow on the ground at all. Hagrid deposited his half-a-cow on the ground with a grunt, stepped back, and turned to face his class again, most of whom were creeping toward him from tree to tree, peering around nervously, as though expecting to be set upon at any moment. Gather rune, Hagrid encouraged them. Now, they'll be attracted by the smell of the meat, but I'm going to give him a call anyway, 'cause they'll like to know it's me. He turned, shook his shaggy head to get the hair out of his face, and gave an odd, shrieking cry that echoed through the dark trees like the call of some monstrous bird. Nobody laughed. Most of them looked too scared to make a sound. Hagrid gave the shrieking cry again. A minute passed in which the class continued to peer nervously over their shoulders and around trees for a first glimpse of whatever it was that was coming. And then, as Hagrid shook his hair back for a 3rd time and expanded his enormous chest, Harry nudged Ron and pointed into the black space between 2 gnarled yew trees. A pair of blank, white, shining eyes were growing larger through the gloom, and a moment later the dragonish face, neck, and then skeletal body of a great, black, winged horse emerged from the darkness. It looked around at the class for a few seconds, swishing its long black tail, then bowed its head and began to tear flesh from the dead cow with its pointed fangs. Thestrals, Harry recalled with relief. He looked eagerly at Ron, but Ron was still staring around into the trees, and after a few seconds he whispered, "Why doesn't Hagrid call again?" Most of the rest of the class were wearing expressions as confused and nervously expectant as Ron's, and were still gazing everywhere but at the horse standing feet from them. There were only 2 other people who seemed to be able to see them. As expected, Theo was watching the horse eating with an expression of great distaste on his face, and surprisingly Neville, whose eyes were following the swishing progress of the long black tail. "Oh, and here comes another one," said Hagrid proudly, as a second black horse appeared out of the dark trees, folded its leathery wings closer to its body, and dipped its head to gorge on the meat. "Now, put your hands up. Who can see him?" Eagerly, Harry raised his hand. Hagrid nodded at him. Yeah, I knew you'd be able to, Harry," he said seriously. "And you too, Neville, eh? And not? Well, excuse me," Malfoy interrupted him in a sneering voice. "But what exactly are we supposed to be seeing?" As an answer, Hagrid pointed at the cow carcass on the ground. The whole class stared at it for a few seconds, Then several people gasped and Parvati squealed. Harry understood why. Bits of flesh stripping themselves away from the bones and vanishing into thin air had to look very odd indeed. "What's doing it?" Parvati demanded in a terrified voice, retreating behind the nearest tree. "What's eating it?" "Thestrals," Hagrid answered proudly, and Hermione gave a soft, "Oh," of comprehension at Harry's shoulder. "Hogwarts has got a whole herd of him in here. Now, who knows, but they're really, really unlucky." Parvati interrupted, looking alarmed. "They're supposed to bring all sorts of horrible misfortune on people who see them. Professor Trelawney told me once." "No, no, no," Hagrid chuckled. "There's just superstition. That is, they aren't unlucky. They're dead clever and useful. Course, this lot don't get a lot of work. It's mainly just pullin' the school carriages unless Dumbledore's talking a long journey and don't wanna apparate. And here's another couple, look." Two more horses came quietly out of the trees, one of them passing very close to Parvati, who shivered and pressed herself closer to the tree, saying, "I think I felt something. I think it's near me." "Don't worry, it won't hurt ya," Hagrid said patiently. "Right, now, who can tell me why you can see them and some can't?" Hermione raised her hand. "Go on then," Hagrid beamed at her. "The only people who can see Thestrals," she said, "are people who have seen death." "That's exactly right," Hagrid nodded solemnly. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, Thestrals. Him. Umbridge had arrived. She was standing a few feet away from Harry, wearing her green hat and cloak again, her clipboard at the ready. Hagrid, who had never heard Umbridge's fake cough before, was gazing in some concern at the closest Thestral, evidently under the impression that it had made the sound. Him. "Oh, hello," Hagrid said, smiling at the witch, having located the source of the noise. "You received the note I sent to your cabin this morning?" Umbridge asked, in the same loud, slow voice she had used with him earlier, as though she were addressing somebody both foreign and very slow. "Telling you that I would be inspecting your lesson?" "Oh, yeah," Hagrid nodded brightly. "Glad ya found the place all right. Well, as you can see. Or, I dunno, can you? We're doing Thestrals today." "I'm sorry?" Umbridge asked loudly, cupping her hand around her ear and frowning. "What did you say?" Hagrid looked a little confused. Thestrals," he said loudly. "Big, winged horses, you know." He flapped his gigantic arms hopefully. Umbridge raised her eyebrows at him and muttered as she made a note on her clipboard, "Has to resort to crude sign language." "Well, anyway," Hagrid said, turning back to the class and looking slightly flustered. What was I saying?" "Appears to have poor, short-term memory," muttered Umbridge, loudly enough for everyone to hear her. Malfoy looked as though Christmas had come a month early. Hermione, on the other hand, had turned scarlet with suppressed rage. "Oh, yeah," said Hagrid, throwing an uneasy glance at Umbridge's clipboard, but plowing on valiantly. "Yeah, I was gonna tell ya how come we got a herd. Yeah, so, we started off with a male and 5 females. This one," he patted thin air, "Nemo Tenebris, he's my special favorite. Fur's one born here in the forest." "Are you aware," Umbridge said loudly, "that the Ministry of Magic has classified Thestrals as dangerous?" "My father said," Theo interjected suddenly, in the same tone that Malfoy always used, Harry noted with glee, "that these ones are domesticated. If they weren't, the Ministry wouldn't allow them to transport students." His comment prompted nearly everyone to turn to look at him, most of them in surprise. Harry figured it was well earned. He didn't think he'd ever heard him speak out during class. He was shocked to see Malfoy almost sneer at his fellow Slytherin. In answer, Theo merely cocked an eyebrow at him as Hagrid finally got over his surprise enough to continue with his lesson. "That's true," Hagrid said, looking at him strangely. "These here creatures aren't any more dangerous than regular horses." Umbridge did not respond. She finished writing her last note, then looked up at Hagrid and said, again very loudly and slowly, "Please continue teaching as usual." "I am going to walk." She mimed walking. Malfoy and Parkinson were having silent fits of laughter. Among the students, she pointed around at individual members of the class and asked them questions. She pointed at her mouth to indicate talking. Hagrid stared at her, clearly at a complete loss to understand why she was acting as though he did not understand normal English. Hermione had tears of fury in her eyes now. "That hag, that evil hag," she whispered, as Umbridge walked toward Pansy Parkinson. "I know what you're doing, you awful, twisted, vicious." Anyway," said Hagrid, clearly struggling to regain the flow of his lesson. "So, Thestrals?" "Yeah. Well, there's loads o' good stuff aboo them. Do you find," said Professor Umbridge in a ringing voice to Pansy Parkinson, "that you are able to understand Professor Hagrid when he talks?" Just like Hermione, Pansy had tears in her eyes, but these were tears of laughter. Indeed, her answer was almost incoherent because she was trying to suppress her giggles. "No, because, well, it sounds like grunting a lot of the time." Umbridge scribbled on her clipboard before smiling indulgently at her and turning to the other Slytherins. "Mr. Knott," she said with a saccharine smile, "so you can see them. Whom did you see die?" Harry watched in anger as Theo's face closed off all of a sudden. He hesitated for a split second before answering. "My mother." "Oh, an accident?" she asked with false concern. Harry's head pulsed with anger, barely noticing the pendant he had finally taken to wearing once more heating up under his robes. "An illness," Theo all but spat through his teeth. It seemed that Umbridge sensed she wouldn't get much more out of him, and stared at the Slytherin in contempt before turning around. She then rounded on the last person who could see the Thestrals. "Neville, what about you, Longbottom? Who was it?" she asked, her tone indifferent. Neville startled at her sudden question, looking around quickly before turning to her. My granddad," he mumbled, looking down at his feet. "And what do you think of them?" She impatiently waved her stubby hand at the horses, who by now had stripped a great deal of the carcass down to bone. You, Neville said nervously, with a glance at Hagrid. "Well, they're okay. Students are too intimidated to admit they are frightened," Umbridge muttered, making another note on her clipboard. "No." Neville shook his head, looking upset. "No, I'm not scared of them. It's quite all right," Umbridge smiled, patting Neville on the shoulder with what she evidently intended to be an understanding smile, though it looked more like a leer to Harry. "Well, Hagrid," she turned to look up at him again, speaking once more in that loud, slow voice. "I think I've got enough to be getting along with. You will receive," she mimed taking something from the air in front of her, "the results of your inspection." She pointed at the clipboard. "In 10 days' time." She held up 10 stubby little fingers. Then, her smile wider and more toad-like than ever before beneath her green hat, she bustled from their midst, leaving Malfoy and Parkinson in fits of laughter and Hermione actually shaking with fury. Theo looking the most incensed Harry had ever seen him, and Neville looked confused and upset. During the following days, December came in with more snow and a positive avalanche of homework for the 5th years. Ron and Hermione's prefect duties also became more and more onerous as Christmas approached. They were called upon to supervise the decoration of the castle. "You try putting up tinsel when Peeves has got the other end and is trying to strangle you with it," said Ron. "To watch over 1st and 2nd years spending their break times inside because of the bitter cold. And their cheeky little snow trags, you know. We definitely weren't that rude when we were in 1st year," said Ron. "And to patrol the corridors in shifts with Argus Filch, who suspected that the holiday spirit might show itself in an outbreak of wizard duels. He's got dung for brains, that one," said Ron furiously. They were so busy that Hermione had stopped knitting elf hats and was fretting that she was down to her last 3. "All those poor elves I haven't set free yet, having to stay over during Christmas because there aren't enough hats." Harry, who didn't have the heart to tell her that Dobby was taking everything she made, bent lower over his history of magic essay. In any case, he did not want to think about Christmas. For the first time in his school career, he very much wanted to spend the holidays away from Hogwarts. Between his Quidditch ban and worry about whether or not Hagrid was going to be put on probation, he felt highly resentful toward the place at the moment. The only thing he really looked forward to were the DA meetings and his practice sessions with Theo, both which would have to stop over the holidays. Hermione was going skiing with her parents, something that greatly amused Ron, who had never before heard of muggles strapping narrow strips of wood to their feet to slide down mountains. Ron, meanwhile, was going home to the burrow. Harry endured several days of jealousy before Ron said, in response to Harry asking how Ron was going to get home for Christmas. "But you're coming too, didn't I say? Mum wrote and told me to invite you." Weeks ago, Hermione had rolled her eyes, but Harry's spirits soared. The thought of Christmas at the Burrow was truly wonderful, only slightly marred by Harry's guilty feeling that he would not be able to spend the holiday with Sirius. He wondered whether he could possibly persuade Mrs. Weasley to invite his godfather for the festivities too, but apart from the fact that he doubted whether Dumbledore would permit Sirius to leave Grimmauld Place, he could not help but feel that Mrs. Weasley might not want him. They were so often at loggerheads. Sirius had not contacted Harry at all since his last appearance in the fire, and although Harry knew that with Umbridge on the constant watch it would be unwise to attempt to contact him, he did not like to think of Sirius alone in his mother's old house, perhaps pulling a lonely cracker with Creature. "You don't look like you're actually meditating," Theo's voice echoed in the room of requirement. Harry sighed and rolled his shoulders. "I'm sitting on a cushion, with my eyes closed and in silence," he retorted, trying his best to appear like he hadn't been lost in thought. "I'd almost believe you." His friend's voice rang out from a different place this time, closer to him. Harry sat as quiet as he could, listening to Theo's footsteps grow louder as he approached, feeling one of his cold fingers press against his forehead. "However, your forehead has had this little crease for the last 5 minutes." Snorting, Harry opened his eyes and blinked a couple of times, easily adjusting to the dim light filling the room. Theo took a couple of steps back, holding out his hand for Harry to grasp. "Sorry," Harry grimaced, allowing himself to be pulled back on his feet. "I really did try. My thoughts just got away from me." "No need to worry," his friend smiled slightly, pulling his wand out of his holster. "It's not precisely a necessary step anyway." Any guilt Harry had been feeling up to that moment vanished in an instant. "Then why did you make me do it?" he protested, wondering if he should take out his wand as well. What did occlumency even entail? He was sure Theo had mentioned it before, but he couldn't remember anything. "You came into the room looking like your head was about to blow off," Theo scoffed, rocking back on his heels. "I thought it would give you enough time to calm down as well as to try and get your thoughts in order." Harry tried his best to throw a glare at his friend, but found himself unable to do so without letting out a laugh. "All right, fine. How do we do this then?" This time, the room was smaller in size and not as well illuminated. It also lacked the usual piles of cushions, which made sense considering no one was going to be thrown into the air. Hopefully. There had only been 2 cushions, probably Theo's doing when he first entered. "I will be casting legilimens on you," Theo explained calmly. "This will allow me to enter your mind and attempt to find a particular memory. I'm not well versed in it. The most Snape has allowed me to see are short moments from potions class, but this is mostly to evaluate how quickly you can push me out." Harry had found himself nodding throughout the explanation, grateful to know what would be going on. "How do I even push you out?" Theo smiled at him gently. "I told you once I believed in your ability to learn this. Do you remember my reasoning?" Harry stuttered. Truthfully, he didn't. Theo took pity on him after a moment of silence. "You resisted the imperious curse. Not anyone is capable of that. Now, try and push your thoughts away. Clear your mind." As he tried to get ready, Harry realized he couldn't clear his mind. How was he even supposed to do that? Not thinking required thinking, and the more he tried to leave his mind black, the more thoughts came rushing to him. "Brace yourself, Harry. Legilimens." Theo cast the spell before Harry could even tense up. He felt a fleeting moment of pride for how fast Theo had become at casting before it was taken away from him by the room swimming in front of his eyes and vanishing. Image after image were racing through his mind like a flickering film, so vivid it blinded him to his surroundings. He was 5, watching Dudley riding a new red bicycle, and his heart was bursting with jealousy. He was 9, and Ripper the bulldog was chasing him up a tree, and the Dursleys were laughing below on the lawn. He was sitting under the sorting hat, and it was telling him he would do well in Slytherin. Hermione was lying in the hospital wing, her face covered with thick, black fur. 100 Dementors were closing in on him beside the dark lake, descending over him and Sirius. Harry found himself kneeling on the ground, panting loudly as the room came back into focus. He startled when a hand landed on his shoulder, coming close to pushing it away before realizing who it belonged to. "Are you all right?" Theo asked worriedly as he helped him get into a more comfortable position. He guided him over to the cushion he had used earlier, easing him into it, and sat on the floor beside him. What was that? He groaned, trying to catch his breath. He felt sick to his stomach, and his head pounded painfully. Had Theo seen all of that as well? That was me looking over your memories. I tried to avoid anything that felt overly emotional, but eventually they just came one after the other. I stopped the spell before anything else could come up, but I'm sorry if I saw anything I shouldn't have. When Harry had enough air in his lungs to raise his head, he noticed Theo was staring resolutely at his wand, avoiding any chance of eye contact. Hey, Harry frowned, reaching over to grab his shoulder. It was sort of a given that this would be sort of invasive, right? And you put yourself through all of this with Snape. I'd say we're pretty much even. Theo sighed before relenting and lifting his head. I suppose you're right. Are you ready for another try? Harry groaned before getting up, shaking his arms as he tried to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling the experience had left him with. Did you even encounter some resistance? Or did you just manage to get through with no problem? Theo's grimace told him all he needed to know. Great, he muttered, finally coming to stand still. At least he now had an experience to prepare himself against. All right, not. Do your worst. He tried to recall how fighting off the imperious curse had felt, bracing himself for the upcoming spell. All through this, Theo watched him through narrowed eyes and a frown. Close your eyes, he demanded, raising his wand. Sorry, what? Harry asked indignantly. Theo cocked an eyebrow at him. When he didn't comply, he dropped it and shot him a look. What? Do you think the Dark Lord is going to give you a warning before attacking your mind? Harry rolled his eyes at Theo's reluctance to refer to Voldemort by any other name and closed his eyes. Happy, terribly so, Theo drawled, sarcasm nearly dripping from each word. Harry shook his head. He shouldn't be getting caught in how Theo's voice sounded. He focused on clearing his mind once more, growing tense as the seconds went by, and he found himself unable to do so. Clear your mind of any emotion. Legilimens. I hate a clemency, Harry groaned. He lay down on his back, feeling the cold from the floor steep into his robes and ground him from his pounding headache. Theo didn't look that great either. They had tried 2 more times. Both of them had to be stopped from Theo's end, but it seemed like casting the spell was taking its toll on him as well. Perhaps, the Slytherin muttered from his place next to him, we're not taking the correct approach. Harry frowned, turning his head to look at him. What do you mean? Well, it's easy for me to push my emotions away. I've been doing so all my life, Theo shrugged, playing with his sleeves. Harry's mood soured at the mention of his friend's less than stellar childhood. Not for the first time. He thought about seeking out Not Senior and what exactly he'd do if he ever came across him. That's not a good thing, Theo, he muttered, watching as the Slytherin turned to look at him. I never said it was. My point is, he said, sitting up a bit and resting his weight on his shoulders. That's not you. You're blunt. You explode. You're the walking embodiment of emotions. Well, don't worry about mincing your words, Harry snarked. Theo wasn't precisely making him feel all that good about himself. It's not a bad thing, Harry. It's just how you are. Theo trailed off for a moment before smiling widely and sitting up properly. Confused, Harry groaned as he pushed himself up too, wondering where the conversation was going. That's why you're so good at casting the Patronus. Your happiest memory must be brighter than the despair the Dementors bring. Well, my emotions aren't exactly helping me here, are they? Theo shot him a considering look. We're being too passive, that must be it. You've never been one to sit and wait for something to happen. You always meet it head on. He groaned and ran his fingers through his hair, making it stand up almost comically. Harry had the impulse of leaning over and taming it before coming back to his senses. What was he thinking? I can't exactly attack whoever is casting it, can I? Theo shook his head. Not always, and it certainly won't help if your connection with the Dark Lord is exploited from a distance. What I mean to say is, we need to rethink our approach to your defenses. He trailed off, staring at nothing as he pondered the idea before shaking his head. That'll be a thought for later. If you have any ideas, do let me know. Harry nodded, despite knowing that the idea would most likely not come from him. Maybe he could ask Hermione. I've been meaning to ask you, Harry started. What happened during Care of Magical Creatures last Tuesday? Don't get me wrong, it was a pleasant change, but what brought it on? Theo winced slightly, tugging at his sleeves. Draco Malfoy saw you the other night and did not take it all that well. Immediately, Harry straightened his back, his eyes widening. What? Why hadn't you said anything? That had been last week. Did Theo not trust him with that knowledge? The Slytherin sighed and scratched the back of his neck, lowering his head. I didn't want you to worry. I figured I would have had it handled by now. Harry frowned. Malfoy had always been an impulsive prat, never knowing when to shut up, but Theo was the complete opposite. He rarely acted on his impulses, preferring to stay back and let the situation play out. His actions on Tuesday were completely out of character. It didn't look like it's been handled. Theo shot him a withering look before deflating. I'm not quite sure what to do about it, to be honest. I've warned him against saying anything about what he saw, but he clearly took that as an invitation to be as annoying as possible. Frowning in concern, Harry reached over to grasp his hand. It'll be all right, he said, squeezing it gently. He'll get over it and go back to his usual routine of picking fights with me. Theo shot him a small smile in answer. Thanks, Harry. Mentally kicking himself for bringing it up, Harry checked his watch and, considering it was only 8, quickly made up his mind about what to do. He got up to his feet, using his grasp on Theo's hand to pull him up as well. I have a proposition for you, he smiled, hoping his idea would work in distracting Theo from what had happened with Malfoy. It's still early. How about we try some new spells? Theo looked at him incredulously. Isn't your brain killing you right now? Harry just shrugged. He couldn't deny he still had a small headache, but he wasn't willing to end the night on that note. Nothing new for me. So, what do you say? Theo tried his best to send him an unamused look, but he was interrupted by a bubbling laugh. As long as you don't send me flying across the room. What do you have in mind? Harry grinned at him widely, before noticing he had yet to let go of his friend's hand. He shifted nervously before shaking his head. Have you ever tried to cast a Patronus charm? Unsurprisingly, Theo had already tried casting the spell before. The surprise was that he was unable to produce more than a wisp of silver light after almost 2 more hours of practicing. Harry hadn't meant for them to practice until so late, but seeing Theo get so close to producing an actual Patronus motivated them both to keep at it. You almost had it, Harry exclaimed when his friend's most recent attempt faded out of sight. Maybe the memory you're focusing on isn't emotional enough? Theo huffed and pushed his curls away from his face. I don't think I have anything better than that, he groaned. Harry caught himself from asking. If Theo hadn't offered any information, then he probably wasn't ready. Is it an old memory? He figured that was a safe enough question, not too invasive. Theo didn't answer verbally, but nodded. That made sense, he supposed. If it was an old memory, it could be that Theo was thinking about his mother. There was absolutely no way he was going to suggest changing for something more recent. You know, he started, I've only really produced a corporeal Patronus 2 times in my life. The first time was in 3rd year. I've told you about that time. He broke off to turn to Theo, who nodded and gestured for him to continue. The second was last summer. Both times were born out of necessity. If I didn't cast that spell, I wasn't going to walk away with my life. Soul. Whatever. The first time was complicated. I thought it had been my father who'd somehow come to save me. He laughed softly, recalling how he'd insisted to Hermione that they wait for the figure to come and cast the spell to save him and Sirius. I held back for so long, only to then realize it had been me. It had always been me, and it was up to me to save myself, he mused, getting lost in his memory of that night. I think it was the knowledge that I could do it, that I was strong enough, what allowed me to cast it. What about the second time? That afternoon last summer? Theo asked with wide eyes. I was so worried that night. If I had known it was Dementors, I would have never let you face them alone. Harry smiled at him, a warm feeling settling in his stomach. I know. It's funny, actually. I had to go over many memories that night to properly cast it. I thought of Ron and Hermione, of never seeing them again. Is that memory that allowed you to cast it? Theo interrupted him, cocking his head to the right. Harry shot him an annoyed look and carried on. No, I thought of you. It wasn't often that he managed to render Theo speechless, so he cherished any chance he got to do so. The Slytherin looked like a fish trying to swallow as much water as possible. "You thought of me?" he asked in a choked voice, his face growing redder by the second. Harry just smiled and took out his pendant from within his robes, thumbing it gently. "I thought about my promise to you, and about how there was no way I was going to break it." He had to break off then, as his voice felt close to failing him. He cleared his throat, blinking harshly before turning to smile at his friend. "I think, more than a memory, sometimes we just need faith in ourselves and the right motivation." Theo stared at him for a couple of seconds before letting out a short laugh. "You'll never cease to surprise me, Potter." "All right then, the right motivation," he said, rolling his head and adjusting his stance. "I think I can do that." Harry took a couple of steps back and watched as Theo closed his eyes, breathing in deeply. They stood in silence for a moment, with Harry watching as Theo's brow began to crease and he finally, and slowly, opened his eyes and raised his wand. "Expecto Patronum!" he cried, and a burst of light erupted from the tip of his wand. This time it was not a wispy cloud, but a small animal. Harry strained his eyes, trying to identify what it was. Something with a slender body and a bushy tail. "A fox," Theo muttered, looking as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After a couple of shocked blinks, a wide smile took over his face. "Harry, it's an Arctic fox. My Patronus is a fox." Harry all but jumped to his side with glee. "You did it! You did it! I knew you could!" he exclaimed, watching as the silver fox jumped around the small room. He quickly noticed that, just like him, Theo was entranced by the creature's movement, so much that he had begun to lower his wand. Harry moved forward, coming to stand behind him, and gently wrapped his own hand around Theo's, preventing his wand from lowering further and interrupting the spell. Theo turned at his touch as though to speak, but stopped when their eyes met and simply stood there in silence, staring at him. It was then that Harry noticed that he was close enough that he could count Theo's eyelashes. He stared into Theo's eyes, everything around them fading into the background. "Your eyes have a little blue in them," he breathed, barely noticing as Theo leaned even closer and that the hand he was still holding had finally lowered, extinguishing the silver fox and the light that had emanated from it. They were barely inches apart when a loud, echoing crack broke the fragile silence like a gunshot. Both boys immediately jumped a couple of steps back, raising their wands in the general direction of the noise. "Harry Potter, sir." Right in front of them stood Dobby, wearing what seemed to be even more of the hats Hermione had knitted. He was wearing enough of them that his height was almost half a foot taller. "Dobby," Harry sighed, lowering his wand. He felt like he wanted to berate the poor elf for interrupting, but what had he interrupted exactly? Dobby didn't mean to interrupt Harry Potter and his friend, Dobby exclaimed, bowing down and yet somehow retaining all of his hats. Dobby came to decorate for the holidays. "For Harry Potter's Thursday meeting. How do you—" "Never mind that." Harry shook his head. He felt nervous all of a sudden. Theo's presence next to him had him feeling nauseous all of a sudden. "Don't worry about interrupting, we were practicing," Theo blurted in, fidgeting in his place as he put back his wand. "We were just practicing, but we're done now." "Right, Harry?" "Absolutely done," Harry nodded, walking over to the door and holding it open for Theo to go through. "Thanks, Dobby. I really appreciate it." Dobby stared at him in confusion before smiling. It is Dobby's honor to help Harry Potter in any way he can. Nodding at him, Harry closed the door behind Theo, and they both stood in there for a moment before they tried speaking at the same time. "I should, perhaps." Theo laughed under his breath and gestured for Harry to speak. "Go on, you first. Do you want me to walk you to the entrance to the dungeons?" "I've got my cloak here with me," he offered, swallowing a couple times after noticing how dry his mouth was. Theo nodded quickly. "Yes, that would be good, thank you." They walked in tense silence. Several times, Harry was tempted to say something, but what was there to say? Sooner than he'd expected, they reached the bottom floor of the grand staircase. After quickly scanning their surroundings with the Marauder's map to make sure no one was around, Theo quietly thanked him and, after an awkward wave of his hand, went down the corridor Harry knew led to the dungeons. Logically speaking, he knew Theo had a low chance of running into trouble. However, Harry didn't move from his place until the dot labeled Theodore not had made its way safely into the Slytherin common room. On Thursday, Harry arrived early in the room of requirement for the last YEA meeting. Before the holidays to check the decorations Dobby had mentioned he would be putting up. He was very glad he had, because when the lamps burst into light he saw 100 golden baubles suspended from the ceiling, each showing a picture of Harry's face and bearing the legend "Have a very Harry Christmas." Harry had almost managed to get the last of them down before the door creaked open and Luna Lovegood entered, looking dreamy as always. "Hello, Harry," she said vaguely, looking around at what remained of the decorations. "These are nice. Did you put them up?" "No," Harry grumbled as he reached for the very last bauble. "It was Dobby the house elf." "Mistletoe," said Luna dreamily, pointing at a large clump of white berries placed almost over Harry's head. He jumped out from under it. "Good thinking," she continued in a more serious tone. "It's often infested with nargles." Harry was saved from the necessity of asking what nargles were by the arrival of more members of the DIA. "Okay," he said, calling them all to order. "I thought this evening we should just go over the things we've done so far, because it's the last meeting before the holidays, and there's no point starting anything new right before a 3-week break." "We're not doing anything new?" Zacharias Smith interrupted in a disgruntled whisper, loud enough to carry through the room. "If I'd known that, I wouldn't have come." "We're all really sorry Harry didn't tell you then," Fred said loudly. Several people sniggered. "We can practice in pairs," said Harry. "We'll start with the impediment jinx, just for 10 minutes, then we can get out the cushions and try stunning again." They all divided up obediently. Harry partnered Neville as usual. The room was soon full of intermittent cries of impedimenta. People froze for a minute or so, during which their partners would stare aimlessly around the room watching other pairs at work, then would unfreeze and take their turn at the jinx. Neville had improved beyond all recognition. After a while, when Harry had unfrozen 3 times in a row, he had Neville join Ron and Hermione again, so that he could walk around the room and watch the others. After 10 minutes on the impediment jinx, they laid out cushions all over the floor and started practicing stunning again. Space was really too confined to allow them all to work this spell at once. Half the group observed the others for a while, then swapped over. Harry felt himself positively swelling with pride as he watched them all. True, Neville did stun Padma Patil rather than Dean, at whom he had been aiming, but it was a much closer miss than usual, and everybody else had made enormous progress. At the end of an hour, Harry called a halt. "You're getting really good," he said, beaming around at them. "When we get back from the holidays, we can start doing some of the big stuff, maybe even patron uses." There was a murmur of excitement. The room began to clear in the usual 2s and 3s. Most people wished Harry a happy Christmas as they went. Feeling cheerful, he collected up the cushions with Ron and Hermione and stacked them neatly away. They both left before he did. He hung back a little, because Cho was still there, and he was hoping to receive a Merry Christmas from her. "No, you go on," he heard her say to her friend Marietta, and his heart gave a jolt. He pretended to be straightening the cushion pile. He was quite sure they were alone now and waited for her to speak. Instead, he heard a hearty sniff. He turned and saw Cho standing in the middle of the room, tears pouring down her face. He didn't know what to do. She was simply standing there, crying silently. "Wah, what's up?" he asked feebly. She shook her head and wiped her eyes on her sleeve. "I'm sorry," she said thickly. "I suppose it's just learning all this stuff. It just makes me wonder whether, if he'd known it all, he'd still be alive." Harry's heart sank right back past its usual spot and settled somewhere around his navel. He ought to have known. She wanted to talk about Cedric. He did know this stuff, Harry said heavily. He was really good at it, or he could never have got to the middle of that maze. But if Voldemort really wants to kill you, you don't stand a chance. She hiccuped at the sound of Voldemort's name, but stared at Harry without flinching. "You survived when you were just a baby," she said quietly. "Yeah, well," said Harry wearily, moving toward the door. "I dunno why. Nor does anyone else, so it's nothing to be proud of." "Oh, don't go," Cho said, sounding tearful again. "I'm really sorry to get all upset like this. I didn't mean to." She hiccuped again. Harry felt thoroughly miserable. He'd have been so pleased just with a Merry Christmas. "I know it must be horrible for you," she said, mopping her eyes on her sleeve again. Me mentioning Cedric, when you saw him die. I suppose you just want to forget about it. Harry didn't reply. It was quite true, but he felt heartless saying it. You're a really good teacher, you know, Cho continued with a watery smile. I've never been able to stun anything before. Thanks, Harry said awkwardly. They looked at each other for a long moment. Harry felt a burning desire to run from the room and, at the same time, a complete inability to move his feet. Mistletoe, Cho said, pointing at the ceiling over his head. Yeah, Harry nodded. His mouth was very dry. It's probably full of nargles, though. What are nargles? No idea, said Harry. She had moved closer. His brain seemed to have been stunned. You'd have to ask Luna. Cho made a funny noise halfway between a sob and a laugh. She was even nearer him now. I really like you, Harry. He could not think. A tingling sensation was spreading throughout him, paralyzing his arms, legs, and brain. She was too close. He could see every tear clinging to her eyelashes. Well, how was it? Ron asked later as he lay on the hearthrug, his transfiguration homework forgotten. Harry had returned to the common room to find his friends in the best seats by the fire, after nearly everybody else had gone to bed. Wet, Harry answered bluntly. Both Ron and Hermione's faces morphed into an expression of confusion. I mean, she was sort of crying. That bad at it, are you? Ron laughed, earning himself a glare from Hermione. What? I'm joking. I'm sure Harry's kissing was more than satisfactory, she defended him. Cho spends half her time crying these days anyway. You'd think a bit of snogging would cheer her up, Ron grinned. Harry shrugged at that. He wasn't sure it could classify as one. It wasn't really a snog, he began, but Hermione wasn't paying attention to him anymore, choosing instead to turn to look at Ron with a frown. Don't you understand how she must be feeling? No, Harry and Ron said together. Hermione sighed, looking at the pair of them with an almost pitying expression on her face. Well, obviously, she's feeling sad about Cedric. Therefore, I expect she's feeling confused because she liked Cedric and now she likes Harry, and she can't work out who she likes best. Then she'll be feeling guilty, thinking it's an insult to Cedric's memory to be kissing Harry at all, and she'll be worrying about what everyone else might say about her if she starts going out with Harry. And she probably can't work out what her feelings toward Harry are anyway, because he was the one who was with Cedric when Cedric died. So that's all very mixed up and painful. She's also conflicted because Umbridge is threatening to sack her mom from her job at the ministry, and she's afraid she's going to be thrown off the Ravenclaw Quidditch team because she's been flying so badly. A slightly stunned silence greeted the end of this speech, and then Ron blurted out, "One person can't feel all that at once. They'd explode. Just because you've got the emotional range of a teaspoon doesn't mean we all have," Hermione said nastily. She was the one who started it, Harry muttered. He still wasn't sure about how he felt about the situation. I would not have. She just sort of came at me, and next thing she's crying all over me. I didn't know what to do. Don't blame you, mate. Ron seemed to be alarmed at the very thought. You just had to be nice to her, Hermione said, looking at him anxiously. You were, weren't you? Well, Harry ran his hand through the back of his head, an unpleasant heat creeping up his face. I sort of patted her on the back a bit. Hermione looked as though she was restraining herself from rolling her eyes with extreme difficulty. Well, I suppose it could have been worse, she said. However, if she hadn't kissed you, would you have initiated it? Ron immediately scoffed. Of course he would have. Right, Harry? He asked, turning his head to stare at him. The second he did, his smile began to slip off his face. Harry wasn't sure what his expression looked like. He just knew he didn't have an answer. Hermione's question had opened up a whole new view of frightening possibilities. He tried to imagine going somewhere with Cho, Hogsmeade, perhaps, and being alone with her for hours at a time. The thought made his stomach clench painfully. Oh, well, Hermione said hesitantly, an odd look on her face. I figured you would. After all, you've liked her for ages. What if he doesn't anymore? Said Ron, still watching Harry with an unusually shrewd expression on his face. Harry pondered the thought for a moment. Yes, he had liked Cho for ages, but whenever he had imagined a scene involving the two of them, it didn't bring up the feelings he had gotten used to. Well, that would be just fine, Hermione replied, leaning back on her armchair. I just think that one should be serious about who they go about kissing. From the floor, it was Ron's turn to frown at her. Well, do you think about someone to go about kissing? He asked, affronted. Hermione immediately turned beet red, picking up the letter she had discarded earlier when Harry had entered the room. No, she retorted, placing it in between her and Ron. It's the principle of it. Because you've been hanging out around not a lot these days, Ron continued, narrowing his eyes at her. You don't think about kissing him, do you? Harry's mouth went dry all of a sudden. He shook his head and dismissed Ron's idea. There was no way Theo liked Hermione. It was ridiculous. They were friendly with each other, but that was it. Besides, Theo barely tolerated anyone outside of his close friends, and he certainly didn't like Hermione. Firstly, I can think about kissing whoever I want, Ronald, Hermione was saying, her fingers clenching her letter tight enough to wrinkle it. And second, even if I did think about kissing not, she sneered at him, I'm not his type. Harry's thoughts came to a sudden halt as Ron sat up alarmed. What do you mean you're not his type? He asked, his voice going unnaturally high before clearing his throat. I mean, has he said anything to you? Because if he did, well, that slimy bastard. Theo had a type? Harry thought incredulously. I meant, Hermione said, exhaling loudly, that he's not interested in girls, Ronald. Is that blunt enough for you? It did seem to be enough for Ron, considering he blinked at her for a second before deflating. Oh, yes, oh, Hermione repeated mockingly. And don't you even think about going about talking about his private matters to everyone? I don't even want to talk about him right now. I don't care. Why would I talk about him to anyone? How do you know? Harry found himself asking. Ron took the opportunity and ran with it. Yes. How do you know? Hermione rolled her eyes at them, rolling her shoulders and settling in the armchair. It's obvious for anyone who has a pair of working eyes. Except for you two, it seems. Not as straight as a circle. Ron squinted at her one last time before shrugging, seeming slightly appeased. Hermione happily buried her face in her letter, eager to leave the conversation behind. On the other hand, Harry was left with his stomach twisting itself in knots and wondering if he was having a belated reaction to Cho's kiss. Not. Theo turned to see Granger walking over to him just before their arithmancy lesson began. She unceremoniously dropped the pile of books she was carrying on the empty seat next to him and settled down. Once upon a time, that seat used to be always empty. Theo wasn't quite sure yet if he was glad that it changed. Granger, he nodded at her, closing the book he had been reading as he waited for their professor to arrive. He turned to look at her and immediately frowned, staring as she very obviously checked to see if anyone was close to them before leaning toward him. Are you an owl? Why are you moving your neck like that? He asked, pushing away his book. Granger spluttered before waving him off. Harry's not at Hogwarts anymore. What? Theo asked in a loud voice and got immediately shushed by the Gryffindor. Lower your voice. She hissed at him, looking around wildly. Frowning even more, Theo yanked on her robes to get her attention. What do you mean? He snarled in a hushed whisper, letting go when she had turned to face him once more. The class was all but empty anyway, their only company being a Hufflepuff studying in the front row. He hadn't even turned at Theo's outburst. Just keep your voice down, Granger insisted before continuing. McGonagall told me Harry had a dream last night about Mr. Weasley getting attacked in the Ministry of Magic. Except it wasn't a dream at all, Harry. Did his mind connect with the Dark Lords? Theo's heart had plummeted down to his stomach, leaving him cold all over. This was his fault. If only they had practiced more clemency instead of wasting their time trying to cast a bloody Patronus. How did you? Granger began before biting her lip. It doesn't matter. The point is that Harry and the Weasleys are no longer at Hogwarts. They're at whatever secret location your oh-so-secret organization has deemed safe enough. Yes. Theo barely refrained himself from rolling his eyes. Is Harry all right? Granger's eyes softened. Of course Harry told you. Yes, he's fine. Perhaps shaken by what happened, but fine. Appeased, Theo nodded and settled back on his seat. In the heat of the moment, he had unconsciously begun leaning towards Granger. Very well, then. Thank you for letting me know, he said, getting his breathing back to normal. Harry was fine. He was fine. They would be practicing more clemency the second the Gryffindor was back in Hogwarts. He fidgeted with his sleeve for a moment. Had the pendant failed? I'll be heading over there tomorrow once the train arrives in London, Granger continued, prompting him to look up. In case you want to send him a letter, I'd bet I could get it to him faster than any owl. Theo pondered the thought for a second before nodding. If it's not a bother, I'd like to take you up on your offer, he said before bowing his head slightly in her direction. Thank you, Granger. Granger smiled at him brightly before hesitating, making Theo sigh. Out with it. I noticed you're done with the book I lent you, she shrugged, gesturing to the book he had pushed away. You could thank me by also exchanging books. This is horrible, Blaise complained the following day as he, Daphne and Theo all but pushed their way through the train, trying to find an empty carriage. Has everyone suddenly decided to head home for the holidays? The other option is staying in the castle with Umbridge. Are you really surprised? Theo groaned as they finally got past the most recent wave of students. Where is Tracy? Anyways, as if dragging their own trunks behind them wasn't hard enough, they had an extra one to carry considering their missing friend had been held back by Professor Snape. She'll find us, don't fret, Daphne muttered as she searched their surroundings a couple of steps ahead of them. Of course, she had tasked Blaise with carrying her trunk, leaving Theo to struggle with his own and Tracy's. There, eagerly and as fast as they could, both boys followed her into a nearby empty compartment. The second they were in, they shoved the 4 trunks away from them and collapsed on the nearest seats. You two look pathetic, Daphne said unkindly as she sat down across from them. Next time you carry 2 trunks and we'll see how you fare, Blaise sighed as he dropped against Theo's arm. It seemed they had found their compartment just in time. 5 minutes had barely passed by and the train's whistle blew, signifying their departure from Hogsmeade. Theo enjoyed a couple more minutes of peace before remembering he had a delivery to get to. Blaise groaned when he was unceremoniously pushed off when the other boy leaned over to open his trunk. What are you doing? There's something I need to do, and I'd rather do it now than later, he muttered as he took out the items at the top. Daphne looked away from the window she'd been staring out of and shot him a confused look. Potter again? I didn't see him board the train with the other Gryffindors, she mused, flicking her nails. Theo was saved from having to answer by Blaise slapping his back in support. Not a moment's rest for this one. Hey Daphne, what would you say to a match of chess while Theo runs around? Only if it's followed by Theo wiping the board with you when he gets back, she winked, leaning over to receive the set Theo handed over to her. After that, he closed his trunk and pushed it out of the way, somehow managing to stand with his arms full. Take heart, Daphne, he laughed as he pushed the door open. You'll beat him one of these days. However, that day is not today, Blaise snarked, getting a laugh out of Theo as he closed the door behind him. Enough time had passed that the hallway was now deserted, with everyone settling down in a compartment of their own. Considering they had settled close to the middle of the train, Theo figured he'd have the best luck walking to the very end before making his way to the front. It was tedious, craning his neck and straining his ears to try and either catch a glimpse or recognize the voice of any fifth-year Gryffindor who would have a chance of knowing where Granger was. He mentally scolded himself for not handing the items over to her earlier. He had to walk for a while, but just as he neared the final compartments he heard the unmistakable sound of Longbottom's voice. He sneered, gearing himself up and opening the compartment door. Immediately, silence took over. Longbottom had frozen with his hands in the air where they had been gesticulating wildly. Next to him, Granger smiled at him and waved. Hey, not, she said, rising from her seat with 2 books in her hands. I was just thinking of going to find you myself. Granger, Longbottom, Theo said, nodding at them both before taking a step back and gesturing for Granger to step out. After you. From his seat, Longbottom frowned and shot Granger a look, seemingly asking for confirmation that she would indeed be all right waking out. Theo mentally snorted, as if Granger would be in any danger from him or anyone. If there was a place he'd never want to be, it would be right in front of the wrong end of her wand. Once Granger had exited the compartment, he closed the door behind them. Here you go, he said, holding over the items he'd been carrying. Books and Harry's letter. He decided to lend her his copy of Europe's Ancient Tongues, which was unfortunately quite heavy, along with the copy of The Great Gatsby she had previously lent him. It would be her problem soon enough. Granger's eyes brightened the second she caught sight of the title, eagerly handing over the 2 books she'd been carrying. The Catcher in the Rye, he read with interest. That would tide him over until Blaze and he were able to go search for the shop and put an end to the riddle business. "What's this third O?" Granger exclaimed, spotting the extra item Theo had silently handed over. He'd hoped she would notice it once she was back in her compartment. "I'll make sure this gets to him with no issue on the 25th, she assured him, placing the wrapped parcel over the books before attempting a horrible wink. Theo pressed his lips together and breathed through his nose. "Granger? Please never wink at me again." It was a much quicker walk back to their compartment, made much more pleasant by the surprise of encountering Tracy just before he reached their friends. "Theo," she greeted happily, bouncing from where she had been squinting at the top of a compartment door. "What were you doing walking around? Meeting with someone?" She accompanied her questions with a teasing nudge to his shoulder. Theo shot her a fond look before opening their compartment door, gesturing for her to go in. "I had something to deliver before we reached London," he explained, reclaiming his seat next to Blaze. He took a moment to examine the chessboard. It seemed that Daphne had put up a valiant fight against the other boy. "I figured I might as well do it and relax the rest of the way." He set his book down next to him and began rearranging the pieces. He'd been promised a match after all. "The Catcher in the Rye?" Daphne read from her place across from him, reaching over and taking the book in her hands. "I haven't heard of it before." "I have," Tracy happily declared, pushing against Daphne's side to take a good look at it. "I think my mom has a copy of it at home. It's a Muggle book." "Why are you reading a Muggle book? Did you finally read everything the wizarding world had to offer?" Theo sniffed at her indignantly as he finally finished moving the pieces. "You're hilarious, Davis. Now switch with me." "I can't beat Blaze while seated next to him." They had done that exactly one time and Theo had learned his lesson the hard way. Just as he had been about to checkmate his friend, Blaze had accidentally shoved his shoulder against his. Theo's arm had toppled his king over and Blaze had proudly claimed victory. "That wasn't an answer," Daphne interjected as Tracy and he switched places. She had calmly decided to peruse Granger's book, taking her time to inspect every page. "Who lent you this? How do you even know it's a loan?" "Pawn to E4, Blaze said, his eyes glued to the board as he began planning his strategy. Theo internally rolled his eyes. He always played the same opening. When would he learn? "Knight to C6, he muttered, leaning back and tapping his fingers against his leg. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Daphne asked, not waiting for an answer. "It's old but cared for, filled with annotations and page markers. Theo would never get something secondhand, so this wasn't bought for him. Not to mention this is apparently a Muggle book, not his usual cup of tea. Have I told you how attractive it is when you do that?" "Knight to F3. Ignoring him, Tracy hummed nonchalantly. "I think if Theo would ever get something secondhand, it would be a book." The 4 of them watched as Theo's pawn advanced to D5. "Bishop to D3. Blaze bit the top of his thumb before looking up. "Is it a good book at least?" Next to him, Tracy shrugged. "Never bothered reading it." "Theo, I just got it. How would I know?" Theo answered, watching as Daphne finally reached the last page. "Knight to F6. Are you done, Daphne?" Gently closing the book, she placed it in the space between them. "Well, take good care of it. I don't think Granger would be too pleased if something happened to it over the holidays." "Granger?" Blaze and Tracy asked in unison as Theo massaged the bridge of his nose. Perhaps he should have gone looking for her later after all. "How did you even?" Theo didn't get to complete his question before she leaned over and opened the book to the first page. Right there in blue ink and messy handwriting was W. "Granger." "Oh," Blaze cackled. "Should have thought twice before letting Daphne take a look at it if you wanted to keep it a secret. I thought you were having secret meetings with another Gryffindor. Did your taste stray?" Pawn to D5. Pieces of Theo's pawn fell against the floor. "Queen to D5, he said, sending Blaze's bishop and knight into a sudden tremor. Blaze blinked at his queen a couple of times before shaking his head and making his next move. "Knight to C3. Tracy turned to frown at Blaze. "Don't you dare suggest that. Do you know how invested I am in this?" she sneered, sitting back with a huff. You didn't see Theo during Gryffindor's last match. We're just exchanging books, Theo sighed. At least now he knew about that particular detail. It seemed that Book would only know the interior of his room while he stayed at Knott Manor. Change of topic, please. Queen to h5. You never let me have any fun, Blaise complained before acquiescing and castling. Very well then. Plans for the holidays? I believe I let you have too much fun sometimes, Theo deadpanned as he raised his right eyebrow. Bishop to g4. Tracy eagerly explained that Daphne and her would be going to Spain with Daphne's parents and then spending the new year in Brixton with Tracy's family. Pawn to h3, Blaise said before turning to Tracy. You've got a younger brother at home, right? She nodded happily. Maddie'll be 11 next summer. He's crazy about starting at Hogwarts. Mum enrolled him in a muggle school until then. Theo smiled gently at that before instructing his knight to move over to e5. What do you even learn at muggle schools? Daphne asked as she watched Blaise's pawn slam a bishop to pieces. Why'd you let that happen? I need you to win this. Patience, Daphne, he said before sending one of his knights to reclaim the square. They learn mathematics, right? Harry mentioned it's sort of like our arithmancy. Tracy winced as she twirled a piece of hair around her finger. I suppose. I never did pay much attention in maths, to be honest. Was there anything you actually paid attention in? Blaise snickered. Knight to e5. Tracy sent him a glare. What will you be doing before New Year's, Theo? Daphne interrupted, eager to put a stop to Tracy and Blaise's bickering. Theo's mood soured slightly. I'll be reading Catcher in the Rye. Queen to h2. That covers today then. What will you be doing tomorrow? Mother wanted me to invite you over for New Year's, hey? Blaise's king had thrown his crown at Theo's queen's feet. His curses were drowned by Tracy, continuing their conversation. Will we all be meeting in January? I was wondering whether to send my gifts by owl. Probably best, Blaise said, leaning down to collect his broken pieces. This asshole and I will be searching for the final piece of our riddle during the first days of January. We can meet once we find it. Good, Daphne smiled. I want to see what makes that shop so interesting. It must be something special considering the time you two have invested in it. Theo snorted as the remains of their pieces began putting themselves back together. Blaise is just motivated by pride. That's the only reason he's so interested in seeing it resolved. Oh, like you're so much better. You just want a book, Blaise groaned. Knowledge is power, Blaise, Theo sing-songed, putting away the set. You'd know that if you opened a book every once in a while. I have you. Blaise grinned with far too many teeth. What do I need books for? Will your mother be meeting you at the station? I'd like to say hello to the only one with brains in your family. How will you be getting home, Theo? Tracy asked, leaning forward to watch the end of their game. I thought you might have traveled with Blaise and his mother, but apparently not. Wilby will be picking me up, he answered. It was their tradition by now. Last term had been the exception, but they normally spent the afternoon. He came back with Theo, telling her how everything had gone over tea and Cornish pasties. With a heavy heart, he remembered the last time the manor had been appropriately decorated for Christmas. Perhaps he could talk Wilby into decorating the conservatory with him. The remaining train ride went by quickly, and soon enough, Theo found himself bidding his friends goodbye and promising to write the moment he got back to Ireland. He waved Blaise and his mother away with a wide smile that dropped the second he turned away. He felt the hair on his arms stand on end, the quick beating of his heart pounding in his head as his hands clammed up. It wasn't Wilby waiting for him at the end of the platform. It was his father. Chapter end notes. Your kudos try to beat Theo at chess and fail. Your comments cry out in despair at our boys getting interrupted. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. The Fanged Servant. Chapter notes. Hello everyone. Happy to report I'm not dead, which is always good. As always, the deepest, most heartfelt thanks go to my beta, Hermes of Overflow. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry could not remember if he had ever sat through a night longer than this one. Fawkes had arrived with Mrs. Weasley's letter a couple hours ago, and while reassuring, her brief message had also carried an air of uncertainty. Dad is still alive, it read. It sounded to Harry as though Mr. Weasley was hovering somewhere between life and death. Sirius had suggested a while ago, without any real conviction, that they all go to bed, but the Weasleys' looks of disgust were answer enough. Throughout the night, Fred and George had slowly lost their mutinous looks after being convinced by Sirius that storming St. Mungo's in the middle of the night, with knowledge of an attack at the Ministry of Magic that they should absolutely not have, was a bad idea. Ginny was curled like a cat on her chair, but her eyes were open. Harry could see them reflecting the firelight. Ron was sitting with his head in his hands. Whether awake or asleep, it was impossible to tell. He and Sirius looked at each other every so often, intruders upon the family grief. Harry spared his godfather's appearance a quick thought. He was unshaven and still in his day clothes. There was also a slightly mundungus-like whiff of stale drink about him. He made a note to talk to him later, if there even was a later for him. He raised his hand and thumbed the remains of the pendant that was still attached to the leather cord. He wasn't sure when it had broken, but he'd awoken in a frenzy and just faintly felt the burning sensation the pieces had left against his skin. He tried to take a deep breath, but with everything that had happened, it had little effect on his nerves. His stomach was full of horrible hot, bubbling guilt. They would not be here if it were not for him. They would all still be asleep in bed. And it was no good telling himself that by raising the alarm he had ensured that Mr. Weasley was found, because there was also the inescapable business of it being him who had attacked Mr. Weasley in the first place. It wasn't until at 8:10 in the morning, by Ron's watch, that the kitchen door swung open and Mrs. Weasley entered the kitchen. She was extremely pale, but when they all turned to look at her, Fred, Ron, and Harry half rising from their chairs, she gave a wan smile. "He's going to be all right," she said, her voice weak with tiredness. "He's sleeping. We can all go and see him later. Bill's sitting with him now. He's going to take the morning off work." Fred fell back into his chair with his hands over his face. George and Ginny got up, walked swiftly over to their mother, and hugged her. Ron gave a very shaky laugh and threw his arm over Harry's shoulders. "Breakfast!" Sirius exclaimed loudly and joyfully, jumping to his feet. "Where's that accursed house elf? Creature, nothing." "Oh, forget it, then," Sirius muttered, quickly counting the people in front of him. "So it's breakfast for, let's see, 7? Bacon and eggs, I think, and some tea and toast." Harry hurried over to the stove to help, ducking under Ron's arm. He didn't want to intrude upon the Weasleys' happiness, and he dreaded the moment when Mrs. Weasley would ask him to recount his vision. However, he had barely taken plates from the cabinet when Mrs. Weasley lifted them out of his hands and pulled him into a hug. "I don't know what would have happened if it hadn't been for you, Harry," she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "They might not have found Arthur for hours, and then it would have been too late. But thanks to you, he's alive, and Dumbledore's been able to think up a good cover story for Arthur being where he was. You've no idea what trouble he would have been in otherwise. Look at poor Sturgis." Harry could hardly stand her gratitude, but fortunately she soon released him to turn to Sirius and thank him for looking after her children through the night. In turn, Sirius said that he was very pleased to have been able to help, and hoped they would all stay with him as long as Mr. Weasley was in hospital. "Oh, Sirius, I'm so grateful. They think he'll be there a little while, and it would be wonderful to be nearer. Of course, that might mean we're here for Christmas. The more the merrier," Sirius said with such an obvious sincerity that Mrs. Weasley beamed at him. She then threw on an apron and began to help with breakfast. "Sirius," Harry muttered, unable to stand it a moment longer. "Can I have a quick word?" "Air, now." He walked into the dark pantry, and Sirius followed. Without preamble, Harry told his godfather every detail of the vision he had had, including the fact that he himself had been the snake who had attacked Mr. Weasley. When he paused for breath, Sirius asked, "Did you tell Dumbledore this?" "Yes," Harry answered impatiently, "but he didn't tell me what it meant." "Well, he doesn't tell me anything anymore." "I'm sure he would have told you if it was anything to worry about," Sirius said steadily. "But that's not all," said Harry in a voice only a little above a whisper. "Sirius, I think I'm going mad." Back in Dumbledore's office, just before we took the portkey, for a couple of seconds there I thought I was a snake. I felt like one. My scar really hurt when I was looking at Dumbledore. Sirius, I wanted to attack him. He could only see a sliver of Sirius's face. The rest was in darkness. It must have been the aftermath of the vision. That's all, Sirius said, shaking his head. You were still thinking of the dream, or whatever it was, and it wasn't that, Harry said, shaking his head. It was like something rose up inside me. Like there's a snake inside me. Do you want to hurt him now? Go to Hogwarts and attack Dumbledore? The question threw Harry off base. He was sure of what he had felt, but when he took a moment to think about it, he didn't feel the same terrifyingly strong hate against his headmaster. He was irritated, yes. He felt anger, yes, but it wasn't the same. No, he muttered, feeling stupid all of a sudden. Was he making a mess out of things? As if his life wasn't already complicated enough. Listen to me, Harry, Sirius said, taking a hold of his shoulders. We don't know why you got that vision, but if it wasn't for it, no one would have found Arthur in time. I'm sure Dumbledore is looking into why you saw it from the snake's perspective. We just need to trust him. Harry bitterly lowered his head. Easier said than done. Hey, Sirius insisted, giving him a slight shake. Believe me, I'm not Dumbledore's biggest fan right now, but we need to have trust. The old man knows what he's doing. Then why won't he tell me anything? Harry asked. He's never hidden so many things from me before, things that directly concern me, that you know of, the older man said. We don't know what goes on in his head. But Harry finally raised his head. He could barely make out Sirius's features, but he still felt a surge of warmth envelop him when he was suddenly wrapped in his arms. He felt all of his strength leave, and all he could do was lift his arms to grasp at Sirius's robes. I just feel so angry. All of the time. You need to sleep, Sirius said firmly. I promise, I swear to you, Harry, we'll get to the end of this. This connection you seem to have with Voldemort, it doesn't define you. Do you understand? He pulled back and Harry made an effort to look him in the eye. You're a very good person who bad things have happened to. That's it. Besides, the world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters, you know? He waited until Harry nodded to continue. We've all got light and dark inside of us. What matters is the part we choose to act on. That's who we really are, and no connection with Voldemort will ever be enough to change your heart. Harry pulled Sirius back to him, feeling his eyes prickle with unshed tears as the older man wrapped his arms around him once more. They stood there for a couple of minutes, until Harry felt well enough to let go and take a step back. Now, Sirius said, clearing his throat, you're going to have breakfast and then go upstairs to bed, and then you can go and see Arthur after lunch with the others. You're probably still in shock, Harry. Don't let any thoughts you have now influence your decisions. He clapped Harry on the shoulder and gently led him out of the pantry. In his defense, Harry did try to spend the rest of the morning sleeping. He felt like he had dozed off once or twice, but the fear that he might become the serpent again in his sleep and awake to find that he had attacked Ron, or else slithered through the house after one of the others, kept waking him up. Every time that happened, he repeated Sirius's words from earlier to himself as he clung to the broken pendant. He knew it was beyond repair. He didn't feel anything from it anymore, but it still brought him enough comfort to doze off once more. When Ron woke up, Harry pretended to have enjoyed a refreshing nap too. Their trunks arrived from Hogwarts while they were eating lunch, so that they could dress as muggles for the trip to St. Mungo's. Everybody except Harry was riotously happy and talkative as they changed out of their robes into jeans and sweatshirts, and they greeted Tonks and Mad-Eye, who had turned up to escort them across London. Tonks was very interested in Harry's vision of the attack on Mr. Weasley, something he was not remotely interested in discussing. There isn't any seer blood in your family, is there? She inquired curiously, as they sat side by side on a train rattling toward the heart of the city. No, Harry muttered, thinking of Professor Trelawney and feeling insulted. No, Tonks mused. No, I suppose it's not really prophecy you're doing, is it? I mean, you're not seeing the future, you're seeing the present. It's odd, isn't it? Useful, though. Harry didn't feel like answering. They got out at the next stop, a station in the very heart of London, and they all followed her up the escalator to a large, old-fashioned, red brick department store. The place had a shabby, miserable air. The window displays consisted of a few chipped dummies with their wigs, askew, standing at random and modeling fashions at least 10 years out of date. Large signs on all the dusty doors read, closed for refurbishment. Harry distinctly heard a large woman laden with plastic shopping bags say to her friend as they passed, "It's never open, that place, right?" Tonks said, beckoning them towards a window displaying nothing but a particularly ugly female dummy. Its false eyelashes were hanging off, and it was modeling a green nylon pinafore dress. "Watch her," she muttered. "We're here to see Arthur Weasley." Harry thought how absurd it was for Tonks to expect the dummy to hear her talking so quietly through a sheet of glass, with buses rumbling along behind her and all the racket of a street full of shoppers. Then he reminded himself that dummies couldn't hear anyway. Next second, his mouth opened in shock as the dummy gave a tiny nod and beckoned with its jointed finger, and Tonks had seized Ginny and Mrs. Weasley by the elbows, stepped right through the glass and vanished. The rest of them followed into what seemed to be a crowded reception area where rows of witches and wizards sat, some looking perfectly normal, others sporting gruesome disfigurements such as elephant trunks or extra hands. Many of them were also making peculiar noises, including a woman whose ears kept emitting steam and high-pitched whistles, and a man who clanged loudly every time he moved. "Over here," Mrs. Weasley called, and they all gathered in a queue in front of a sort of reception desk. A very old, stooped wizard with a hearing trumpet shuffled to the front as they waited. "I'm here to see Broderick Bode," he wheezed. "Ward 49, but I'm afraid you're wasting your time," said the witch dismissively. "He's completely addled, you know, still thinks he's a teapot." Next, Mrs. Weasley moved forward to the desk. "Hello," she said. "My husband, Arthur Weasley, was supposed to be moved to a different ward this morning. Could you tell us?" "Arthur Weasley," said the witch, running her finger down a long list in front of her. "Yes, first floor, second door on the right, Llewellyn Ward." "Thank you," said Mrs. Weasley. "Come on, you lot." They followed her through the double doors and along the narrow corridor beyond, which was lined with portraits of famous healers and lit by crystal bubbles full of candles that floated up on the ceiling, looking like giant soapsuds. When they arrived, Tonks said, "We'll wait outside, Molly. Arthur won't want too many visitors at once. It ought to be just the family first." Mad Eye growled his approval of this idea and set himself with his back against the corridor wall, his magical eye spinning in all directions. Harry drew back, too, but Mrs. Weasley reached out a hand and pushed him through the door, saying, "Don't be silly, Harry. Come on." Once inside, Harry was pleased and relieved to see that Mr. Weasley was propped up on several pillows and reading the Daily Prophet by the solitary ray of sunlight falling onto his bed. He looked up as they walked towards him and, seeing who it was, beamed. "Hello," he called, throwing the prophet aside. "Bill just left, Molly. Had to get back to work, but he says he'll drop in on you later." "How are you, Arthur?" Mrs. Weasley asked, bending down to kiss his cheek and looking anxiously into his face. "You're still looking a bit peaky." "I feel absolutely fine." Mr. Weasley smiled brightly, holding out his good arm to give Ginny a hug. "If they could only take the bandages off, I'd be fit to go home." "Why can't they take them off, Dad?" George asked. "Well, I start bleeding like mad every time they try," Mr. Weasley answered cheerfully, reaching across for his wand, which lay on his bedside cabinet, and waving it so that extra chairs appeared at his bedside to seat them all. "It seems there was some rather unusual kind of poison in that snake's fangs that keeps wounds open. They're sure they'll find an antidote, though. They say they've had much worse cases than mine, and in the meantime I just have to keep taking a blood-replenishing potion every hour." "So, you going to tell us what happened, Dad?" Fred asked, pulling his chair closer to the bed. "Well, you already know, don't you?" Mr. Weasley said with a significant smile at Harry. "It's very simple. I'd had a very long day, dozed off, got sneaked up on and bitten." "Is it in the Prophet, you being attacked?" Fred gestured toward the newspaper Mr. Weasley had cast aside. "No, of course not," Mr. Weasley said with a slightly bitter smile. "The Ministry wouldn't want everyone to know a dirty great serpent got Arthur," Mrs. Weasley said warningly. "Got, me," Mr. Weasley said hastily, though Harry was quite sure that was not what he had meant to say. "So where were you when it happened, Dad?" George asked. "That's my business," Mr. Weasley answered with a small smile. He snatched up the Daily Prophet, shook it open again and said, I was just reading about Willie Wittershans's arrest when you arrived. You know Willie turned out to be behind those regurgitating toilets last summer? One of his jinxes backfired. The toilet exploded, and they found him lying unconscious in the wreckage, covered from head to foot in. When you say you were on duty, Fred interrupted in a low voice. What were you doing? You heard your father, Mrs. Weasley whispered harshly. We are not discussing this here. Go on about Willie Wittershan's, Arthur. You were guarding it, weren't you? George insisted. The weapon? The thing you know. Who's after? George, be quiet. Mrs. Weasley snapped. Anyway, Mr. Weasley tried, raising his voice. This time Willie's been caught selling biting doorknobs to muggles, and I don't think he'll be able to worm his way out of it because according to this article, 2 muggles have lost fingers and are now in St. Mungo's for emergency bone regrowth and memory modification. Just think of it. Muggles and St. Mungo's. I wonder which ward they're in. He looked around as though hoping to see a signpost. Didn't you say you know who's got a snake, Harry? Fred asked, looking at his father for a reaction. A massive one? You saw it the night he returned, didn't you? That's enough, Mrs. Weasley said crossly. Mad-Eye and Tonks are outside, Arthur. They want to come and see you. And you lot can wait outside, she added to her children and Harry. You can come and say goodbye afterward. Go on. They trooped back into the corridor. Mad-Eye and Tonks went in and closed the door of the ward behind them. Fred raised his eyebrows. Fine, he said coolly, rummaging in his pockets. Be like that. Don't tell us anything. Looking for these? George asked, holding out what looked like a tangle of flesh-colored string. You read my mind, said Fred, grinning. Let's see if St. Mungo's puts imperturbable charms on its ward doors, shall we? He and George disentangled the string and separated 5 extendable ears from each other. Fred and George handed them around. Harry hesitated to take one. Go on, Harry. Take it. You saved Dad's life. If anyone's got the right to eavesdrop on him, it's you. Grinning in spite of himself, Harry took the end of the string and inserted it into his ear as the twins had done. Okay, go, Fred whispered. The flesh-colored strings wriggled like long, skinny worms, then snaked under the door. For a few seconds, Harry could hear nothing. Then he heard Tonks whispering as clearly as though she were standing right beside him. They searched the whole area, but they couldn't find the snake anywhere. It just seems to have vanished after it attacked you, Arthur. But you know, who can't have expected a snake to get in, can he? I reckon he sent it as a lookout, Moody growled. 'Cause he's not had any luck so far, has he? No, I reckon he's trying to get a clearer picture of what he's facing, and if Arthur hadn't been there, the beast would have had much more time to look around. So Potter says he saw it all happen. Yes, Mrs. Weasley said. She sounded rather uneasy. You know, Dumbledore seems almost to have been waiting for Harry to see something like this. Yeah, well, Moody continued, there's something funny about the Potter kid. We all know that. Dumbledore seemed worried about Harry when I spoke to him this morning, whispered Mrs. Weasley. Course he's worried, Moody said. The boy's seeing things from inside you-know-who's snake. Obviously, Potter doesn't realize what that means, but if you know who's possessing him. Harry pulled the extendable ear out of his own, his heart hammering very fast and heat rushing up his face. He looked around at the others. They were all staring at him, the strings still trailing from their ears, looking suddenly fearful. Was this why Dumbledore would no longer meet Harry's eyes? Did he expect to see Voldemort staring out of them, afraid, perhaps, that their vivid green might turn suddenly to scarlet, with cat-like slits for pupils? Harry remembered how the snake-like face of Voldemort had once forced itself out of the back of Professor Quirrell's head, and he ran his hand over the back of his own, wondering what it would feel like if Voldemort burst out of his skull. He felt dirty, contaminated, as though he were carrying some deadly germ, unworthy to sit on the underground train back from the hospital with innocent, clean people whose minds and bodies were free of the taint of Voldemort. Harry remembered the conversations he and Theo had held over the summer, feeling like their worst fears had been confirmed. If Voldemort was possessing him, he could see what he was seeing. He could hear what he was hearing. He mentally kicked himself for not taking a clemency more seriously. The second he had felt the pain and the nightmares ease off, he had stopped practicing his exercises, confident his pendant would protect him. but the pendant was broken. Apparently, the connection he shared with Voldemort had been so strong it broke through the runes Theo had painstakingly carved for him. Overwhelmed, Harry threw himself upon the moth-eaten covers in the room he shared with Ron, his eyes shut, his body heavy and aching. He felt he had journeyed miles and miles. It seemed impossible that hours ago he had been practicing with Theo and the DA. He was so tired, but he was scared to sleep. He did not know how long he could fight it. What if it happened again? He was sinking into the shadows. It was as though a film in his head had been waiting to start. He was walking down a deserted corridor toward a plain black door, past rough stone walls, torches, and an open doorway onto a flight of stone steps leading downstairs on the left. He reached the black door but could not open it. He stood gazing at it, desperate for entry. Something he wanted with all his heart lay beyond, a prize beyond his dreams. If only his scar would stop prickling, then he would be able to think more clearly. "Harry," Ron's voice said from far, far away, "Mum says dinner's ready, but she'll save you something if you want to stay in bed." Harry opened his eyes, breathing heavily, but Ron had already left the room. He sat down quickly, trying his best to clear his thoughts. No emotions, he thought to himself. Push them all back. In a frenzy, he began tracing over his right arm the runes he had memorized months ago. "All Jais," he muttered, tracing the trunk of the tree and its two branches, Dagas, the lying hourglass, Thurisaz, a line with a triangle in its center facing right, Protegeme, Scudamium eris, Animus sign noxa erit, Dum sol occubit luna custodiat me, et sic semper erit. He trailed off with a sniffle, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. The words felt empty without the pendant to focus on, but the ritual calmed him somewhat. Instead of panicking, he now just felt helpless. He laid down once again, trying his best to remember every occlumency exercise he had ever learned and running through them until he fell into a blessedly dreamless sleep. Everybody else spent the following morning putting up Christmas decorations. Harry could not remember Sirius ever being in such a good mood. He was actually singing carols, apparently delighted that he was to have company over Christmas. Harry could hear his voice echoing up through the floor in the cold and empty drawing room where he was sitting alone, watching the sky outside the windows growing whiter, threatening snow, all the time feeling a savage pleasure that he was giving the others the opportunity to keep talking about him, as they were bound to be doing. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening that the doorbell rang and Mrs. Black started screaming again. Assuming that Mundungus or some other order member had come to call, Harry merely settled himself more comfortably in his chair. It came as a slight shock when somebody hammered hard on the door a few minutes later. "I know you're in there." Hermione's voice sounded muffled from the other side of the door, but there was no mistaking it. "Will you please come out? I want to talk to you." "What are you doing here?" Harry asked her, pulling open the door. "I thought you were skiing with your mum and dad." "Well, to tell the truth, skiing's not really my thing," she confessed. There was snow in her hair and her face was pink with cold. "So I've come for Christmas. But don't tell Ron that. I told him it's really good because he kept laughing so much. Anyway, Mum and Dad are a bit disappointed, but I've told them that everyone who's serious about the exams is staying at Hogwarts to study. They want me to do well. They'll understand." "Anyway," she said briskly, digging into the bag she was carrying and taking out a letter, "I have something for you, and then we can go to your bedroom. Ron's mum's lit a fire in there, and she sent up sandwiches." Harry sighed as he reached for it. Perhaps Dumbledore had more cryptic instructions for him? However, he felt his heart rate spike when he read Harry written on the back of the envelope in a handwriting he knew all too well. He ignored Hermione's smug look as he all but ripped it open, eagerly unfolding the letter inside. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. Granger told me about your dream, the abbreviated version I suspect, during class this afternoon. I fear I cannot proceed writing this without first apologizing. I'm sorry I failed you, Harry. I'm sorry we didn't have the time to practice more occlumency before something more happened. I feel like I should have expected it and, as such, should have made more of an effort learning it instead of devoting myself to a stupid riddle. I feel like no words are enough, but I am truly sorry, Harry. I can't imagine what having your mind invaded in such a way feels like. If I may be so bold and if my knowledge of you serves me right, I can suppose you're blaming yourself for what happened. Harry, seeing something doesn't make you guilty of committing the act itself. You were in bed at Hogwarts when this took place. You can't apparate or disapparate out of Hogwarts. The wards won't allow it no matter how powerful your magic is. Not even the Dark Lord could make you fly out of your dormitory. Ask Weasley if you wish. I'd bet you were in your bed the entire time. Please, promise me you'll be safe. Don't make any rash decisions. If you really need to, at least use Granger as a sounding board before doing anything. Please. I wish I could be there with you, but I can't since I assume you're at your secret organization's headquarters. As you should be. So I'm forced to beg of you to remain safe until we can meet again. I will remain vigilant over my mail if you choose to write. Which is, of course, not meant to pressure you in any way. I believe in you, as I'm sure I've said so before, and I will stand alongside you every step of the way. Stupid decisions included, sadly. I'll be there to help you deal with the consequences. Yours truly, Theo. Harry clutched the letter tight between his fingers, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Theo's unwavering faith never ceased to appease him, no matter his mood. His words were not only comforting, they made sense. He felt hungry all of a sudden, remembering he had skipped lunch earlier. Pocketing the letter carefully, Harry followed Hermione back to the second floor in much higher spirits. When he entered the bedroom, he was rather surprised to see both Ron and Ginny waiting for them, sitting on Ron's bed. I came on the night bus, Hermione said airily the second they entered, pulling off her jacket before Harry had time to speak. Dumbledore told me what had happened first thing this morning, but I had to wait for the term to end officially before setting off. Umbridge is already livid that you lot disappeared the right under her nose, even though Dumbledore told her Mr. Weasley was in St. Mungo's, and he'd given you all permission to visit. She sat down next to Ginny, and the two girls and Ron looked up at Harry. How are you feeling? She asked. Ron and Ginny say you've been hiding from everyone since you got back from St. Mungo's. They do. Do they? Harry glared at Ron and Ginny. Ron looked down at his feet, but Ginny seemed quite unabashed. Well, you have, she said. And you won't look at any of us. It's you lot who won't look at me. Harry snarled angrily. Maybe you're taking it in turns to look and keep missing each other, Hermione suggested, the corners of her mouth twitching. Very funny, Harry muttered, turning away. We wanted to talk to you, Harry, Ginny tried. But as you've been hiding ever since we got back, I didn't want anyone to talk to me, Harry defended himself. He already had a very clear idea of what everyone was thinking about him. Well, that was stupid of you, Ginny said angrily, seeing as you don't know anyone but me who's been possessed by you know who, and I can tell you how it feels. Harry remained quite still as the impact of these words hit him. Then he turned on the spot to face her. I forgot. Lucky you, Ginny said coolly. I'm sorry, Harry said, and he meant it. So do you think I'm being possessed then? Well, can you remember everything you've been doing? Ginny asked. Are there big blank periods where you don't know what you've been up to? Harry racked his brains. No, he concluded. There were no blank periods, and everything had occurred during his sleep, which meant he had been in his bed. Then you know who hasn't ever possessed you, Ginny concluded with a shrug. When he did it to me, I couldn't remember what I'd been doing for hours at a time. I'd find myself somewhere and not know how I got there. Harry hardly dared believe her, yet his heart was lightening almost in spite of himself. Without really thinking, he took a sandwich from the plate on the bed and crammed it hungrily into his mouth. I'm not the weapon after all, he thought as his heart swelled with happiness and relief. Leaving the room in even higher spirits that he had entered it in, Harry sent a quick reply to Theo. He made sure to put his worries to rest, telling him to stop apologizing and catching him up in the best way he could without giving away any important information. During the following days, up until Christmas Day, Sirius's delight at having the house full again, and especially at having Harry back, was infectious. Gone was their sullen host of the summer. Now he seemed determined that everyone should enjoy themselves as much, if not more, than they would have done at Hogwarts. He worked tirelessly in the run-up to Christmas Day, cleaning and decorating with their help, so that by the time they all went to bed on Christmas Eve the house was barely recognizable. Harry awoke on Christmas morning to find a stack of presents at the foot of his bed and Ron already halfway through opening his own. rather larger, pile. Good haul this year, he informed Harry through a cloud of paper. Thanks for the broom compass, it's excellent. Beats Hermione's. She's got me a homework planner and a quill set. Harry sorted through his presents and found one with Hermione's handwriting on it. She had also given him a book that resembled a diary, except that it said things like, "Do it today," or "Later you'll pay," every time he opened a page. Along with it was a brand new quill set. Sirius and Lupin had given Harry a set of excellent books entitled Practical Defensive Magic and its Use Against the Dark Arts, which had superb, moving color illustrations of all the counter-jinxes and hexes it described. Harry flicked through the first volume eagerly. He could see it was going to be highly useful in his plans for the DA. Hagrid had sent a furry brown wallet that had fangs, which were presumably supposed to be an anti-theft device, but unfortunately prevented Harry putting any money in without getting his fingers ripped off. Tonks's present was a small, working model of a firebolt, which Harry watched fly around the room, wishing he still had his full-size version. Ron had given him an enormous box of every flavor beans. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley the usual hand-knitted jumper and some mince pies. He was close to finishing his pile when he came across a small parcel, wrapped in silver paper and with a simple "Merry Yule" written on it. The handwriting alone made him smile as he gently opened it up. It was a simple, black leather-bound notebook, he noted as he opened it. He flicked through the empty pages, noting a parchment stuck between the middle of them. "Merry Yule, Harry. I sincerely hope you're enjoying your holidays. As you may already suspect, this is no ordinary notebook. Two of them exist, and this one's twin is currently with me. Anything that is written in one will show up in the other. I figured we needed a better way to communicate other than you stalking me around Hogwarts." Harry rolled his eyes with a scoff. "I fear I can't take all the credit. Granger inspired me with the coins you all use for your study group. However, I value my privacy deeply and, assuming you do as well, I made sure to enchant both notebooks with a concealment charm protected by a password of your choosing. Simply tap the cover of your notebook with your wand and speak out, clearly, whatever word you prefer. Once the enchantment has been activated, feel free to use it as you wish. 2. Anyone who opens it without first completing the steps I've already mentioned, a simple Elegibus will take care of the rest. Before you ask, no, Revelio doesn't work on it. You should know me better by now. I hope you enjoy your gift. Yours truly, Theo." Harry smiled warmly as he carefully folded the parchment, eagerly reaching for his wand. Biting his lip excitedly, he gently pressed his wand's tip against the cover. "Frere," he said, taking a look at Ron, who was happily eating through a box of chocolates he had been given as he sorted his haul. The notebook seemed to grow a bit warm for a second, but the heat quickly subsided. After opening the quill set he had been given, he gently opened the notebook and settled for the first blank page. "Merry Christmas, Theo." Harry smiled as he waited a moment for the ink to dry before closing the notebook. With a hopeful feeling Theo would enjoy the gift that Harry had sent his way, he carried on with his final present. Dobby had decided to send a truly dreadful painting that Harry suspected had been done by the elf himself. It took them a while, but they finally got up and dressed. They could hear various inhabitants of the house calling "Merry Christmas" to each other. On their way downstairs they met Hermione. "Thanks for the book, Harry," she said happily. "I've been wanting that new theory of numerology for ages. And that perfume is really unusual, Ron." "No problem," said Ron, walking over to the kitchen to hide the blush that appeared on his face. Laughter greeted the three of them as they walked in. Ginny and the twins were happily seated at the table, crowded around the head of it as Mrs. Weasley helped her husband into the chair. "Look who's back!" she exclaimed gleefully. "Sit down, everybody, sit down." Ron and Hermione eagerly walked in, leaving Harry standing in the doorway, somewhat reluctant to join in. Only a second passed before he felt a gentle clap on his shoulder, as Sirius smiled at him and steered him in with a quick wink. "Before anything," Mr. Weasley began, as he raised his goblet, "a Christmas toast. To Mr. Harry Potter," he said with a warm smile, "without whom I would not be here." Harry felt his throat close up at the grim smiles directed his way. "Harry, to Harry," Sirius said loudly from the spot next to him, squeezing his shoulder before walking over to a nearby corridor. Harry took one look at the small party, happily talking amongst themselves before following his godfather. He hadn't gone far. The kitchen led to a corridor near the steps, in which Sirius was standing with his eyes trailed on the wallpaper. Once he was close enough, Harry realized it wasn't exactly the wallpaper he was staring at, but at what seemed to be a family tree detailed in it. "This is my parents' house. Did Ron and Hermione tell you? You grew up here?" Harry asked, his forehead creasing in shock. Sirius had yet to turn his head. "I offered it to Dumbledore as headquarters," he shrugged with a sigh. "About the only useful thing I've been able to do. For now," Harry retorted, stepping next to him and taking a look at the tapestry. It looked immensely old. It was faded and looked as though doxies had knotted in places. Nevertheless, the golden thread with which it was embroidered still glinted brightly enough to show them a sprawling family tree dating back, as far as Harry could tell, to the Middle Ages. Large words at the very top of it read, "The noble and most ancient house of Black toujours per. You won't be a fugitive forever, you know? You'll be going on those secret missions before you know it." Sirius finally glanced away from the tapestry and reached over to ruffle Harry's hair, tugging him close under his arm with a small smile. "This is the Black family tree," he gestured. "You're not on here," Harry pointed out after scanning the bottom of the tree. "I used to be there," Sirius shrugged, pointing at a small, round, charred hole in the tapestry, rather like a cigarette burn. "My sweet old mother blasted me off after I ran away from home at 16. Charming woman. Where did you go?" "Well, your dad's," Sirius answered. "Your grandparents were really good about it. They sort of adopted me as a second son." "Yeah, I camped out at your dad's during the school holidays, and then when I was 17 I got a place of my own. My Uncle Alfred had left me a decent bit of gold. He's been wiped off here too. That's probably why. Anyway, after that I looked after myself. I was always welcome at Mr. and Mrs. Potter's for Sunday lunch, though I hated the lot of them," he muttered, tracing one of the lines with his finger. "My parents, with their pure-blood mania, convinced that to be a Black made you practically royal. My idiot brother, soft enough to believe them. That's him." He jabbed a finger at the very bottom of the tree, at the name Regulus Black. A date of death, some 15 years previously, followed the date of birth. "He was younger than me," Sirius continued, "and as I was constantly reminded, a much better son. Stupid idiot, that's what he was. He ended up joining the Death Eaters." "You're kidding," Harry exclaimed. "Come on, Harry. Haven't you seen enough of this house to tell what kind of wizards my family were?" Sirius grumbled testily. "My parents thought Voldemort had the right idea. They were all for the purification of the wizarding race, getting rid of Muggleborns and having purebloods in charge. They weren't alone either. There were quite a few people, before Voldemort showed his true colors, who thought he had the right idea about things. They got cold feet when they saw what he was prepared to do to get power, though. But I bet my parents thought Regulus was a right little hero for joining up at first." "Was he killed by an oar?" Harry asked tentatively. "Oh no," Sirius shook his head. "No, he was murdered by Voldemort. Or on Voldemort's orders, more likely. I doubt Regulus was ever important enough to be killed by Voldemort in person. From what I found out after he died, he got in so far, then panicked about what he was being asked to do and tried to back out. Well, you don't just hand in your resignation to Voldemort. It's a lifetime of service or death." Harry stared in silence, taking in every little detail. "I see Tonks isn't on here," Sirius added after taking another look. "Maybe that's why Creature won't take orders from her. He's supposed to do whatever anyone in the family asks him." "You and Tonks are related?" "Oh yeah, her mother, Andromeda, was my favorite cousin." "No, Andromeda's not on here either. Look." He pointed to another small round burn mark between two names, Bellatrix and Narcissa. "Andromeda's sisters are still here because they made lovely, respectable, pure blood marriages, but Andromeda married a Muggleborn, Ted Tonks, so." Sirius mimed blasting the tapestry with a wand and laughed sourly. Harry didn't laugh. He was too busy staring at the names to the right of Andromeda's burn mark. A double line of gold embroidery linked Narcissa Black with Lucius Malfoy, and a single vertical gold line from their names led to the name Draco. "You're related to the Malfoys." "The pureblood families are all interrelated," Sirius said. "If you're only going to let your sons and daughters marry purebloods, your choice is very limited. There are hardly any of us left." Molly and I are cousins by marriage and Arthur's something like my second cousin once removed. But there's no point looking for them on here. If ever a family was a bunch of blood traitors, it's the Weasleys. But enough of them, he said, finally turning his back on the tapestry. How are you feeling? I would have thought you'd stay in the kitchen with everyone. Harry could only shrug. I'm glad Mr. Weasley is back. It's just, he knew it hadn't been him, but he still felt responsible for what had happened. Harry, these things happen, Sirius told him in a gentle voice. I wish it wasn't the case, but we're at war, kid. You need to trust others to make their own choices, even if those choices get them hurt. And I get that. It's just, Harry floundered, trying to find a way to explain himself, feeling it is another thing. The older man finished for him. Harry felt relief wash over him, glad he could understand it. I do feel better, though, he admitted, leaning slightly against Sirius. Getting that sleep helped. He felt more than heard Sirius let out a bark of laughter. I'm a never-ending pool of wisdom. I don't know why people never take my advice seriously. Oh, now that I remember. Hang on. He gently pushed Harry away to dig into his robes, pulling out a letter. Molly gave this to me earlier, said it came in the mail for you, but we all got distracted by Arthur's arrival. I'll leave you so you can read it. Sirius winked at him as he walked off. I'll go enjoy some of that food before it's gone. I wouldn't take too long if I were you. Harry nodded absent-mindedly as he hurried to open the letter. There was only one person he'd been expecting mail from. However, he froze the second he opened it and caught sight of its contents. It wasn't in Theo's handwriting. He'd constantly teased his friend with it. No one he knew wrote in cursive, and certainly not in the flowy and loopy way Theo liked to embellish his letters when he was feeling particularly snooty. Instead, sharp against the parchment, the words were written in a simple, almost mechanical penmanship. He read its contents quickly, assuring himself that the letter wasn't from someone else. Dear Harry, don't tell me what to do. I'll apologize for as long as it pleases me. I'm glad to hear you are indeed well and safe. Regretfully, I must confess I wasn't able to write this letter by hand and was forced to use an auto-dictating quill. It's an inconvenience that will soon be fixed and left in the past. Please do not worry about it. I suppose you may be wondering if it is indeed me who sent this. I can assure you no one else knows you coerced me into jumping over a fence last summer. Needless to say, I expect it to remain this way. Father has decided to spend his days in the manor, so you can imagine how my holidays have been. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd go as far as to say I envy you. I'd take Weasley being around over my current situation. Thankfully, I'll be heading over to Germany soon. I'll be sure to keep you updated on how our search goes. Yours truly, Theo. Conflicted, Harry lowered the letter and took a moment to gather his thoughts. At the very least, he had no doubts from who it came from. He laughed dryly, recalling how hard it had been to get his friend to jump that fence. There was no way the proud Slytherin would go around telling that story. That still didn't explain why he was unable to write it himself. It wasn't laziness, Harry was sure. They had corresponded plenty during the summer and Theo had never resorted to dictating his letters. What was going on? Chapter End Notes. Your kudos enjoy a warm dinner at Grimmauld Place, and your comments check to see if Theo's responded to Harry's message. Here's a friendly reminder, we have a Discord server, https://discord. GG/TPKuruUXDB. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Sorry for the unplanned hiatus. Life got complicated, but, as it usually does, everything is settling down once more. Thank you all for your constant support. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. T is for trauma. Chapter notes. As always, the deepest, most heartfelt thanks go to my beta, Hermes of Overflow. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. I have to what? Harry asked blankly. When Mrs. Weasley had mentioned Snape was there to talk to him, Harry could only stare at her in horror. Now, well, things hadn't changed that much. At least Sirius was here, even if he continued to sit at the kitchen table, alternating between glaring at a letter open in front of him and at Snape himself, to study a clemency Potter. The magical defense of the mind against external penetration. An obscure branch of magic, but a highly useful one, Snape drawled, his sneer growing more pronounced. Harry barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He knew what it was. He was already in the process of learning it. However, that didn't answer the question of why now. The headmaster thinks it a good idea, Snape continued smoothly. You will receive private lessons once a week, but you will not tell anybody what you are doing, least of all Dolores Umbridge. Do you understand? Yes, Harry answered. Did that mean Dumbledore had been more rattled by the incident with the snake than he had let on? Who's going to be teaching me? I am. Harry had the horrible sensation that his insides were melting. Extra lessons with Snape. What on earth had he done to deserve this? He looked quickly round at Sirius for support. Why can't Dumbledore teach Harry? Sirius asked aggressively. Why you? I suppose because it is a headmaster's privilege to delegate less enjoyable tasks. Snape sneered and got to his feet. I assure you I did not beg for the job. I will expect you at 6 o'clock on Monday evening, Potter. My office. If anybody asks, you are taking remedial potions. Nobody who has seen you in my classes could deny you need them. Harry grit his teeth as Snape turned to leave, his black traveling cloak billowing behind him. Wait a moment, Sirius said, sitting up straighter in his chair. Snape turned back to face them, sneering. I am rather in a hurry, Black. Unlike you, I do not have unlimited leisure time. I'll get to the point then, Sirius said, standing up. He was rather taller than Snape, who balled his fist in the pocket of his cloak over what Harry was sure was the handle of his wand. If I hear you're using these occlumency lessons to give Harry a hard time, you'll have me to answer to. How touching, Snape sneered. But surely you have noticed that Potter is very like his father? Yes, I have, Sirius stated proudly. Well then, you'll know he's so arrogant that criticism simply bounces off him. Sirius pushed his chair roughly aside and strode around the table towards Snape until they were squaring up to each other. Sirius. Harry tried to get his attention, but Sirius merely threw him a quick glance. Don't worry, Snivellis, Sirius said, his face barely a foot from Snape's. Harry's got just as much Lily as James in him. Any arrogance is balanced by her character. You should know. You knew her the longest. Snape's face contorted into one of the nastiest expressions Harry had ever seen on him before he abruptly turned around, walking briskly to the door at which he looked back. 6 o'clock, Monday evening, Potter, and he was gone. Sirius glared after him, then let out a huff and turned back to Harry. Whatever he does, small as it may be, you let me know. Do you understand? Yeah, I will, Harry blinked, shocked at the control his godfather had just displayed. If he was being honest, he had been ready to jump in between them when the situation eventually escalated, which it hadn't. Occlumency lessons with Snape. What is Dumbledore thinking? Sirius mused as he took a seat once more. It's not a subject I'm well versed in. I guess there's not much I can say to reassure you, much less prepare you. He'll be trying to perform legilimency on me, Harry said, sitting down across from him. Don't worry, it's something I've been looking into for a while. Sirius threw him an incredulous look and sat up straighter. Dare I ask why? Harry ran his hand through his hair as he tried to put some order to his thoughts. I've been having weird dreams for a while, and remember I told you my scar had been hurting? Sirius nodded quickly and gestured for him to continue. It's like I can feel when Voldemort's happy or angry. When he's feeling a strong enough emotion, I can feel it. Sirius opened his mouth, but nothing came out as he stared at the pieces of the shattered pendant Harry had dug out from his pocket. A friend made this for me, to ward off those dreams, and we've been going over the basics of occlumency on our own. Guess we didn't move quickly enough because the pendant shattered the night I saw Mr. Weasley getting attacked. Harry waited patiently for Sirius to gather his bearings, which he did after a brief moment of massaging his temples. I had no idea it was this bad. Where do I even begin? He muttered, rubbing his hand over his beard. This friend of yours. It's not Ron or Hermione. You would have called them by their names. Do you trust them? With my life, Harry answered honestly. Are they? Is it the person who sent you their robes over the summer? And the letter the other day? Yeah. He's been helping me since last term with the Triwizard Tournament. He could feel the sweat that was gathering in his hands. He wanted to come clean to Sirius. Theo was too important for him to treat him like a secret. But how would his godfather take it? Well, Sirius began, frowning in thought. Why haven't you told me about him? He's your friend. I thought you trusted me with that information, and I do. Harry assured him. It's just, well, he's not a Gryffindor for starters. Sirius let out a bark of laughter. Just because I'm proud of our house doesn't mean I don't think well of the others. He's clearly got some brains. Ravenclaw? The robes he sent you were of good quality, so his family is well off. He hummed, leaning back on his rear chair legs and stroking his beard as he spoke to the ceiling. The Bones are a smart, affluent family, but last I know their latest kid is a girl. He's not from Ravenclaw, Harry said slowly, testing the waters. Hufflepuff? Unexpected, but not too much, I suppose. Harry braced himself and took the plunge. He's a Slytherin. Sirius let his chair fall back onto all four legs with a loud bang. The silence that followed was heavy enough Harry swore he could hear each of Sirius's slow blinks as he processed that information. A Slytherin. Sirius, Harry tried, but Sirius went on. That's, well, very unexpected, he sighed, looking around as if he had never seen his own family's kitchen. He focused particularly hard on a dirty cup of tea resting next to the sink. A Slytherin is the one helping you, with the trials, and now with your very own thoughts. Well, let it not be said I haven't grown up. Sirius turned to him, but the wide smile he had didn't reach his eyes. I'd say everyone in the Order has learned that house is not everything. We got betrayed by a Gryffindor, and we have a Slytherin working with us, even if I only trust Snape as far as I can throw him. Yeah? Harry asked, not really believing what he was witnessing. Yes. Sirius continued in that false, cheerful manner, waving his hand in the air as if to banish the issue. Who is it? If they're helping you, I reckon they're not having a great time in their house. A half-blood probably? Am I right? Harry pursed his lips and frowned a bit. Not exactly. A muggle born in Slytherin? Well, I'll be damned. Harry winced, staring at the damaged wood of the table. Rings from glasses were littered around it, and on his end it seemed to be decorated by scratches. Harry wasn't sure if they came exclusively from silverware. Not a muggle-born either. Sirius froze all of a sudden, his faltering grin becoming even more disconcerting by the ever-growing frown on his forehead. A pure-blood Slytherin is helping you? Harry, who the hell is this kid? He asked, resting his hand on the table. Harry worriedly observed as it began forming a fist. You need to calm down a bit, he tried. Anything to diffuse the tension. Maybe this hadn't been a good idea. Harry, who is helping you? Sirius insisted. To his credit, he didn't raise his voice, even as it took on a more tense tone. What's his name? Theo's great really? Harry began to ramble. You know, now might not be the best time for this. Ron and Hermione might be wondering whether or not Snape killed me or something. Harry, give me a last name. Harry bit his lip and weighed his options. Sirius was bound to find out eventually. Not. He winced as he waited for his godfather to lose it. When nothing came, he raised his head warily. Sirius seemed to be frozen in place, his eyes wide as he stared directly at Harry, looking like he was waiting for him to begin laughing and declare the entire conversation a bad joke. When Harry didn't take the name back, Sirius grew even tenser. He swallowed with some difficulty, and it looked like he was sitting on nails. Care to say that louder? Harry breathed out loudly and shifted on his seat. Here it was. His name is Theodore Not. Not? Sirius repeated, his face incredulous. His eyebrows were doing their best attempt to reach his hairline. Not as in Alaric Not's son? Alaric Not, one of the most bigoted pureblood supremacists? Alaric Not, one of Voldemort's first Death Eaters? Harry briefly spared a thought to how the situation was going even worse than when he had told Ron. Honestly, he hadn't thought it possible, but it seemed like he should have known better. Yes, he trailed off, leaning away from Sirius, who seemed to be trying to climb over the table while still remaining seated. Harry, Sirius whispered in shock. Are you out of your mind? It took Harry a decent amount of time to get his godfather back in his seat, let alone willing to hear him out. He's not using me, Sirius. How do you know that, Harry? Sirius exclaimed, walking around the kitchen. He had mercifully cast Muffliato on the door before moving on to tell Harry off. His father may have been setting this up. Look at the timing, because I was the one who approached him. Well, actually Hermione did. But Hermione? Sirius all but wailed, pulling at his hair. Isn't she supposed to be the smart one among you three? Sirius, listen. Please. At the desperation in Harry's voice, Sirius finally turned to look at him with a frazzled look. I know how it sounds. Just please, let me explain. No interruptions. Just let me tell you what happened. Fine, go ahead. Sirius gave in after a moment, taking a seat and crossing his hands over the table. I'll do my best to understand, even if your choices seem rather idiotic at the moment. Harry shot him a glare that had him raising his hands in defense. You hadn't started. So, I met Theo in 4th year when Hermione and I needed a place to practice spells. She tricked him into getting a classroom to study arithmancy and managed to keep him quiet in exchange for her notes. Sirius nodded in approval at that, making Harry almost crack a smile. He ended up giving some tips after a while, and I thought that was the last I would see of him. Then the second task happened and I found myself needing to breathe underwater for an hour, and Ron and Hermione were nowhere to be found. It took them a very long while. He wasn't sure how they managed to stay in the kitchen for so long, without anyone interrupting them, but he figured Mrs. Weasley might have had something to do with it. Harry didn't mention Theo giving him a vial of fireproof potion, figuring there was no way he'd get away with explaining his reasoning for that one. However, he managed to tell Sirius how he had blackmailed Theo into raiding Snape's potion storeroom with him, how he had promised him an opportunity to take a closer look at his cloak of invisibility, which had nearly sent Sirius into another rant. He went over the 4 of them, practicing spellwork for his 3rd task. Sirius interrupted him again to declare how proud he was of Ron's reaction to Theo. He continued telling him about the afternoons he accompanied Theo as he brewed his potions in Snape's classroom, growing closer to the other boy as they shared more details about one another. Going over what had happened the day after the 3rd task had been harder than expected, but Sirius was understanding about it. He didn't interrupt and waited patiently when the details became too much for Harry and he couldn't get the words past his throat. As Harry went over how Theo had insisted he wasn't his father and how, if Harry was still willing after seeing his father in the cemetery that night, he declared Harry could count on him. Sirius dropped his head on his hands. Still, Harry wasn't dissuaded and moved on to retelling their summer. How Theo had been the only thing stopping him from doing something rash when no one would tell him anything. How he'd offered unrelenting help for the trial, going as far as to refer young Jong-hoon to him. He tried to go further, but Sirius raised his hand, gesturing for him to stop. This is too much, Harry. Just give me a moment, he muttered, lowering his hand and rubbing the bridge of his nose with it. After a while, he raised his head back with a sigh, looking at Harry with pained eyes. Nothing I can say will dissuade you, will it? Harry shook his head with a sad smile. You don't know him, Sirius. I do. You've barely known him for 2 years, Harry, Sirius said in a weak voice, but Harry was unwilling to let it affect him. It's not about the time, Sirius. It's about the experience. You can feel more with the right person than in years with the wrong one, Harry said, as a warm feeling settled on his chest. I trust him, Sirius. He's more than earned it. I figured, he muttered, gathering the courage to continue, that if anyone would understand not wanting to follow in their family's footsteps, it'd be you. Sirius looked at him with gentle eyes before letting out a wet laugh. There's so much of Lily in you, Harry. You have her gentleness, you know? Her unwavering kindness. Harry felt his eyes prickle at that. He'd been compared so much to his father he'd gotten used to it. But being told he resembled his mother? It nearly moved him to tears. Trust me, Sirius, he asked in a low voice. I've always trusted you. Now you need to trust me in this. Sirius finally stood up and walked over to him. Harry watched his movements warily, but it was unfounded. The moment Sirius reached him, he pulled him up for a hug. You know, he felt the rumble of his godfather's voice more than he heard it. When you came over last summer, I wanted to be a good adult figure for you. Someone you could rely on and get a couple of chances to be a kid. I'm beginning to understand I won't get that with you. At least not for a good while. He pulled back, placing both hands on Harry's cheeks. You're a good kid, Harry, but the world hasn't treated you like one for a very long time. Harry felt like crying. I trust you, pup. If you say this boy's trustworthy, I'll trust your judgment. But if he ever dares as much as to cross you in any way, there won't be a safe place for him to stand. Do you understand? Sirius gently raised Harry's head so they could stare directly at one another. Harry nodded, the movement making a stray tear fall from his eye. Sirius sighed and gently wiped it away. I have a condition, though. Like it or not, I'm your godfather and I'm responsible for you, even if I have limited movement recently. Anything, Harry laughed, feeling like 1,000 pounds had been lifted off his chest. I'm meeting him, Sirius said firmly. It doesn't have to be now or soon, but I will be meeting him. Eagerly, Harry nodded as he sealed Theo's fate. He'd get over it eventually. Are you able to flex them a bit further, Bambino? Theo grimaced as he attempted to curl back his middle and ring finger. He managed to make contact with his palm, but the problem arose when he tried to apply pressure. With a hiss, he allowed them to return to their natural position, inspecting the small bends that weren't there before. With a disappointed sigh, Signora Zabini lowered her wand. I'm afraid there is not much more I'm able to do, she smiled at him apologetically. Broken bones are easily mended if treated immediately, but considering how much time has passed, inutile. Seated next to her, Blaze refused to make contact, choosing instead to glare at the canaries singing from their tree in the corner of the room. Theo shot him a sad look before turning to Signora Zabini. Don't worry, Signora. I can't thank you enough for what you've done already, he nodded, lowering his left hand back on his lap. He'd figured the damage would be somewhat permanent and, considering all the facts, it wasn't as bad as he dreaded. Oh, but you were such a talented spellcaster, Theodore, the older woman cried, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. Theo shot a worried glance to his friend, who had his robes in a grip so tight, his knuckles were turning white. To see it all go to waste. It's all in the wrist, he winked at her, reaching for his cup of tea. I reckon you'll find my grip will be as good as always in a couple of days. It's only a matter of practice. What about your rune carving? It was the first thing Blaze had spoken since he'd taken a look at his hand. He couldn't fault his friend for his lack of words, though. Theo supposed he would have reacted in the very same way if his best friend had showed up with two of his fingers a dangerous shade of purple and haphazardly splintered. Wilby, brave and wonderful Wilby, had assured him that there was no immediate damage to them, but had been unable to help him heal them thanks to a particularly well-worded order. It was a terrible reminder for Theo to never overlook healing spells ever again. In his defense, it had been years since his father had resorted to physical damage. Old wizards like Ollivander are still able to produce quality work despite their trembling hands, Theo reasoned, half placating Blaze and half reassuring himself. I'm sure I'll be able to resume my carving despite a couple inflexible fingers. It didn't appear to have the expected result on Blaze. The other boy's eyes darkened, and he outright sneered at him. Just because you might be able to doesn't make this all right, he snarled, rising to his feet and nearly tipping over the low table in between them. It settled, not before the teapot rolled off it and smashed into pieces against the carpeted floor. Theo watched as the liquid spread across the floor, wincing when the door was slammed shut. That child, Signora Zabini sighed, waving her hand with a flourish and banishing the mess away. He cares so much about you, you know. I know, Theo replied, putting down his cup. He frowned when he felt resistance from his fingers as he detached them from the handle. It would be all right, he reasoned. He had just gained mobility. He just needed more time. He wouldn't allow his father to mark him any more ways. He has a point, of course, Signora Zabini continued, throwing him a look as she leaned back on her armchair. I believe these ordeals to be over years ago. What prompted your father to raise his hand to you once more? Theo merely shook his head. I managed to displease him, he shrugged, knowing she wouldn't understand even if he attempted to explain himself. It was bound to happen once again. Signora Zabini shot him a critical look before rising from her place. I suppose you're right. Now, go talk to my Bambino. I expect you to have calmed him down before our trip to Florence tomorrow, she said with a shrewd smile. I'm so very pleased my two handsome and smart ragazzi managed to solve the family riddle. Blaze's grandfather would be so proud. Theo watched as she waltzed out of the drawing room. Once the door shut once more behind her, he slumped back in his armchair with a tired groan. He raised his left hand to examine it once again, with more privacy this time. The middle finger had a slight, unnatural bend to the right, invading the space occupied by his index finger. His other damaged finger had gone by a bit more unscathed, Blaze's mother's magic had restored his fingernail, and the bump on his internal joint was barely noticeable. Wilby would be ecstatic to see the state of them. Theo chuckled drily. She'd been fretting over them from the moment his father had finally left him alone. He shuddered in reminiscence, recalling the blind panic that had enveloped him upon seeing his father at the station. That day, when they'd reached the manor, his father had gestured for him to follow him to the parlor, which Theo had done with a heavy heart. "I had dinner with the Malfoys a couple nights ago," he'd said as he reclined on his preferred seat. Theo had taken a seat in front of him, barely managing to keep himself from trembling. Showing weakness would only make things worse for him. Lucius mentioned one of Draco's owls to them. You know how they all enjoy their meaningless gossip. He'd snapped his fingers and Wilby had immediately appeared with a glass of fire whiskey, bowing low enough her forehead dragged against the wooden floor. She'd shot Theo a quick, worried look before apparating away. "Of course," Theo had said curtly. His throat was so dry he could barely swallow. And yet, his father had taken a long sip from his glass, nearly downing half of it. "Something they mentioned caught my attention." "Do you know what it was?" "I don't, father." His father had let out a bark of laughter, looking at him with dark eyes over the rim of his glass as he spun the liquid in it. "Draco mentioned he'd seen you with some very interesting company late at night." Theo had felt his heart skip a beat. Can you imagine who he said it was? His heart had been beating so wildly, he could barely hear the words over the thumping in his ears. Alaric had downed his glass before putting it down and rising to his feet. "They said my heir had been spotted in the company of Harry Potter himself." "Of course, I said there could be no way that was possible," he'd said, walking around the room. Theo's anxiety had spiked when he'd begun walking behind him. "I clearly instructed my son to keep his head down and to stay away from him. So how could that be?" Theo had breathed in deeply when his father's head appeared to his left, leaning over his armrest. He could smell the fire whiskey from his breath. "You," his father had prompted him mockingly, reaching with his hand to play with Theo's cufflinks. "What? Nothing to say for yourself, Theodore?" He'd clicked his tongue disapprovingly, rising to his full height and walking away from him. Theo hadn't dared to breathe out in relief at that point, yet he'd hoped that would have been the end of it. "You've grown so much, boy," his father had mused, walking over to the nearest window. He drew his wand from his robes and stroked it gently as he stared through the glass. Snow was still falling outside, accompanied by a harsh wind. "And yet, you're still the same old frightened little boy. Too scared to even defend yourself." Theo hadn't been able to follow the movement he'd made with his wand, too distracted by the flaring pain of his left middle finger snapping out of place from its two joints. He'd grunted and grit his teeth together, barely managing to suppress his scream as he looked at his bent finger in horror. "I told you to keep your head down and concentrate on your studies," his father had said, his gaze never leaving the falling snow. "Was that truly so hard for you? Were my orders not clear enough?" He hadn't dared to speak, too worried a false step might cost him more pain. "Wilby," his father had called. Theo had blinked the tears away to watch as Wilby's eyes widened when they caught sight of him, her fingers twitching as she longed to will the pain away. "You remember what I said last summer, tenfold? That still applies." Wilby's ears had dropped as she nodded. "Yes, master." Wilby remembers. That was the only warning Theo had gotten before Wilby began breaking her fingers one by one, closing her eyes in pain. "No," Theo had screamed, rushing to his feet and grabbing her small hands in his unharmed one, doing his best to stop her. "Father, stop her. I was the one who did it. Leave her out of this." His father had turned then, shooting them a cold glance. "Actions have consequences," he'd said, his tone sympathetic only if Theo hadn't known better. He'd walked over to them, lowering his hand and running it through Theo's hair. "You've never been able to appreciate how much I care for you, how I've tried my best to keep you from harm." Theo had felt his blood boil, as Wilby shrugged his grip off to try her best to break the fingers from her remaining hand. He'd thrown all caution to the wind as he turned to glare at his father. "As if you haven't done enough yourself," he'd snarled, barely caring as his father kneeled next to him and cupped his cheek in his hand. "Clearly not enough," Theo had heard him say before his ring finger jumped out of its place and Wilby hurried to catch up with the damage that had been done. Theodore? Young Master Theodore. Theo was forced from his thoughts as he heard his name being called repeatedly. He struggled to focus and, for a brief moment, believed that Wilby was right there in front of him, waving undamaged fingers close to his face. He blinked a couple of times and Manby's face came into focus. Young Master Blaze is waiting for you in the terrace. He sent Manby to come get young Master Theodore. He felt like crying. He couldn't recall the last time he'd missed his mother this badly. Of course, Manby. I'll be right there, he nodded, covering his healing hand with his right. He'd be damned if he allowed such a meaningless thing to stop him at this point. Blaze was standing next to the terrace's balcony, staring at the grounds below them. Everything was covered in snow, yet the sun shone brightly, covering them in a welcoming warmth. He can't keep getting away with this, he said as Theo came to a stop next to him. He welcomed the soft breeze, barely enough to softly ruffle his hair. He won't, Theo assured him, covering Blaze's hand with his. Our paths are diverging, and we're both too set on our way to change it. What do you mean? War's heading our way, Blaze, Theo answered, feeling calmer than he had in months. It was a curious thing. It's time we all figured out where we'll stand. He knew where he wanted to stand, at whose side he wanted to be on. He could only pray for Freya to give him courage to do so, all the while wishing his friends to stay away from harm's way. What about me? Blaze whined, resting his head on Theo's shoulder. It wasn't fair. That's up to you to decide. Theo smiled sadly, gripping his hand tighter. The cold air numbed any pain he might have felt, making it easier. Blaze was just 15. He was just 15. Did the Norns truly not care at all? You know I'll never stop caring for you, whatever you choose. I'd never stand on their side, Blaze grumbled. I'm not an idiot. Their goal is not sustainable, but I won't begrudge you should you choose to stand aside. Blaze shot him a conflicted look before sighing and gently disentangling their fingers, allowing himself to throw his arm over Theo's shoulders, hugging him closely. One day at a time, yes, he said, looking resolutely at the sky. Theo respectfully did not comment on the wetness in his eyes. War is not here yet. Let us enjoy this day, and tomorrow when you're all able to witness me bring glory to my family name as I complete my rite of passage. I do look forward to acquiring that book, he quipped. Of course you do, Blaze made a face. He frowned for a moment before turning to stare at Theo once more. Have you told Potter about what happened? Immediately, Theo felt a wave of shame wash over him. Blaze interpreted his silence correctly, yet his answer was not something Theo had expected. You should really tell him, he muttered, lowering his eyes and focusing on the banister. Secrets, they only build walls between us. It was an unexpected burst of wisdom from his friend. Theo waited to see if he had anything else to say, but it didn't seem like it. Instead, they both watched in silence as a flock of birds flew by, enjoying the rare warmth given to them by the sun. The following morning, Theo welcomed dawn staring worriedly at his own creation. The light from the sun that reflected on the blank pages of his notebook made him wince, closing it as guilt churned his stomach. He'd finally managed to write back, although his handwriting left something to be desired, and Harry was relentless. Blaze was right. He couldn't continue to keep what happened from the other boy, but he couldn't bring himself to do so yet. He knew how Harry would react. He'd immediately blame himself for things that were out of his control. After what he had just experienced, Theo didn't want to add one more thing for him to worry about. It didn't help how useless he felt about the entire ordeal. All those books in his family's library, all that knowledge, and he'd been unable to use it. The hand his father had chosen to injure had been his wand hand. He couldn't even grasp it without breaking down in pain. Shaking his head, he resolved to tell Harry he'd let him know what had happened once they were back at Hogwarts. Anything to avoid seeing him in person, as much as it pained him. Harry had made it clear his godfather now knew who had been helping him, and he wanted to meet him. Theo barely repressed a shudder. He'd postponed meeting with Sirius Black for as long as he could. He cursed as he caught sight of his watch. They'd agreed for Tracy and Daphne to meet them at 7 in the morning, and it was now closer to 8. He hurried to lock the notebook, making sure he had the Adder Stone in his pocket before rushing out of the guest room and down the staircase. He followed the noise of chattering to the drawing room, where his friends were sitting along with Signora Zabini. Theo, Tracy greeted him, getting up to her feet and rushing forward to give him a warm hug. Blaze told us, how is your? She trailed off, looking at him in worry. Theo had half a mind to tell Blaze off for sharing what had happened, but pushed the thought away. These were his friends. They deserved to know just like Harry did. It's much better, Tracy. Thank you for worrying, he smiled at her, returning the hug before retreating a couple of steps. Tracy's worry lines eased away somewhat as she gestured for him to join them. From her seat, Daphne smiled at him and nodded in greeting. Before they could take a step, though, Signora Zabini also stood up. We were about to go search for you, Topolino, she said, straightening her robes. Italy is 1 hour ahead of us, and at this time of the year, the magical district gets too crowded for my tastes. Of course, Theo nodded, feeling his face warm up. He hadn't meant to lose track of time like that. I apologize for the delay, Signora. Nonsense, she waved him off, walking over to cup his cheek with her hand. You need the rest. Blaze was kind enough to keep our ospiti entertained. Now, I assume you have your druid's glass? Theo nodded, and the older woman took a step back. She extended one of her arms for him to grab and gestured for Blaze with the other. As Theo looped his arm in hers, she made sure to grab him tightly by the wrist. Do let me know if I hurt you at any moment, she said, as her son grabbed onto her free arm. I figure it would be best if I keep a tight hand on you rather than the other way around. Theo just nodded as Tracy grabbed his uninjured hand tightly. On the other side, Daphne made sure to grasp Blaze's hand firmly. Is everyone ready, yes? Signora Zabini asked. Very well, Andiamo. Theo breathed in and closed his eyes, bracing himself as the room twisted out of focus. He felt they had arrived by the sudden need to throw up anything that had taken residence in his stomach. He hated operating. Very well, Signora Zabini said, letting go of his arm. Theo breathed in deeply through his mouth before opening his eyes. He'd never been in Firenze before, much less in the magical district. Immediately, he drew the similarities to Diagon Alley in the crowds walking around, the general fashion sense and the warm feeling of magic in the air. That was where the similarities ended. All around them, the architectural style set it apart. Most buildings seemed to be all about symmetry and order, but some featured elements that were purely decorative, such as colorful facades and exterior niches for statues. From where they stood, Theo noticed that the columns and domes were decorated with ornate plaster carvings and gold leaf. This is where I leave you, Bambini, Blaze's mother continued, fixing her hair before pointing a slim finger at her son. Blaze, take care of Theodore. Of course, mother. Theo would have snickered if the finger hadn't turned over to point at him. Theodore, take care of my Blaze. Of course, Signora, he assured her. Signora Zabini nodded at them. I shall meet you here for coffee at 4. I expect you 4 to have found and purchased whatever you desire by then. With a nod towards the girls, she waltzed off to one of the more ostentatious stores. Tracy watched her leave with a growing pout on her face. I don't think your mother likes me very much, Blaze, she grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest. Theo shot her an apologetic look as he drew out the adder stone from his robes. Don't take it personally, Daphne told her, patting her on the arm. She takes a long time to grow fond of you. I just barely got her to like me, and I've known Blaze for ages. Close to them, Blaze nodded. It's just a matter of time. You have to grow on her. Like a fungus? Tracy perked up. Blaze grimaced as Daphne shot her an unamused glare. Like a fungus, Theo smiled at her, handing the stone to the other boy. Go on, Blaze. Let us on. Blaze eagerly accepted it and held it up to his eye, carefully looking around and spinning in a circle. After completing a full turn, he began to walk in the opposite direction his mother had gone. Do you even know what you're looking for? Daphne asked as they watched him wander around seemingly aimlessly. She got no response. Instead, they were forced to trail after him as he began walking away. Blaze. Daphne tried again, struggling to keep up with his longer strides. Blaze. She didn't have to call his name a third time, considering he suddenly stopped in his steps. Tracy, who was the closest one to him, immediately crashed against him. Anything out of the ordinary? He answered, scrunching his eyes and rubbing the bridge of his nose with his free hand. It would certainly help if this stupid thing refrained from giving me a headache. Without another word, Tracy took the stone from him and began looking around. As they waited for her to spot anything, Theo made a mental note to look into why Tracy wasn't affected by the headaches the stone seemed to cause on Theo and Blaze. The fact that Daphne wasn't able to see anything out of it was another question, yet one he didn't worry too much about finding an answer to. Over there, Tracy called out, rushing toward a group of people. The three of them were forced to chase after her, apologizing to everyone they bumped into in their haste to follow her. At least Blaze had power walked, Theo thought as he panted and focused on not stepping over his robes. Tracy was outright running. "Tracy!" Blaze called, grabbing Theo by his uninjured hand and pulling him out of the crowd. Next to them, Daphne squeezed through a couple of witches who were too busy window shopping to move. "Slow down, you hurry up. There's something in the air." The three of them groaned as they ran after her. As they hurried through the magical district, Theo began noticing the buildings around them began looking older and older as they went through more back roads than he was comfortable with. Eventually, Tracy began to slow down. She began looking around as if she had lost the trace of whatever it was she was looking for. "Tracy?" Daphne asked, hurriedly fixing the damage their unplanned run had done to her hair. "What are you? Sure. Do you see that?" She held the stone over to Daphne so she could take a look. Daphne didn't try for long. Despite the fact that Tracy had pointed it toward the supposed direction, she let out a sigh and stepped back. To her credit, Theo supposed, Tracy was pointing at a dirty and seemingly empty alleyway. Undeterred by Daphne's failure, Blaze strutted over to Tracy and tried taking a look himself. "I see it." He gleefully cheered, waving his hand back at Theo. "Theo, come take a look." Eagerly, Theo walked over to them and accepted the stone from him. As he raised it to his eye, he didn't need Tracy to point out what he was looking for. Instead of the empty alleyway, he saw a building previously invisible to the naked eye. Its exterior was made up of deep blue and purple fabrics draped over the building, which had been painted with various colors. The entryway had no door, but rather many beads and cloth drapes that were meant to be pushed aside. Tracy grabbed Daphne's hand and led her, as the three of them walked over to where they now knew the store was. When they were close enough, the building shimmered back into view, prompting a small gasp from Daphne. Blaze took the lead and gently pushed the beads aside, taking a step into the dark store. "Se entrato in un regno di mistero, di magia, meraviglioso. Benvenuti alla magnifica mercanzia di Marino." A booming voice greeted them. "Curiosità incantate e artefatti magici, a prezzi scontati." It took a moment for Theo's eyes to adjust, and when they finally did, he was able to take a good look around. The interior of the shop was magically enchanted to be bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. Truthfully, it was quite a large building. Incense and perfumes permeated the place, and a series of ever-burning candles and sconces adorned the walls. On the first floor, tables bearing glass cases resided within the center of the room, and there was a long, wooden counter on the far end where the voice came from. It was a surprisingly young man that greeted them, with long dark hair and a matching set of eyes. He animatedly gestured for them to approach the counter. "Ma che bel ragazzo. Cosa ti porta al mio negozio? Di solito non ricevo nuovi clienti. Tanto meno così giovanni." Theo's head was reeling from all the unknown words. After all the effort gathering the adder stone, he had forgotten a particularly important detail. Italians spoke Italian, a language he had no knowledge of. Fortunately, Blaze had been forced by his mother to learn it. "Mi chiamo Blaze Zabini. Mia madre mi ha mandato che compart di un rito di passaggio per la mia famiglia." Blaze stuttered to a halt when the man beamed at them. "Ah, c'est inglese? See?" he asked, but carried on without waiting for an answer. No matter. Come, you may call me Marino." "Zabini, you said? Lucretia's son?" Blaze nodded at him as both Daphne and Tracy wandered off to inspect the glass cases. "Ah, your family has been shopping here for generations. I'll give you and your little friends a special discount. One time only, so choose well. And how is dearest Lucretia? I heard her latest husband passed away. The poor thing." Theo chose that moment to intervene. "Hello, sorry. Excuse me, I heard you might have a particular book I'm looking for. Marino took a moment to look at him up and down before smiling at him and leaning on his counter. And what would a young gentleman like you be looking for? I'm interested in acquiring the Galdrabach. I heard you might have a copy, he stated confidently. The feeling wavered as Marino's smile widened, showing all too many teeth. Briefly, Theo considered the fact that the shopkeep might have just a little creature in him, going by how sharp his teeth looked. The Galdrabach? Now that is a title I haven't heard in a long time, he said, his smile not reaching his eyes. But indeed, I have one of the copies. Are you prepared to pay the price for it, Ragazzo? It doesn't come cheap. Name your price, Theo replied. He'd come more than prepared. He had no plans of leaving the store without it. How much do you want for it? Marino waved his hand, and an old tome appeared on the counter. It was leather-bound, with its pages yellowed by time. Theo could feel his hands twitching to trace his fingers through it. It is quite a relic, you know, he said, flipping the cover open and proceeding to gently flick through its pages. Since it is your first time here, I will apply that discount I mentioned before. Let's say 1,200 galleons? 1,200. Blaze spit out, his eyes wide open in shock. For a book? You must be joking. How much after the discount? Marino raised an eyebrow at them, a smirk pulling at his lips. That is after the discount. Good things don't come for cheap, Signore Zabini. Not even with your family's patronage. Blaze opened his mouth to complain, but Theo pulled at his arm to quiet him. He'd expected a similar amount. Done, he agreed, reaching into his robes and drawing out a velvet pouch. He'd asked Wilby to retract 1,500 galleons from the family vault earlier that week. His father could consider it payment for breaking his bloody fingers. Plus interest, of course. I look forward to becoming a patron of yours. Marino's smirk lost its edge, and he returned to the jovial shopkeep that had greeted him earlier. He eagerly snatched up the pouch and inspected its weight, pausing only to push the heavy tome in Theo's direction. Once he finished his inspection, he waved his hand once more and the pouch vanished from sight. Of course, Marino smiled. Very much pleased to make your acquaintance, Signore. Theodore nodded. Pleased to make your acquaintance as well. Theo nodded at him and took the tome. It took all his self-restraint to not laugh in joy at the feeling of the heavy book in his arms. They didn't leave immediately after Theo made his purchase, choosing instead to peruse the shelves as Marino watched them from his counter. Eventually, Tracy came across what was labeled as Vampire Fingers, and they decided to call it a day. As they left, Marino waved them goodbye. Don't be strangers, Carrie. They didn't meet up with Signora Zabini once they exited the store, choosing instead to wander around the magical district, taking as much advantage of it as they could. Theo attempted to make the day last as much as possible, but the end came to it nonetheless. He was reluctant to return to Knott Manor for the remaining days of the winter holidays, yet he had to pick up a couple of items before heading over to Hogwarts. He briefly considered asking Wilby for them, but he wasn't sure he could explain what he needed. Besides, he did want to see Wilby before leaving once more. Luckily, his father seemed to be away for the time being, leaving him and Wilby to enjoy themselves for as long as they could. Their short burst of peace lasted for 2 days, broken the day before Theo had to leave for Hogwarts. Theo had been reading in the foyer when the heavy oak door creaked open, revealing the imposing figure of his father. The room seemed to shrink in his presence as he surveyed the room with a stern expression. Theo, seated on a plush chair, looked up from the book, his eyes meeting those of his father. Back from Italy, I see, his father remarked, a cold edge to his voice. He closed the door behind him with a thud, the sound echoing through the spacious hall. Theo nodded, keeping his gaze steady. Yes, father. I needed some time away. His father's eyes bore into Theodore, as if searching for something beyond the words. After a pregnant pause, he spoke again. To have power, Theodore, and not use it, is the behavior of a fool. The words hung in the air, creating a tense atmosphere. Theo's jaw tightened, as if whatever his father could say would erase his doings, and chose his words carefully. Power should be wielded wisely, father. It's not about using it for the sake of using it. His father's eyes narrowed, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Wisely? There is no wisdom in weakness, boy. Remember that. Theo remained composed, refusing to be provoked. His father's gaze shifted, and he noticed Theo's fingers, the ones that had been broken by his own hand, and were now on the slow path to healing. The man's lip curled into a sneer, and he reached out to grab Theo's hand, inspecting the somewhat fixed fingers. "You've let yourself be weakened," his father hissed, his grip tightening momentarily before releasing. He turned abruptly, his dark cloak billowing as he stalked away, headed for his study. The door slammed shut behind him, the sound reverberating through the manor. Theo sighed, rubbing his healing fingers, a mixture of frustration and resentment clouding his expression. The encounter left a bitter taste in his mouth, a reminder of the complicated dynamics that lingered within the walls of the manor ever since his mother passed. Later that night, Theo locked himself and Wilby in his room as they both prepared for his return to Hogwarts. The air buzzed with a quiet anticipation, a blend of excitement and wistfulness that only the eve of the return to Hogwarts could bring. With every carefully folded robe and stowed book, Theo's emotions oscillated between relief at departing the imposing manor and a lingering sadness at parting ways with Wilby once again. As he sat on his bed, caught in the currents of his feelings, he reached for the cool touch of the adder stone nestled within his pocket. A sigh escaped him, heavy with the weight of conflicting emotions, and absent-mindedly, he withdrew the small stone. It glinted in the soft glow of the room as his gaze wandered across the familiar items adorning his space. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and he raised the adder stone to his eye, searching for the pulsing waves Tracy had mentioned weeks ago at the Three Broomsticks. Bracing himself against the pain, Theo's determination grew as faint waves materialized before him, weaving through magical objects and caressing the unfinished carvings on his desk. The room, seen through the adder stone, seemed to be a canvas of magical energies, revealing secrets hidden to the naked eye. As inspiration gripped him, Theo walked over to his dresser. There, wrapped in a cloth embroidered with protective runes, was the mysterious locket Harry had sent during summer holidays. Placing the locket on his bed, he peered through the adder stone, hoping to find out something about the disturbing object. But horror replaced curiosity as Theo recoiled from the sight. The locket, seen through the serpent eye's discerning gaze, emitted a dark aura that seemed to claw at the edges of the room. It certainly explained the unsettling nightmares and the lingering sense of unease that had plagued him since its arrival. Wilby, attentive as always, sensed Theo's distress and inquired, "Is young Master Theodore all right?" With a reassuring smile, Theo replied, "No, Wilby. Everything's all right. Just a moment of surprise, that's all." Swiftly, he wrapped the locket in its protective cloth, shielding himself from the dread emanating from it. A sense of urgency gripped him as he stashed the object away, deep into the shadows of his dresser. The feeling left him unsettled, and he vowed to delve into the mysteries that surrounded Harry's peculiar gift. Research, he decided, would be his guide through whatever the locket was. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos brew Sirius some tea to calm down, and your comments try looking at the locket through the adder stone. You don't like what you see. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Thank you all for your constant support. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. Fixing things to fuck up others. Chapter Notes. Sorry to you all for the wait. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After a hurried breakfast, Harry had an unpleasant, constricted sensation in his chest. He did not want to say goodbye to Sirius. He had a bad feeling about this parting. He did not know when they would next see each other and felt that it was incumbent upon him to say something to Sirius to stop him doing anything stupid. Harry was worried that his new lessons with Snape might trigger his godfather so badly he might even now be planning some foolhardy trip beyond Grimmauld Place. Before he could think of what to say, however, Sirius had beckoned him to his side. "I want you to take this," he said quietly, thrusting a badly wrapped package roughly the size of a paperback book into Harry's hands. "What is it?" Harry asked. "A way of letting me know if Snape's giving you a hard time." "No, don't open it in here," Sirius whispered, with a wary look at Mrs. Weasley, who was trying to persuade the twins to wear hand-knitted mittens. "I doubt Molly would approve, but I want you to use it if you need me, all right?" "Okay," Harry nodded, stowing the package away in the inside pocket of his jacket. "Let's go, then," Sirius said, clapping Harry on the shoulder and smiling grimly. And before Harry could say anything else, they were heading upstairs, stopping before the heavily chained and bolted front door, surrounded by Weasleys. "Goodbye, Harry. Take care." Mrs. Weasley hugged him. "See you, Harry, and keep an eye out for snakes for me," Mr. Weasley said genially, shaking his hand. "Right, yeah," said Harry distractedly. It was his last chance to tell Sirius to be careful. He turned, looked into his godfather's face, and opened his mouth to speak. But before he could do so, Sirius had enveloped him in a warm hug. "Look after yourself, Harry. Tell that Slytherin of yours I'll be having words with him soon," Sirius said. But even as he finished speaking, he didn't loosen his hold. Harry returned the hug the best he could. "You too. Be careful, Sirius." Sirius barked out a laugh and stepped back. "Me? You know I'm always careful." Back at Hogwarts, Harry tightened his scarf as a particularly chilly breeze of air burst through the room. He loved having the Clockwork Tower as their meeting place, not only for the many hours spent there, but for the privacy it provided. Winter, however, would be a great time to spice things up with a little change. "Have you been waiting long?" Theo's voice drew him from his thoughts. "Define long," Harry shot back as he watched the Slytherin sit down next to him. Immediately, he felt a burst of warmth run through him, and, sue him he was cold. He pressed his arm against his friend's. "Your temperature alone defines it." "Wait a moment, would you?" Theo asked him as he searched for something in his book bag. It wasn't long before he took out a jar, to Harry's confusion. That very confusion turned to delight when Theo muttered the charm for the bluebell flames he'd seen Hermione do before. Carefully, Theo held the jar over to him, and Harry gladly took hold of it. "Have I told you how amazing you are?" Theo cocked his head contemplatively. "Not today." "You're amazing, Theo." Harry closed his eyes as he listened to the other boys' laughter. Communicating with him via the notebooks was great, but it didn't compare to the real thing. But speaking of notebooks, So? Theo narrowed his eyes at him playfully. However, they lost that particular glint when he noticed Harry was serious. "Are we going to talk about the not being able to write incident?" He tried to go for an easygoing tone, but with the way Theo tensed up, he wasn't all that successful. "Well," Theo cleared his throat, "I wouldn't call it an incident to begin with." Harry pressed his lips together, playing with the jar in his hands. He had a bad feeling about the entire thing. The situation felt all too familiar. "What would you call it?" "I don't think I want to place the words for it." Theo trailed off, and Harry caught some movement from the corner of his eye. The other boy had begun tugging on his sleeves, as he usually did when nervous. "Are you all right?" he asked, raising his head and staring at him directly. Theo gave him a sad smile in return. "I'm fine. Nothing time won't fix." Harry bit his lip in frustration. He wanted to ask, he wanted answers. Yet for the life of him, he couldn't bear the thought of making Theo feel uncomfortable or crossing any unsaid boundaries. "Would you like to see for yourself?" Theo asked gently, taking off his glove and offering his left hand to him. Hesitantly, Harry took the offered limb in his own hands, turning it gently to get a good look at it. The skin from his middle and ring finger was a mess of yellow and green. He recognized the sight of healing bruises immediately. He'd seen enough of those on his own skin. At first glance, the fingers themselves didn't seem out of place, but upon closer inspection he could see some bends and bumps that he could have sworn weren't there before. "Who did this?" Harry asked, lowering their hands onto his lap. He could feel his head pounding already and breathed in deeply, trying to calm himself. "I think you already know. I'd like confirmation from you." Theo's lip twitched as he watched Harry with careful eyes. "My father broke 2 of my fingers, Harry," he answered without blinking, "and then demanded Wilby break her own, 10 for each of mine. She had to heal them in order to break them all over again." To his credit, his voice didn't waver, but Harry could hear the pain underneath it. How could he not? White-hot anger leapt inside him, forcing him to focus on the present. He had no right to be this furious. Gently, Harry grabbed Theo's wrist, carefully avoiding any sudden or harsh movements, and drew his attention back to him. "Was it because Harry cleared his throat, his grip tightening for a moment. Was it because of, does it matter? Theo interrupted him, clutching Harry's hand with his free one. Does it? Of course it matters, Harry said in disbelief. He shook his head, blinking away hot tears of shame. Theo, if you got hurt just because of me, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have pushed you. Theo laughed in a hollow sort of way. Harry, please look at me, he requested in a bitter voice. Reluctantly, Harry turned his head in his direction. This is not the first time something like this has happened, but this might very well be the first time I am proud of it. Theo sniffed, straightening his back and gripping Harry's hand in his even tighter. His eyes, normally calm and composed, were now hard with determination. Yet the dampness at the corners was a subtle testament to the raw vulnerability he felt in sharing such a painful truth. I won't lie to you. My father did this because he learnt that we're spending time together, but that is on him. His decisions are neither your fault nor mine. Theo let out a wet laugh. Being your friend is a risk I'm all too willing to take, Harry. The air hung heavy with tension as Harry, overwhelmed by the weight of Theo's revelation, uttered words he never thought he would say. Theo, being my friend, it's not worth it if it means you going through all this pain, Harry confessed, his voice laced with concern. Theo's gaze met Harry's, a mixture of gratitude and determination shining in his eyes. Harry, you don't understand. I'll never be truly okay as long as I'm with my father, he admitted. But I'll be 17 soon, and the moment I can, I'll be out of that manor. Suck it up, Potter. There's no chance of me walking away now. Harry, torn between wanting to protect his friend and respecting Theo's resolve, couldn't help but press further. Why, Theo? Why put yourself through all of this? He asked. Theo smiled gently as he averted his gaze for a moment. I'll tell you soon enough, Harry, he said cryptically. Having gotten over the intense part of their conversation, Harry found himself easing back into the easy banter he often shared with his friend. Theo had caught him up to speed with the Slytherins' trip to Italy and basked in his success of finding a copy of Galderbach. Remind me again why it's so special? Theo's eyebrows did the little dance they usually did when their owner got particularly incensed. You mean besides the fact that it's one of the few true grimoires remaining? It's full of ancient spells and runic material. Who knows what it contains? Harry perked up at the mention of ancient spells. So there might be some healing spells that may help with your hand? I was thinking of vanishing your bones like Lockhart did to me back in second year, but avoiding the pain of having them grow back seems like a better idea. He trailed off, noting Theo had gone suspiciously silent. You said you were translating it. You have been on the lookout for anything that may help you, right? Right? Silence. Would you believe me if I said it's not one of my main concerns at the moment? Theo, the other boy, quickly dodged the swat Harry had aimed at the back of his head. At least their dueling practices had served some purpose. Listen. I'm serious. I promise I'll be on the lookout from now on, he swore. But there's more pressing events. Do you remember the locket you sent me? The one you found while clearing your super-secret headquarters. Harry rolled his eyes but nodded, recalling the nightmare-inducing locket. Yeah, I sent it your way along with a dagger I found. Do you still have them? Of course I do. The dagger is currently inside my trunk. Theo nodded quickly, eager to get back on topic. Focus on the locket. You told me that muggles use a planchette to look for spirits, right? Harry was tempted to shrug. That was only a passing fancy and not the actual use of the pointer of the Ouija board, but he nodded instead, curious about whatever point Theo wanted to make. That's how we used the Adder Stone to find the store. We held it up and saw through it. But here's the interesting thing. Even before we used it to find the store, Tracy seemed to see some weird lines when using it. Weird lines? What do you mean? Harry asked, shifting slightly. She described them as some pulsing waves coming from people around us, but the best I could see was some sort of distortion. And, well, considering that and the fact that I was bored while at home, I decided to use the Adder Stone to take a look around. That's what I was doing when I came across the locket. With a subtle but excited gesture, Harry urged him to continue. The locket. It has this aura surrounding it. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It's as if the shadows themselves are reaching out, hungry for something. Theo shook his head, as if shaking himself out of a trance. I'd wager it's cursed, like a vessel for something much darker. Should we? Harry paused to lick his lips. They felt drier all of a sudden. Should we hand it over to someone? Theo's eyes widened. What? Why? Harry felt the urge to pull his hair out. You literally just said it's cursed, like almost every other item in the house I grew up in, Theo scowled. There's no way I'm handing it over to someone so they can figure out what's wrong with it. Finders keepers and all that. You weren't even the one who found it. Well, I'm still its keeper, Theo retorted, sticking his tongue out childishly. They were both silent for a second before breaking out in laughter, as a sense of weightlessness enveloped them. In that moment, Harry felt as if they existed in a bubble of time where the outside world faded away, the burdens and complexities of life momentarily lifted, where the weight of the past and the uncertainties of the future seemed to dissolve into nothingness. I don't want tomorrow to arrive, Harry confessed, leaning his head back against the cold wall. He had warmed up enough to discard the jar, but the feeling of the wall against his hair still made him shiver. I'll officially have my first official acclimacy lesson with Snape. Next to him, Theo stiffened. Already? Snape said Dumbledore wanted us to begin as soon as possible, Harry sighed. Hermione thinks he just wants me to stop having those dreams about Voldemort. But then why can't he teach me himself? Actually, why won't he talk to me himself? Maybe the old man has finally gone senile? The Slytherin proposed, earning himself another shove. Theo, what? It's a valid concern. How old is he anyway? 150. Don't even joke, Harry grimaced, unwilling to picture it. Voldemort will just have a walk in the park, taking over the wizarding world if that's the case. The prospect of Snape training him in acclimacy prompted a sense of reluctance to settle over him like a heavy cloak. The idea of willingly allowing him access to his innermost thoughts and emotions was deeply unsettling. Just like Theo had before, Snape would be capable of seeing anything, his experiences with Dudley, his first memories at Hogwarts, his personal moments with his friends, shit. What if Snape sees us practicing? He dragged his fingers through his hair. How is he only thinking of this now? What if Snape sees us talking? Theo winced, patting him on the back awkwardly. There. But Theo, Harry persisted, his voice tinged with urgency. If Snape gets into my head, he'll see everything and— Harry, breathe, Theo said, taking a hold of Harry's shoulders. It's all going to be fine. The possibility has existed ever since you told me Professor Snape was going to be teaching you. You're just late to the realization. Harry gave into the temptation of throwing his friend a half-hearted glare. He'd had more important things to think about, and Theo was well aware of that. Still, seeing Theo act so calm about the possibility of Snape knowing about their friendship did wonders on his own nerves. Absent-mindedly, he noted Theo had yet to let go of him, and he selfishly wished he wouldn't do it anytime soon. There's always been a chance, even back when I was the one learning with Snape, Theo hummed, moving his thumbs in circles. I always figured I'd come up with something if that happened. Now that it's back on the table, I can't find it in myself to care too much about it. Well, I'm flattered, Harry grumbled, immediately regretting it as Theo laughed and took his hands back. His shoulders felt cold all of a sudden. What if Snape tells your father? With the way he reacted when he saw some of my memories? Theo shook his head. I don't think he will. Besides, even if he does, I'm at Hogwarts. The worst thing my father can do is send me a curse by owl, and that's too public for him. What happens when the year is done? Then I'll stay with Blaise, Tracy, or Daphne. Maybe I'll rent a room in Diagon Alley and spend my summer there. I'll figure it out, Harry. Weren't you the one who told me to take action? To be brave and all that? Harry grimaced at that, wishing he could take his words back. That's not what I meant, and you know it, he snarked, but he had to admit Theo had a point. Sometimes the only way was through. At least that meant that the horrible being known as not senior would hopefully be out of the picture. And just because you're fine with it doesn't mean I am. Theo was silent for a moment. What do you mean? Well, Harry fumbled with his words, hoping to get his point across while he himself wasn't too sure of the answer. There are moments. I'd like to keep them to ourselves. To Harry's surprise, Theo's face immediately went red. Are you? He laughed, nudging him with his elbow. Are you blushing? Theo raised his hand to cover up with his face, but Harry was quick to grab it. You are. You're blushing. Well, Excuse me for feeling appreciated, Potter. Theo snarked but finally stopped trying to tug his hand back. Anyway, how was your godfather? I imagine leaving him was not easy. Harry took a moment to think about it before answering. It had been both hard and easy to leave Grimmauld Place. On one hand, it was never easy saying goodbye to Sirius, but knowing he would be seeing him again once school was over brought a smile to his face. It had been easier this time around, though. Sirius seemed different, happier, calmer. I'm conflicted about it, he settled for saying. Theo nodded in answer. I suppose I can relate. I miss Wilby too. Speaking of Sirius, Harry began, recalling their quick goodbye. He gave me this package, said it was a way of letting him know if Snape was giving me trouble. And? Have you opened it yet? Not yet, he confessed. I'm somewhat worried that if he hears something he doesn't like, he'll come rushing here and put himself in danger. Theo frowned for a second before shrugging. Then don't tell him anything you think he won't like. Don't you like the idea of talking to him? What? Harry's voice shot up in indignation. Of course I do. Enjoy it then, Theo said, checking his watch. And do tell me what it is once you use it. As pleasant as this has been, dinner is starting. A wide grin slowly spread through Harry's face as they both got up and stretched their limbs. Or you could use it yourself. Sirius did insist he wanted to talk to you. Wonder what about? He teased as he hurried to the door. Behind him, he laughed as he heard Theo splutter in shock as the other boy hurried to give chase. What do you mean, talk to me? Harry spent most of the next day dreading the evening. His morning potions lesson did nothing to dispel his trepidation, as Snape was as unpleasant as ever, and Harry's mood was further lowered by the fact that members of the YEA were continually approaching him in the corridors between classes, asking hopefully whether there would be a meeting that night. I'll let you know when the next one is, Harry said over and over again, but I can't do it tonight. I've got to go to, remedial potions. You take remedial potions? Zacharias Smith asked loudly, having cornered Harry in the entrance hall after dinner. Good Lord, you must be terrible. Snape doesn't usually give extra lessons, does he? Harry cursed internally as he noted a couple of Slytherins walking by, but his worries proved to be unfounded once he heard their conversation. Potter as well? Maybe you should ask Professor Snape for extra lessons, one of them said to their friend as they passed them. Smith also strode away in an annoyingly buoyant fashion as Ron glared after him. Shall I jinx him? I can still get him from here, he said, raising his wand and taking aim between Smith's shoulder blades. Forget it, said Harry dismally. It's what everyone's going to think, isn't it? That I'm really stup? So what if they do? Ron interrupted him with a frown. It'll be the same people who think you're lying about him. They know nothing. Everyone with something for brains knows. You're far from stupid, mate. Stunned, Harry blinked at him. Am I dreaming, or did Weasley just say something reasonable? Maybe it's Granger using Polyjuice Potion. Immediately, Ron rolled his eyes and turned to sneer at the two Slytherins who had just joined them in the entrance hall. Not Zabini. I was wondering why all the birds had suddenly stopped singing. Theo answered his sneer with a smirk. We figured it was our due to grace you with our presence. Harry noted the smirk softened into a smile when Theo turned to look at him. Hey, Harry. Hey, Theo, he greeted his friend. Behind them, Zabini and Ron kept bickering in a low voice. Was Smith giving you trouble? Theo asked, shooting a glance in the direction Smith had wandered off to. Harry shook his head and scratched the back of his neck. Nothing I'm not used to. Don't worry about it. Theo pressed his lips together in contemplation before shrugging. If you say so. I wanted to ask, but whatever Theo was going to say was interrupted by Ron and Zabini's discussion getting heated. After all, I heard your mother is rather fond of her food, Zabini was saying, his face contorted into an ugly expression. To his credit, Ron didn't hesitate for a second. Just like I heard yours is fond of her men, he snapped back. Harry watched as Zabini's face went white before his hand reached into his robes. Immediately, Harry leaned over to drag Ron over to his side as Theo rushed toward Zabini. Hey! Theo hissed at him, grabbing the hand Zabini had yet to draw back out. Get a hold of yourself, Blaze. We didn't come to start a duel. You heard what he said about my mother. Zabini growled in a low voice, but Harry reckoned he did seem a lot calmer. Next to him, Ron's face was returning to his normal color. For a moment, He looked like he was about to throw another insult Zabini's way, so Harry tightened his grip on his arm. "Harry?" a voice behind him asked. He turned around and found Cho standing there. "Oh," Harry said, still not letting go of Ron's arm. "Hi." From the corner of his eye, he saw Theo and Zabini turn around to stare as well. "Had a good Christmas?" she asked, oblivious to the situation she had just walked into. "Yeah, it was all right," Harry shrugged. "Mine was pretty quiet," Cho continued. For some reason, she was looking rather embarrassed. Harry figured it could easily be due to the other three boys just standing there in silence. Cho cleared her throat. "There's another Hogsmeade trip next month. Did you see the notice?"
What?
Harry asked, confused at the sudden change in topic. "Oh no, I haven't checked the notice board since I got back." "Yes, it's on Valentine's Day, right?" Harry nodded, wondering why she was telling him that. "Do you want to come into Hogsmeade with me?" she finally asked, blushing crimson and looking at him with a hopeful smile. Behind him, something fell to the ground with a loud thud. "On Valentine's Day?" "Oh," Harry stuttered out, thinking back to the kiss they had shared before Christmas. The thought made his stomach leap uncomfortably. Nerves, he figured. Sure, if his not-so-enthusiastic response bothered Cho, she didn't show it. Instead, she beamed at him and bounced back on her feet. "Great. I'll see you then," she smiled as she walked away. Harry felt like his head was spinning. Had Cho just asked him on a date on Valentine's Day? And had he just agreed? It didn't feel real. He turned to talk to Ron, but he was surprised to see him giving Theo a concerned look. Next to his friend, Zabini was helping him pick up the book bag the other boy had just dropped. Well, that explained the noise. At least they weren't fighting anymore, Harry supposed. "Theo, what was it you wanted to ask?" Both Slytherins got up, Zabini with a wince on his face as Theo shouldered his bag once more. "You know what? Forget it. It wasn't important anyway." Harry frowned at his tone. Theo hadn't spoken like that to him ever since they became friends. "Is everything all right?" he asked, frowning in worry. "Fine, just fine," Theo grumbled. "See you around." He turned and walked off in what Harry considered to be a great Snape impression. He stood there with Ron and Zabini in awkward silence until the latter finally spoke. "Well," he said, clapping his hands together, "as pleasant as this has been, I don't want to be here anymore. Potter, Weasley." He nodded at them both before following in the steps of his friend. Harry stared at him in confusion, turning to Ron. "What just happened?" In answer, Ron just shook his head and patted him in the back, pushing him in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Chapter end notes. Your kudos go after Theo, and your comments bonk Harry on his head. Here's a friendly reminder, we have a Discord server, https://discord. GG/TPKuruUXDB. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Thank you all for your constant support. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. Worse and worser. Chapter notes. Fancy seeing you lot here. Thank you for keeping up with this story. Smiley face. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. By 6 o'clock that evening, Harry felt an ominous feeling that intensified with every step he took towards Snape's office. He paused outside the door when he reached it, wishing he were almost anywhere else, then, taking a deep breath, knocked and entered. It was a shadowy room lined with shelves bearing hundreds of glass jars in which floated slimy bits of animals and plants, suspended in variously colored potions. In a corner stood the cupboard full of ingredients that Harry had once blackmailed Theo into stealing from. However, his attention was drawn toward the desk, where a shallow stone basin engraved with runes and symbols lay in a pool of candlelight. Harry recognized it at once, Dumbledore's pensieve. Wondering what on earth it was doing here, he jumped when Snape's cold voice came out of the corner. "Shut the door behind you, Potter." Harry did as he was told, with the horrible feeling that he was imprisoning himself as he did so. When he turned back to face the room, Snape had moved into the light and was pointing silently at the chair opposite his desk. Harry sat down and so did Snape, his cold black eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Harry. "Well, Potter, you know why you are here," he said. "The headmaster has asked me to teach you a clemency. I can only hope that you prove more adept at it than potions." "Right?" Harry nodded tersely. "This may not be an ordinary class, Potter," said Snape, his eyes narrowed malevolently, "but I am still your teacher, and you will therefore call me Sir or Professor at all times." "Yes, sir," said Harry. "Now, a clemency. As I told you back in your dear godfather's kitchen, this branch of magic seals the mind against magical intrusion and influence." Harry resisted the urge to tell Snape to move on. He knew all that already. "And why does Professor Dumbledore think I need it, sir?" Harry asked, taking care to avoid looking directly into Snape's dark, cold eyes. He wondered whether or not Snape would answer truthfully, if they, just like he and Theo did, suspect his connection to Voldemort allowed them to look into each other's mind. Snape looked back at him for a moment, narrowing his eyes. "Surely even you could have worked that out by now, Potter? The Dark Lord is highly skilled at legilimency. Doesn't legilimency require eye contact?" Harry interrupted him. "Sir." Snape's eyes narrowed even more as he frowned, clearly not expecting Harry to be informed. He schooled his expression soon after. "Color me surprised you actually know something useful, Potter. The usual rules do not seem to apply to you. The curse that failed to kill you seems to have forged some kind of connection between you and the Dark Lord. The evidence suggests that at times, when your mind is most relaxed and vulnerable, when you are asleep, for instance, you are sharing the Dark Lord's thoughts and emotions. The headmaster thinks it inadvisable for this to continue. He wishes me to teach you how to close your mind to the Dark Lord." Harry's heart was pumping fast. So Dumbledore agreed with their theories. But then, why hadn't he said anything to him? Just because Voldemort wasn't currently exploiting their connection, if he even knew about it, that didn't mean it would stay that way. Harry felt a spike of anger course through him before forcing it down. Being emotional was the last thing he needed at the moment. "It appears that the Dark Lord has been unaware of the connection between you and himself until very recently. Up till now it seems that you have been experiencing his emotions and sharing his thoughts without his being any the wiser. However, the vision you had shortly before Christmas, the one with the snake and Mr. Weasley—" "Do not interrupt me, Potter," Snape said in a dangerous voice. When he continued, it was slowly and deliberately, weighing every word. "As I was saying, the vision you had shortly before Christmas represented such a powerful incursion upon the Dark Lord's thoughts. I saw inside the snake's head, not his. I thought I just told you not to interrupt me, Potter." But Harry didn't care. He wanted answers, and it seemed Snape was holding them. Harry had moved forward in his chair so that, without realizing it, he was perched on the very edge, tense as though poised for flight. "How come I saw through the snake's eyes if it's Voldemort's thoughts I'm sharing?" "Do not say the Dark Lord's name," Snape snapped. There was a nasty silence as they glared at each other across the pensieve. "Professor Dumbledore says his name," Harry mumbled quietly. "Dumbledore is an extremely powerful wizard," Snape muttered. "While he may feel secure enough to use the name, the rest of us—" He rubbed his left forearm, apparently unconsciously, on the spot where Harry knew the dark mark was burned into his skin. "I just wanted to know," Harry began again, forcing his voice back to politeness. "Why? You seem to have visited the snake's mind because that was where the Dark Lord was at that particular moment," Snape snarled. "He was possessing the snake at the time, and so you dreamed you were inside it too, and he realized I was there?" "It seems so," Snape said coolly. "How do you know?" Harry asked urgently. "Is this just Professor Dumbledore guessing, or—" "It is enough that we know," Snape interrupted him. "The important point is that the Dark Lord is now aware that you are gaining access to his thoughts and feelings. He has also deduced that the process is likely to work in reverse. That is to say, he has realized that he might be able to access your thoughts and feelings in return. Which brings us back to a clemency." Snape pulled out his wand from an inside pocket of his robes and Harry tensed in his chair, not ready to begin yet. But Snape merely raised the wand to his temple and placed its tip into the greasy roots of his hair. When he withdrew it, some silvery substance came away, stretching from temple to wand like a thick gossamer strand, which broke as he pulled the wand away from it and fell gracefully into the pensieve, where it swirled silvery white, neither gas nor liquid. Twice more Snape raised the wand to his temple and deposited the silvery substance into the stone basin. Then, without offering any explanation of his behavior, he picked up the pensieve carefully, removed it to a shelf out of their way, and returned to face Harry with his wand held at the ready. "Stand up and take out your wand, Potter." Harry complied, taking a deep breath. At least he was familiar with the incoming feeling. He mused, trying his best to calm his mind. Theo had mentioned that his usual approach was much too passive for Harry, but he was on the defensive. How could he be more active from there? "You may use your wand to attempt to disarm me, or defend yourself in any other way you can think of," Snape was saying, drawing him out of his thoughts. "I am about to attempt to break into your mind. We are going to see how well you resist. I have been told that you have already shown aptitude at resisting the Imperious Curse. You will find that similar powers are needed for this. Brace yourself. Now, Legilimens." Harry barely had time to brace himself before the room twisted out of focus. Image after image was racing through his mind like a flickering film, so vivid it blinded him to his surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, Harry realized he could feel the presence in his mind. It was entirely different from his previous experience. Whereas Theo had felt warm and light, Snape felt like an ice pick pushing at his brain. If he focused enough, he could almost place it. The memories tried to pull him from his thoughts. Distantly, he could see them playing out, but he pulled back at his own mind. Push back, he thought, not sure at what he was pushing at. The ice pick felt like it was everywhere. Push back. He felt a sharp pain in his knee. Snape's office had come back into view, and he realized that he had fallen to the floor. One of his knees had collided painfully with the leg of Snape's desk. He looked up at Snape, who had lowered his wand and was rubbing his wrist. There was an angry wheel there, like a scorch mark. "Did you mean to produce a stinging hex?" "No," Harry grumbled, getting up from the floor. So he hadn't managed to push Snape back at all. "Great. I thought not," Snape said contemptuously. "You let me get in too far. You lost control." But for a first attempt, that was not as poor as it might have been. And yet that was not his first attempt, Harry thought morosely. "You managed to stop me eventually," Snape continued, "though you wasted time and energy shouting. You must remain focused. Repel me with your brain, and you will not need to resort to your wand." "I'm trying," Harry bit out angrily. "Manners, Potter," Snape said dangerously. "Now, I want you to close your eyes." Harry threw him a filthy look before doing as he was told. He did not like the idea of standing there with his eyes shut while Snape faced him, carrying a wand. "Clear your mind, Potter," Snape's cold voice rang out. "Let go of all emotion." Harry mentally muttered his old prayer, wishing he had his pendant there with him. He could still feel the anger vibrating under his skin. "I can see the frown on your face, Potter. You will need more discipline than this. Focus now." Harry relaxed and tried not to think, or remember, or feel. "Let's go again. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, Legilimens." Harry realized Snape had been holding back the first time as he was a great black dragon rearing in front of him. His father and mother were waving at him out of an enchanted mirror. Cedric Diggory was lying on the ground with blank eyes staring at him. Harry felt a burst of rage burst in his chest at the sight of Cedric's body. He felt as it engulfed his mind, his very being. He saw red as the room twisted back into focus. He was back on his knees, his face buried in his hands, his brain aching as though someone had been trying to pull it from his skull. "Get up," Snape said sharply. "Get up. You are not trying. You are making no effort. You are allowing me access to memories you fear, handing me weapons." Harry stood up again, his heart thumping wildly as though he had really just seen Cedric dead in the graveyard. Snape looked paler than usual and angrier, though not nearly as angry as Harry was. "I am making an effort," he said through clenched teeth, feeling the sweat that had gathered on his forehead. "I told you to empty yourself of emotion." "Yeah? Well, I'm finding that hard at the moment," Harry snarled. "Then you will find yourself easy prey for the Dark Lord." Snape shot back. "Fools who wear their hearts proudly on their sleeves, who cannot control their emotions, who wallow in sad memories and allow themselves to be provoked this easily. Weak people, in other words, they stand no chance against his powers. He will penetrate your mind with absurd ease, Potter." "I am not weak," Harry growled in a low voice. "Then prove it. Master yourself." Snape spat. "Control your anger. Discipline your mind. We shall try again. Get ready, Now, Legillimens. Hermione was lying in the hospital wing, her face covered with thick black hair. 100 Dementors were drifting across the lake in the grounds toward him. Theo had his wand pointed at him in the room of requirement. He was running along a windowless passage with Mr. Weasley. They were drawing nearer to the plain black door at the end of the corridor. I know. I know. He was on all fours again on Snape's office floor. His scar was prickling unpleasantly. What were you two doing there, Potter? He asked, eyeing Harry intently. He looked up at Snape. I remembered, Harry panted. I've just realized. Realized what? Snape frowned at him, seemingly confused. Harry did not answer at once. He was still savoring the moment of blinding realization as he rubbed his forehead. He had been dreaming about a windowless corridor ending in a locked door for months, without once realizing that it was a real place. Now, seeing the memory again, he knew that all along he had been dreaming about the corridor down which he had run with Mr. Weasley on the 12th of August as they hurried to the courtrooms in the Ministry. It was the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries, and Mr. Weasley had been there the night that he had been attacked by Voldemort's snake. What's in the Department of Mysteries? What did you say? Snape asked quietly, and Harry saw, with deep satisfaction, that Snape was unnerved. His earlier confusion was gone, replaced by subtle agitation. I said, "What's in the Department of Mysteries, sir?" Harry repeated. "And why," Snape said slowly, "would you ask such a thing?" "Because," Harry breathed out, watching Snape closely for a reaction, "that corridor I've just seen. I've been dreaming about it for months. I've just recognized it. It leads to the Department of Mysteries. And I think Voldemort wants something from—" "I have told you not to say the Dark Lord's name." They glared at each other. Harry's scar seared again, but he didn't care. When Snape spoke again, he sounded as though he was trying to appear cool and unconcerned. "There are many things in the Department of Mysteries, Potter, few of which you would understand and none of which concern you. Do I make myself plain?" "Yes," Harry answered, still rubbing his prickling scar, which was becoming more painful. "I want you back here same time next week, and we will continue work then." "Fine." Harry was desperate to get out of Snape's office and find Ron and Hermione. "You are to rid your mind of all emotion every night before sleep. Empty it, make it blank and calm. You understand?" "Yes," Harry said, barely listening. "And be warned, Potter. I shall know if you have not practiced." "Right," Harry mumbled. He picked up his school bag, swung it over his shoulder, and hurried toward the office door. As he opened it, he glanced back at Snape, who had his back to Harry and was scooping his own thoughts out of the pensieve with the tip of his wand and replacing them carefully inside his own head. Harry left without another word, closing the door carefully behind him, his scar still throbbing painfully. His first instinct was to check his map, but the dot he was looking for was in the Slytherin common room. Harry frowned. It was barely 8. Theo would usually be in the Clockwork Tower. He shrugged, figuring he'd ask him if everything was all right the following day. He found Ron and Hermione in the library, where they were working on Umbridge's most recent ream of homework. Other students, nearly all of them 5th years, sat at lamplit tables nearby, noses close to books, quills scratching feverishly, while the sky outside the mullioned windows grew steadily blacker. The only other sound was the slight squeaking of one of Madame Pance's shoes as the librarian prowled the aisles menacingly, breathing down the necks of those touching her precious books. Harry felt shivery. His scar was still aching. He felt almost feverish. Even his previous practices didn't compare to this one. Snape was a brutal teacher. No wonder Theo had looked so exhausted when he had first started learning occlumency. "How did it go?" Hermione whispered, and then, looking concerned, "Are you all right, Harry?" "I'm fine," he said impatiently, wincing as pain shot through his scar again. "Listen, I've just realized something." And he told them what he had just seen and deduced. So, are you saying," Ron whispered, as Madame Pants swept past, squeaking slightly, "that the weapon, the thing you know who's after, is in the Ministry of Magic? In the Department of Mysteries, it's got to be," Harry whispered. "I saw that door when your dad took me down to the courtrooms for my hearing, and it's definitely the same one he was guarding when the snake bit him." "So what's in the Department of Mysteries?" Harry asked Ron. Has your dad ever mentioned anything about it? I know they call the people who work in there unspeakables, Ron whispered, frowning. Because no one really seems to know what they do in there. Weird place to have a weapon. It's not weird at all. It makes perfect sense. Hermione shook her head. It will be something top secret that the ministry has been developing. Harry did not answer. He was still feeling ill. I'm going to have to do this tomorrow, he muttered, pushing the books he had just taken out of his bag back inside it. Well, write it in your homework planner then, Hermione said encouragingly. So you don't forget. Harry and Ron exchanged looks as he reached into his bag, withdrew the planner, and opened it tentatively. Don't leave it till later, you big second-rater, the book chided as Harry scribbled down Umbridge's homework. Hermione beamed at it. Let's get back to the common room, she said, packing her things. We'll be a bit more comfortable there. The second they entered the common room, Harry hurried toward the boys' dormitory. He was feeling sick again, just as he had the night he had had the vision of the snake, but thought that if he could just lie down for a while, he would be all right. He opened the door of his dormitory and was one step inside it when he experienced pain so severe he thought that someone must have sliced into the top of his head. He did not know where he was, whether he was standing or lying down. He did not even know his own name. Maniacal laughter was ringing in his ears. He was happier than he had been in a very long time. Jubilant, ecstatic, triumphant. A wonderful, wonderful thing had happened. Harry? Harry! Someone had hit him around the face. The insane laughter was punctuated with a cry of pain. The happiness was draining out of him, but the laughter continued. He opened his eyes, and as he did so, he became aware that the wild laughter was coming out of his own mouth. The moment he realized this, it died away, and he lay panting on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, the scar on his forehead throbbing horribly. Ron was bending over him, looking very worried. What happened? He asked. I don't know, Harry gasped, sitting up again. He's really happy. Really happy? You know who? Something good's happened, Harry mumbled. He was shaking as badly as he had done after seeing the snake attack Mr. Weasley and felt very sick. Something he's been hoping for. Ron looked at him worriedly, helping him get back on his feet and toward his bed. Harry slumped back on his pillows the second he touched them, aching all over from having fallen to the floor so often that evening, his scar still prickling painfully. He could not help feeling that his first foray into a clemency had weakened his mind's resistance rather than strengthening it, and he wondered, with a feeling of great trepidation, what had happened to make Voldemort the happiest he had been in a very long time. His question was answered the very next morning. When Hermione's Daily Prophet arrived, she smoothed it out, gazed for a moment at the front page, and then gave a yelp that caused everyone in the vicinity to stare at her. What? Harry and Ron asked in unison. Instead of answering, she spread the newspaper on the table in front of them and pointed at 10 black and white photographs that filled the whole of the front page, 9 showing wizards' faces and the 10th, a witch's. Each picture was captioned with a name and the crime for which the person had been sent to Azkaban. Antonin Dolohov, convicted of the brutal murders of Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Augustus Rookwood, convicted of leaking Ministry of Magic secrets to he who must not be named. But Harry's eyes were drawn to the picture of the witch. Her face had leapt out at him the moment he had seen the page. She had long, dark hair that looked unkempt and straggly in the picture, though he had seen it sleek, thick, and shining. She glared up at him through heavily lidded eyes, an arrogant, disdainful smile playing around her thin mouth. Like Sirius, she retained vestiges of great good looks, but something, perhaps Azkaban, had taken most of her beauty. Bellatrix Lestrange, convicted of the torture and permanent incapacitation of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Hermione nudged Harry and pointed at the headline over the pictures, which Harry, concentrating on Bellatrix, had not yet read. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Ministry fears Black is rallying point for old Death Eaters. I don't believe this, Harry snarled. Fudge is blaming the breakout on Sirius? What other options does he have? Hermione said bitterly. He can hardly say, sorry. Everyone, Dumbledore warned me this might happen. The Azkaban guards have joined Lord Voldemort, and now Voldemort's worst supporters have broken out too. I mean, he spent a good 6 months telling everyone you and Dumbledore are liars. hasn't he? Hermione ripped open the newspaper and began to read the report inside while Harry turned to look at Ron, who had been quiet since Hermione had turned the newspaper around for them to see. He was staring instantly at the place where the paper had been. Over the table, his fists were clenched so tight his knuckles had turned white. Ron? Harry asked hesitantly. Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, he muttered in a low voice. They were Mum's brothers. Harry felt a lump form in the back of his throat. Ron had never mentioned losing someone during Voldemort's first reign of terror. He tried to say something, but nothing would come out. As if sensing it, Ron raised his head to look at him and nudged him with his elbow. "It's fine. The news just took me by surprise," he said, reaching over for some pumpkin juice. "I didn't get to know them. It happened before I was born. If you ever need to talk," Harry offered gently, not sure what to do. Ron had never been the overly emotional kind. "Thanks, mate," Ron shrugged. "Already back to eating. What I don't get is why everyone's acting like nothing happened." "Well, at least the staff is taking it seriously." Harry glanced up at the staff table. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were deep in conversation, both looking extremely grave. Professor Sprout had the prophet propped against a goblet and was reading the front page with such concentration that she was not noticing the gentle drip of egg yolk falling into her lap from her stationary spoon. Snape was surprisingly absent, and at the far end of the table, Professor Umbridge was tucking into a bowl of porridge. For once her poachy toad's eyes were not sweeping the great hall looking for misbehaving students. She scowled as she gulped down her food, and every now and then she shot a malevolent glance up the table to where Dumbledore and McGonagall were talking so intently. "Oh my," Hermione said suddenly, still staring at the newspaper. "What now?" Harry groaned. "It's horrible," said Hermione, looking shaken. She folded back page 10 of the newspaper and handed it back to Harry and Ron. "Tragic demise of Ministry of Magic worker," Ron read. St. Mungo's hospital promised a full inquiry last night after Ministry of Magic worker Broderick Bode, 49, was discovered dead in his bed, strangled by a potted plant. Bode? "Oh, I've heard Dad talk about him. He was an unspeakable. He worked at the Department of Mysteries." They looked at one another for a moment before Hermione pulled the newspaper back toward her. She closed it, glared for a moment at the pictures of the 10 escaped Death Eaters on the front, then leapt to her feet. "Where are you going?" Ron asked, startled. "To send a letter," Hermione said, swinging her bag onto her shoulder. Well, I don't know whether, but it's worth trying, and I'm the only one who can." "I hate it when she does that," Ron grumbled as he and Harry got up from the table and made their own, slower way out of the great hall. "Would it kill her to tell us what she's up to for once?" Harry nodded absently, squinting and trying his best to spot a familiar mop of brown hair. "It'd take her about 10 more seconds." "Theo," Harry called, interrupting Ron's rambling. He had just caught sight of the Slytherin standing behind one of the nearby statues. "Harry," Theo greeted, sounding just a little out of breath. He shot a quick look toward the doors to the Great Hall, but only a couple of Ravenclaws walked out. "And Weasley, I hadn't seen you there. I wanted to ask, are you all right?" Harry asked, noticing the tense set of his shoulders. "You seemed off yesterday and—" "What? Yesterday?" Theo looked confused at his question for a second before shaking his head. "Oh, you're at clemency lessons. That makes so much sense." Behind Harry, Ron let out a loud scoff. Without missing a beat, Theo rolled his eyes. "Just because your head is empty, Weasley, doesn't mean—" His eyes widened as he glanced past Harry's shoulder, his expression tightening in a split of a second. "Harry, we'll talk later, I promise." Harry scrunched his face in confusion as both he and Ron turned to see what had caught Theo's attention. But before he could react, Theo had already begun to briskly walk away, disappearing into the throng of students heading in the opposite direction. Left standing there, slightly bewildered, Harry turned back around, only for him to almost collide with Professor Snape. The potions master's dark eyes bore into Harry's. His disdainful gaze bore into Harry as he spoke, his voice dripping with contempt. "Potter, Weasley, stop loitering in the corridors and get to your classes," Snape snapped, his tone sharp and unforgiving. Without another word, he swept past Harry and Ron, his billowing black cloak trailing behind him dramatically. What is his problem? Ron gaped as they both watched their professor walk away. Get to class, he says. Stop loitering in the corridors. How about he stops scaring everyone by looking like a giant bat and appearing out of nowhere? Hey, Hagrid. Figuring he'd find out what was bothering Theo later, Harry turned to look at Hagrid, who was standing beside the doors into the entrance hall, waiting for a crowd of Ravenclaws to pass. All right, you two, he said, trying to muster a smile but managing only a kind of pained grimace. Are you okay, Hagrid? Harry asked, following him as he lumbered after the Ravenclaws. Fine, fine. Hagrid waved a hand and narrowly missed concussing a frightened-looking Professor Vector who was passing. Just busy, you know, usual stuff. Lessons to prepare. Couple of salamanders got scale rot. And I'm on probation, he mumbled. You're on probation? Ron asked loud enough that the passing students looked around curiously. Sorry, I mean you're on probation, he whispered. Yeah, Hagrid shrugged. Snow more 'n I expected, ter tell ya the truth. Yeah, my not VE picked up on it, bu that inspection didn't go too well, you know. Anyway, he sighed deeply. Best go and rub a bit more chili powder on them salamanders, or their tails'll be hanging off 'em next. See ya, Harry, Ron. He trudged away, out the front doors and down the stone steps into the damp grounds. Harry watched him go, wondering how much more bad news he could stand. Throughout the day, there was only one topic of conversation in the corridors: the 10 escaped Death Eaters, whose story had finally filtered through the school from those few people who read the newspapers. Rumors were flying that some of the convicts had been spotted in Hogsmeade, that they were supposed to be hiding out in the Shrieking Shack, and that they were going to break into Hogwarts, just as Sirius Black had done. Those who came from wizarding families had grown up hearing the names of these Death Eaters spoken with almost as much fear as Voldemort's. The crimes they had committed during the days of Voldemort's reign of terror were legendary. There were relatives of their victims among the Hogwarts students, who now found themselves the unwilling objects of a gruesome sort of reflected fame as they walked the corridors. It was not only the students' mood that had changed. It was now quite common to come across 2 or 3 teachers conversing in low, urgent whispers in the corridors, breaking off their conversations the moment they saw students approaching. Later that day, as they trudged down the stone steps to the dungeons for potions, they were greeted by the sudden appearance of Professor McGonagall, who was just leaving Snape's classroom. As the Gryffindors entered, Harry strained his neck to try and spot Theo, hoping to set up his cauldron next to him. Unfortunately, the other boy was nowhere to be found, and he, Ron, and Hermione took their usual seats at the back of the class. Theo didn't make an appearance until the very last second, entering just before Snape closed the dungeon door with an echoing bang. The Slytherin ducked his head as he passed in front of their professor, effectively avoiding his glare as he hurried to sit down next to his housemates. The rest of the class was an unqualified disaster. Try as Harry might, he couldn't focus enough to get his deflating draft to thicken, and Snape, standing watching with an air of vindictive pleasure, scribbled something that looked suspiciously like a 0 onto his notes before moving away. The second the bell rang, he hurried to pack his things. What do you think McGonagall was doing down here earlier? Harry heard Ron asking Hermione as he shouldered his book bag. He looked around to no avail. Both Theo and, suspiciously, Snape were gone. Well, they can't talk freely in the staff room anymore now, can they? She answered as they made their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Not with Umbridge there. Reckon they know anything new? If they do, we're not going to hear about it, are we? Said Harry angrily. Not after decree. What number are we on now? 26? I've lost count, Ron shrugged. It's not like anyone actually bothers reading them. What do you think is behind that door? Harry wondered out loud after dinner, on their way back to the common room. I'm sick and tired of dreaming about walking down that corridor every night. That's not funny, Hermione said sharply. Dumbledore doesn't want you to have dreams about that corridor at all, or he wouldn't have asked Snape to teach you a clemency. Speaking of, am I the only one worried about that? Ron asked sheepishly. About what? Hermione asked rather snappishly. Well, maybe Snape isn't really trying to help Harry. Both Harry and Hermione stared at him. Ron looked darkly and meaningfully from one to the other. Maybe, he said again in a lower voice. He's actually trying to open Harry's mind a bit wider. Make it easier for you, know? Shut up, Ron. Hermione interrupted him angrily. How many times have you suspected Snape? And when have you ever been right? Dumbledore trusts him. He works for the Order. That ought to be enough. He hates Harry, though, Ron said stubbornly. Can we really trust him to put his feelings aside considering his record? Dumbledore trusts him, Hermione repeated. And if we can't trust Dumbledore, we can't trust anyone. I'm just saying there should be a better suited person for the job. Ron defended himself. Harry never looked that bad when he was training with Nott. Harry let out a short laugh at the irony of the situation. Are you saying you'd rather me be practicing with him? Hermione arched an eyebrow, slightly surprised. When did you stop hating Theo, Ron? Ron scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. I haven't stopped hating him. I'm only looking at the facts. He defended himself. Nott's a slimy git, but at least we know he has Harry's well-being in mind, Hermione sighed, pressing her lips together as she considered Ron's words. Perhaps we could find a compromise. What if we asked Theo to continue helping Harry alongside Snape? Maybe if Harry improves with Theo, Snape's lessons won't be as brutal. Ron mulled over her suggestion before nodding in reluctant agreement. I suppose that could work, but I still want to be there. I may trust Nott more than I trust Snape, but that isn't saying much. Oh, speak of the devil. Their conversation was interrupted by the sight of Theo walking ahead of them, alone. Harry quickened his pace to catch up, relief flooding through him at the sight of his friend. Theo, Harry called out, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But before Harry could say much more, a hand descended heavily on Theo's shoulder, causing him to stiffen. Snape emerged from the shadows, his expression inscrutable as he interrupted their exchange. As Snape's hand landed heavily on Theo's shoulder, Harry couldn't help but feel a surge of worry for his friend. The grimace that flashed across Theo's face spoke volumes. He'd been avoiding Snape all day, and now he'd finally been caught. From a short distance away, Harry watched Theo shoot him a quick, apologetic glance, silently acknowledging his predicament before turning his attention to Snape. Professor Snape, Theo began, his voice tinged with apprehension. Is there something I can help you with? Snape's expression remained impassive as he directed Theo towards the dungeons. Yes, Mr. Nott, there is. I require your presence for a moment. Harry's mind raced with worry as he watched Theo reluctantly fall into step beside Snape. He couldn't shake the feeling of guilt gnawing at him. It was his fault Theo was in this situation, and he couldn't bear the thought of his friend facing Snape's wrath alone. Turning to Hermione and Ron, Harry exchanged a worried glance with them. What's that about? Ron asked, craning his neck as he watched the pair of them walk off. I'm sure it's about Snape seeing us train in my memories, Harry muttered, his voice heavy with concern. Hermione's brow furrowed with worry as she nodded in agreement. I'm sure he'll be fine, Harry. Snape can't do much more than give him detention, and even then, that wouldn't be justified, she assured him, but her tone was tinged with apprehension. He can't punish his students just for fraternizing with another house. Trust Snape to try, though, Ron mumbled before yelping in pain at the elbow Hermione jabbed in his side. As they continued on their way back to Gryffindor Tower, the tension of the moment hung heavy in the air. While the uncertainty still lingered, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos listen to the teacher's gossip, and your comments go distract Snape all day long. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server, https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Thank you all for your constant support. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. The one with the problematic Gryffindor with green eyes. Chapter Notes. Rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. Enjoy your chapter. A bit of a filler, but I'm back on my trusty laptop. Just me and the keys, vibing. Any typos you see, feel free to let me know so I can correct them. Thank you for keeping up with this story, smiley face. I hope you all enjoy it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Reckless, impulsive, foolhardy. Professor Snape spat out the words like venom, as he had been doing for the better part of an hour already. His office was draped in its usual dim lighting, shadows dancing across the walls as the flicker of candlelight played off the potions vials lining the shelves. Snape sat behind the desk, his black eyes fixed on Theo with a cold intensity that made the Slytherin shift uncomfortably where he stood. "Do you have any idea what you've done, Mr. Knott? Bringing Potter into your confidence, teaching him a clemency of all things. Do you have a death wish? Or are you simply too dim to grasp the consequences of your actions? Do you fancy yourself some sort of altruistic hero? You might think you're being noble, sacrificing yourself for the greater good." Professor Snape continued, his voice dripping with scorn. "But let me enlighten you, Mr. Knott. There is nothing noble about endangering yourself and others for the sake of some misguided sense of heroism. I'm hardly endangering myself. Well, perhaps just a tiny bit of an idiot." Theo's retort hung in the air for a moment before Snape's stern voice sliced through it like a blade. "Do not interrupt, Mr. Knott," Snape snapped, his tone cutting and final. "I will not tolerate insolence in my office." Theo bit back his instinctive response, swallowing his pride as he braced himself for the lecture's continuation. Snape's gaze narrowed, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. "As I was saying," he continued, his voice dripping with disdain, "your actions have consequences, consequences that you seem all too eager to disregard." Theo shifted uncomfortably under Snape's piercing stare, feeling the weight of the professor's disapproval like a leaden weight upon his shoulders. "You may think yourself clever, Mr. Knott," Snape continued, his voice low and measured, "but in reality, you are nothing more than a pawn in a game you do not understand." Theo's fists clenched at his sides, his nails digging into his palms as he struggled to maintain his composure. Snape's words cut deep, slicing through his defenses with surgical precision. "Think carefully, boy." Snape's voice was a cold whisper, sending a chill down Theo's spine. "Is your loyalty to Potter truly worth the risk? Or are you simply too blinded by your own foolishness to see the truth?" Theo's jaw clenched, his fingers instinctively curling into fists at his sides. "I did what I had to do, Professor," he replied evenly, though his voice crackled with suppressed emotion. "Harry needed my help, and I wasn't about to stand by and watch him suffer." Snape's lip curled into a sneer of disdain. "On a first-name basis already," he scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. Theo's gaze hardened, a flicker of defiance burning in his eyes. "He's my friend, Professor," he stated firmly, though his voice trembled with the weight of his convictions. "And I'll be damned if I let anyone, even you, dictate who I choose to stand by." Snape's expression softened slightly, though the disapproval remained etched in the lines of his face. "Friendship is a noble sentiment, Mr. Knott," he conceded begrudgingly. "But do not mistake sentimentality for strength. In our world, such weaknesses can be exploited." Theo's fists unclenched, his resolve unwavering. "I am no fool, Professor," he replied quietly, his voice steady. "I know the risks of befriending Harry, but I also know the cost of turning my back on him. And I refuse to let fear-mongering dictate my choices." Snape's gaze bore into Theo's, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. "Very well, Mr. Knott," he said finally, his voice tinged with resignation. "But remember this. The road you have chosen is fraught with danger, and the consequences of your actions could be severe. Be prepared to live with the choices you've made." Theo nodded solemnly, his jaw set with determination. Professor Snape's words echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. But as he turned to leave, his professor's voice cut through the air once more, cool and calculated. "What of your safety, Theodore?" Snape's tone was clipped, his black eyes piercing. "Have you considered the repercussions when your father discovers your involvement with Potter?" Theo couldn't help but snort at Snape's question. "Of course," he thought to himself. "My father's already well aware, Professor," he retorted, a defiant edge to his voice. Recklessness took over him, and he made deliberate eye contact with his professor. "And I suspect you know that too." Snape's gaze remained fixed on Theo, seemingly unfazed. Theo was tempted, for a fraction of a moment, to push his thoughts at the older man, to force him to acknowledge what he had glimpsed at before. That moment was gone as quick as it came, and Theo lowered his eyes to stare at his shoes. Your father's knowledge does not negate the gravity of the situation, Mr. Knott, Snape remarked coolly, his voice like ice. And neither does it absolve you of the potential consequences. Theo squared his shoulders, meeting Snape's stubbornness to drop the subject with a steely resolve. I am well aware, Professor, he replied evenly, refusing to back down. But I'm not a coward. Snape's expression remained inscrutable, though a flicker of something unreadable danced in his dark eyes. You'd be wise to consider yourself one, he said simply, his tone betraying nothing. Tread carefully, Mr. Knott. The world is not forgiving to those who chose to defy it. Despite his best efforts, Theo found himself pondering over what Professor Snape had said to him. A game he did not understand. What could the potion's master even mean? As far as he knew, the Dark Lord was playing at hiding at the moment, making the public distrust both Harry and Dumbledore. He mentally scolded himself for believing things could be as simple as they seemed. If Harry was to have a chance of surviving the Dark Lord, it was imperative that they found out what was going on. If only Dumbledore cared enough to speak to the Gryffindor, things could be a lot easier. Theo, he grinned as he recognized the familiar voice, pausing in his walk through the castle's corridors. His smile dropped the second he caught sight of the other boy's entourage. Granger, tolerable and expected, and Weasley, standing next to her with a frown and crossed arms. Theo didn't think twice before turning on his heels and walking away. Behind him, he heard Weasley curse, and the three of them hurry to catch up to him. He briefly considered picking up his pace before sighing and accepting his fate. As he slowed down, he wondered if he would ever get a day without anyone accosting him and following him through Hogwarts. Granted, it had been a couple of days since Professor Snape had spent an entire day tracking him down, but he thought it was warranted. Theo, Harry called out once more as he stopped beside him. Sorry for the ambush. We wanted to talk to you about something. Theo took delight in side-eyeing Weasley, enjoying how he bristled over nothing before answering. Let's hear it then, he said. He wondered what the three of them had to ask him that required his least favorite member of the Golden Trio to be present. His willingness to listen seemed to throw them off as the three of them shared a look before Harry began speaking. We wanted to ask if you'd be willing to continue teaching me occlumency, he blurted out so quickly it took a moment before Theo's brain caught up to what he was hearing. What? He asked, scrunching his forehead in confusion. He had Professor Snape teaching him, did he not? What would he need him for? He asked if you. I heard him the first time. Weasley. Theo cut him off as soon as he could with a wave of his hand. Why would you want me to teach you again? You're currently learning from one of the best in the field. Granger was the one to speak next, shaking off Weasley's hand when he tried to stop her. Harry has been presenting some adverse effects to his lessons, effects he didn't show when he was learning from you. Even more confused, Theo turned his focus back on Harry. What sort of effects are they talking about? I only walked away with migraines when I was first learning. It's not important right now, Granger insisted, taking a frantic and, in Theo's opinion, obvious glance around. If people weren't interested in their conversation, they would certainly be now. We'd appreciate it if you would resume teaching Harry occlumency. She anxiously bit her lip before continuing. With both Ron and me present, Theo internally groaned as he prepared to argue. Stuck in a room with two more Gryffindors? One of them being Weasley? He'd rather share a bed with either Crabbe or Goyle. Please, Theo, Harry insisted, sheepishly rubbing at the back of his neck. Theo made the mistake of looking into his eyes and mentally cursed. Harry's eyes had no business being that green and pretty. I'll teach you. That's not the issue, Theo grumbled out. But would you care to explain why they have to be present? The two not-so-great parts of the Golden Trio bristled as Harry sighed in exasperation. They're my friends, Theo. They're also the ones who were silent during summer break, Theo retorted icily. The thought of that summer still left a bitter taste in his mouth. He had enjoyed the time with Harry, but knowing the emotional turmoil the other boy had experienced thanks to his friends wasn't something he was keen on forgetting. He didn't appreciate people hurting his friends. Dumbledore, Granger began, but Weasley placed a hand on her shoulder. We've already apologized to Harry about that, but we'll gladly apologize again. As many times as he needs. Weasley glared back at him, looking like he was trying his best to square up his shoulders. And failing. Not expecting Weasley to suddenly grow a backbone, Theo was still slightly impressed. Slightly. Fine, he scowled, regretting his decision already. Theo noted with curiosity that Weasley shot a look at Granger, who hesitantly smiled and nodded. As long as he behaves, he grumbled, digging his hands into his pockets. Now that that's sorted, we should get back to the common room. Granger nodded her goodbye at Theo before walking off with Weasley, still curiously quiet. Theo watched them both leave with curiosity plaguing his mind. He reluctantly reminded himself that he shouldn't care about the lives of unimportant Gryffindors, as the Gryffindor he did deem important turned to him. What happened yesterday with Snape? Harry immediately asked him. Rolling his eyes, Theo shot back. What adverse effects? You didn't mention any. The other boy shuffled his feet before squaring up. I asked you first. Well, I'm concerned. That trumps who asked first. Who said I'm not concerned? Harry asked in exasperation, running a hand through his hair. Theo's eyes diligently tracked the motion before scolding himself. We only saw Snape drag you away yesterday. I was worried what he'd do when he found out you were the one teaching me. What can he do? Give me detention? Theo scoffed. He only wanted to try and talk some reason into me. No chance of him being successful? Harry asked bashfully. What can I say? Theo smirked. I'm a lost cause when it comes to problematic Gryffindors with green eyes. Good, Harry surprised Theo by smirking back, but the effect was lost as soon as he let out a laugh. I already got used to you. I'd be terrible if Snape managed to successfully talk you out of hanging around. Come on, then. Theo gestured with his head. I'd like a little privacy if you don't mind. It's worse than migraines. It feels like someone has been trying to pull my brain from its skull, and my scar just burns at the end of it. Theo hummed as he processed everything Harry was mentioning. He knew from first-hand experience that a clemency, while generally unpleasant, shouldn't be having such a negative effect. It doesn't help that Snape's looking at the worst memories I have, Harry shrugged. It feels like he's searching for them, or something. He's treating you like the Dark Lord would. Theo must, biting into his thumb. Your worst memories are where you're at your most vulnerable, but if you're not showing any progress, why is he not changing his approach? Because Snape is a horrible person who hates me? Theo shot Harry an amused look. He might hate you, but he's supposed to be loyal to Dumbledore, right? I doubt he would cross him like that. What's your explanation then? I would forego the sabotage accusations and just accept the fact that Professor Snape is a fantastic occlumens who hates teaching. I thought you Slytherins adored having him as a professor. I enjoy having his knowledge at hand. We don't even need our textbooks. We just use the instructions he gives us. Have you never noticed he gives us modified potion recipes? What? Anyways, Theo, back to the point. If he's so smart, how could he be a bad teacher? Harry, the man has no vocation whatsoever. Hell, I'd even say you're a better teacher than he is. Don't joke. I'm really not, Theo assured him. Harry, not only has my spell work improved, I can cast a Patronus because of you. Don't downplay your abilities. You re the one casting it. I only taught me. You taught me, Harry. I'm a very capable wizard, I know. But you make me better, Harry. I'm not downplaying my abilities. Please don't downplay yours. Theo watched as Harry sat there in silence, allowing him the time to process that sentence before getting back on his feet. Come on, he said, drawing out his wand. Let's see what state your mind is in. Harry sighed and stood up with a groan. Please be gentle, he joked with a weak smile. We'll see, Theo snarked as he cleared his mind. Breathe in, breathe out, calm your mind, take a deep breath. He watched as Harry's chest went up and then down, up and then down, up. Legilimens. Theo allowed himself to be pulled into Harry's mind, the memories jumping out at him until he settled into the one that shone the brightest, in order to carve his path through. He watched as the other boy practiced the Patronus spell with Lupin, in what must have been in their third year, according to what Harry had told him. He let the memory play on as he mused what path to take. Their conversation had clearly made the Gryffindor think back on own lessons. Maybe he could follow that train of thought? He let the memory go, grasping at one that shared the familiar feeling and landed on another of Lupin's lessons, this time during defense against the dark arts. He watched as a stern-looking Professor Snape walked out of the closet he remembered to house a boggart during that time. That way, he thought to himself, trying to find another memory that featured the potion's master. His view twisted as the memory faded from the spotlight. Theo let himself be guided by the feeling of anger and frustration that Harry seemed to associate with Snape. The topic was still fresh in his mind. One of those memories should be close by. Theo shifted through a couple of memories of potions class, letting them pass him by as quickly as they came up to him. He worriedly spared a thought on how little resistance Harry was putting up before his attention was pulled by another lesson. This one in Professor Snape's office. There. It was different. Watching a memory that involved other memories contained into itself, getting only flashes of feelings of whatever memory Harry was reliving. Theo clenched his jaw as he watched Harry fall to his knees. "No!" Harry was screaming, his face buried in his hands. "Get up!" Professor Snape said sharply. "Get up. You are not trying. You are making no effort. You are allowing me access to memories you fear, handing me weapons." Memory Harry stood up again, his face flushed with anger. On the other side of the room, the potion's master looked paler and angrier than usual. "I am making an effort," Harry panted through clenched teeth. "I told you to empty yourself of emotion, yeah? Well, I'm finding that hard at the moment. Then you will find yourself easy prey for the Dark Lord." Snape snarled savagely. "Fools who wear their hearts proudly on their sleeves, who cannot control their emotions, who wallow in sad memories and allow themselves to be provoked this easily. Weak people, in other words, they stand no chance against his powers. He will penetrate your mind with absurd ease." Potter, shocked as he was at his head of house's blatant taunting at Harry, he noticed the memory was beginning to fade. The real Harry was dragging him out. "I am not weak," Harry snarled in a low voice which echoed around the distorted room. "Then prove it. Master yourself." Snape snapped, the corners of his robes blending into the shadows. "Control your anger. Discipline your mind. We shall try again. Get ready, now." Legilimens. A couple of blinks later, Theo found himself back in the room of requirement, feeling the blood pound in his ears. It took him a few seconds before he was able to take in his surroundings, but only a fraction of that to panic when he saw Harry kneeling on the floor. "Are you all right?" he asked, hurrying to help him sit back against the cushions the room had provided them with. "Just dizzy," Harry groaned, digging his palms into his eye sockets. "How did you find it so fast?" "The memory of that occlumency lesson. I mean, everything just flashed around until you settled on it." "It didn't feel that fast to me." Theo hesitantly put his arm around Harry's shoulders, relaxing when the other boy leaned into it. "I used the connecting feelings between your memories to jump around until I found the one I was looking for." "Was it easy?" Harry asked in a small voice, leaning his head against Theo's shoulder. "Moving around my mind, finding what you wanted?" "Harry, you saw what Snape said. What he called me. An idiot who wears his heart on his sleeve, who cannot control his emotions." "You're not an idiot, Harry. Do you think I'm weak, Theo?" "Of course I don't," Theo exclaimed. He leaned forward, accidentally shoving Harry's head off his shoulder so he could look the other boy in the face. "You're one of the strongest wizards I know, Harry." "You keep saying that, but—" "No buts. Let me speak, Harry. Please. Just listen." Theo gently held Harry's face in his hands, guiding his face up so he could see his eyes. "Harry, you've been through so much. You've had all those awful things happen to you. And yet your heart remains so gentle." His eyes burned with the familiar sting of tears. Theo blinked them away, along with the old memory that usually accompanied them. This wasn't about him. It was about Harry. "Wearing your heart on your sleeve is not weakness, Harry. It's strength. Those who shy away from them, or lock them away," he let out a dry laugh, "that is born out of fear and cowardice." "I'd go as far as to say that is being weak," Harry sighed, wrapping his own hands around Theo's and curling even more into himself. "Then why can't I get this?" he asked in a wet voice, his grip tightening. "I know how important it is, and I don't want Voldemort accessing my mind. So why can't I? I can fight off the imperious curse, but a clemency? Snape can do it. You can do it. What am I doing wrong? From what I know of you, your behavior is ruled by emotions rather than pragmatism," Theo said gently. "Back in third year, you could have allowed Black and Lupin to kill Pettigrew. You had every reason to do so, but you let him live. Not because it was the best choice, but because you were kind. And look at where that got me, grimacing. Theo shook Harry's head lightly. Sure, I'm talking. This summer, you could have run and left your cousin behind, but you didn't. You faced the Dementors all on your own. I wasn't about to leave him. Harry protested. He couldn't even see the Dementors. It wouldn't have been, right? Fair. Theo asked with a smirk. It quickly morphed into a splutter of indignation when Harry moved his hands and pushed him back, landing seated on the floor. Do you see? You're good. You're kind, Harry. You don't choose what's smart, you choose what is right. It makes sense you can't shut off your emotions as easily as others can. Theo reached over to grab a cushion for himself. So, what do we do? Harry asked, exasperated. I'm not weak, then. But how does being kind help me stop Voldemort from accessing my mind? We talked about changing the approach for you before Christmas, Theo mused, taking out his wand and twirling it between his fingers. I reckon it's time to give it some more thought. I figured learning with Professor Snape would be more than enough, but after seeing it myself, I can't help but doubt his methods. Chapter endnotes. Your kudos and your comments help Theo come up with a plan. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Thank you all for your constant support. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. A tentative alliance. Chapter notes. Well, hello there. Fancy seeing you all on a Monday. Thanks to everyone in the server who voted to have this published today. I was excited to get it out for everyone. I hope you all enjoy this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry had thought that the news about the massive breakout from Azkaban might have humbled Umbridge a little, that she might have been abashed at the catastrophe that had occurred right under her beloved Fudge's nose. It seemed, however, to have only intensified her furious desire to bring every aspect of life at Hogwarts under her personal control. Swallowing down his fury and hatred, he took his revenge the only way he had, redoubling his efforts for the DA. He was pleased to see that all of them, even Zacharias Smith, had been spurred to work harder than ever by the news that 10 more Death Eaters were now on the loose, but in nobody was this improvement more pronounced than in Neville. The news of his parents' attacker's escape had wrought a strange and even slightly alarming change in him. He barely spoke during DA meetings anymore, but worked relentlessly on every new jinx and countercurse Harry taught them, his face screwed up in concentration, apparently indifferent to injuries or accidents, working harder than anyone else in the room. He was improving so fast it was quite unnerving, and when Harry taught them the shield charm, a means of deflecting minor jinxes so that they rebounded upon the attacker only, Hermione mastered the charm faster than Neville. He also doubled his efforts during his additional classes with Theo. The spells they practiced, while generally the same as the DA, were mostly tailored to what Harry deemed the Slytherin needed to practice more. Theo, while quick to learn and master, lacked the reflexes needed to duel and was often a second too late to respond to Harry's attacks. He did make up for it in creative uses for regular spells, including using Accio to get a particularly heavy tome to whack Harry in the back of the head just before he was hit with the usual Expelliarmus. They had agreed to practice a clemency that very night, in preparation for Harry's upcoming lesson with Snape. He had spoken to Theo the day before, unsettled by the return of the dark circles and the look in his friend's eyes. The last time he had seen that look, a couple of Ravenclaws had gotten cursed. At least, from what he heard from Ginny, Luna Lovegood seemed to be having an easier time these days. Are you sure you're ready? Hermione asked as they made their way to the room of requirement after dinner. Ron said your scar was hurting the other day. Did he? Harry scowled at his best friend, who had the decency to shoot him an apologetic look. It was an offhand comment. He defended himself, picking up the pace. And I'm sure he's ready to have a lesson with someone who isn't Snape, Hermione. It wasn't long until they reached the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy, no Slytherin in sight. And he's late, Ron groaned. See, Hermione? I told you I could have had the second serving of mashed potatoes and then I would have to wait even longer for you to appear. Weasley, Theo drawled from behind them, making the three of them jump. Did you really insist on being here only to be late? Give him a break, Harry smiled as he walked over to greet him. Have you been waiting long? I didn't see you at dinner. I had something to take care of before this. Theo shrugged nonchalantly and suppressed a yawn. Shall we? As they opened the door, the room of requirement materialized before them, its dimensions scaled down to suit their smaller gathering. It certainly wasn't as large as Harry was used to with the YEA I meetings, but it lacked the warmth he had gotten used to during his more private sessions with Theo. As Ron and Hermione walked around to inspect the changes, Harry pulled Theo aside, the fire crackling in the corner casting flickering shadows on his face. Here, he said softly, taking out a couple of pasties from dinner he'd wrapped in a napkin. I figured I'd bring these over just in case. Theo looked up, surprise flickering across his face as he accepted the napkin. Unwrapping it, he revealed the Cornish pasties inside. His expression softened slightly, seemingly touched by the gesture. You shouldn't have, he murmured, a small smile pulling at his lips. Don't be an idiot, Harry replied casually, but he felt an uncomfortable warmth spread through his face. I know these are your favorite. I didn't want you to miss out. Theo nodded gratefully, taking a bite of the pasty. Thank you, Harry, he said sincerely, looking up at him. This was a pleasant surprise. Harry nodded, sitting down nearby. No problem. I figured you might like them. Theo nodded, his gaze thoughtful. I appreciate it. It's been a long day. Care to share what you have been up to? Right, he mumbled, pocketing the napkin into his robes and drawing out a familiar leather cord. I'm sorry it took so long. Harry reached out to accept the new pendant, immediately moving his fingers along the runes inscribed in it. The wood felt the same, and the runes, while looking a bit thicker than last time, were clean and detailed against it. The wood was a little harder to obtain due to the season, but I eventually got my hands on some, Theo shrugged, sticking his hands in his trouser pockets. I wouldn't call it my best work, but it will do its job just as good, if not better, as the last one. What do you mean? Harry asked as he put it on. He hadn't realized how much he had missed it until the moment he felt the wood hit his chest, immediately spreading a feeling of warmth throughout him. Runes are not only about getting the lines right, Theo answered with a tight smile. It's about intent and understanding. The clearer you are, the better conduit they become for your magic. Harry's gaze involuntarily strayed from Theo's face to the hands he was now hiding from view. He felt a rush of guilt and anger gather in his stomach and run flush to his face. Hey, Potter! Theo interrupted his thoughts. The other boy had leant forward and poked him on the forehead. My eyes are up here. Are you two done? Ron called from where he and Hermione were sitting, close to one of the walls with a full view of the rest of the room. I don't know about you, but I'd like to get something done, Tony. Ouch. Rolling his eyes, Theo motioned with his head for Harry to follow him as he walked toward them, coming to a stop right in the center of the room, in the space that was clear of pillows and books. While Harry gets his thoughts in order, he began with a bored look, a clemency, and I mention this for Weasley's benefit as I assume Granger already knows, is the practice of magically closing your mind to protect against legilimency. Distracted, Harry noted as Hermione eagerly nodded from her seat. Those who practice legilimency are called legilimens, while those who practice occlumency are referred to as occlumens, she happily stated, sitting straighter. Ron let out a small laugh, which he was quick to disguise as a cough the moment she turned to him with a glare. That's right, Theo continued. A legilimens doesn't necessarily need to cast the spell to enter one's mind. However, they do require eye contact. As such, they are limited by both time and space. Then how does you know who get to access Harry's mind? Ron interrupted. Sorry, should I have raised my hand? He asked mockingly. To Harry's surprise, Theo didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he shot a considering look toward the redhead before answering. You'll find magic tends to create exceptions to its own rules at its whim, Theo answered, prompting Hermione to frown. In this case, both minds are connected somehow, disregarding the need to be in the same room and to make eye contact. The only way to become proficient in occlumency is practice. You may learn the theory from books, but even if you know everything about it, you won't be able to defend yourself against a real attack until you've built up your skills. Hermione eagerly raised her hand as Theo spoke, only for it to be pulled down by Ron. We're not in class, Hermione, he whispered loudly. Yes, Granger, are there strategies? What approach is best to defend one's mind? The general approach requires a strong will and requires a clear head, along with a tight control on your emotions. That being said, people tend to have their own personal method more in line with their own personality, and that, he said as he turned toward Harry and drew out his wand from its holster, is what we will be focusing on today. Ready? What? Already? Harry asked, surprised. He had been paying so much attention to what Theo was saying he hadn't focused on clearing his mind at all. I warned you, Theo smirked dangerously. No time like the present. Clear your mind. Now, when you think of defending, what comes to mind? Gearing himself up for another mental assault, Harry's brain came to a stop when he heard the question. What? Harry thought that asking him to clear his mind, and then immediately asking a question counted as cheating. Defense, Harry, Theo repeated. We're being too passive, and when has that worked for you? Now, what comes to mind? Don't hurt yourself thinking about it, he teased. The answer came in a flash of light. My Patronus. I think of it running head-on toward Dementors. Theo shot him a smile as he raised his wand. Imagine your mind is surrounded by the walls of a castle, just like Hogwarts. That castle is about to be stormed by an invader. When I attack you, I want you to picture your Patronus coming out from those walls. Picture it forming and moving against the threat. Ready yourself. Harry took a deep breath and tried to calm his thoughts. Unlike the dread he had come to associate with it, he felt a sense of anticipation, the same he usually felt when gathering the strength to cast his Patronus. Shouldn't you give him more time? He heard Hermione ask from the sides, but he only had eyes for the Slytherin in front of him. The other boy paid no mind to the increasingly anxious spectators and breathed in through his nose. Legilimens. The room twisted out of focus and Harry was once again dragged into his own memories. He was in his cupboard under the stairs again, playing with the damaged soldier toys Dudley had thrown away into the trash and Harry had dug out. Focus. He was staring at everyone in the great hall as the Sorting Hat mused over what house to send him to. Each memory is a separate being. He was looking at a petrified Hermione in the infirmary. Each to be protected. He was in the Gryffindor common room, throwing one of the Potter Sucks badges at Ron, protected like a friend. He was in St. Mungo's, looking down at Neville's parents with pity. He felt warmth envelop him as a brilliant white stag rose up in his mind and stood in front of his memories, those who needed protecting. It grew as the memory tried to change, until it filled what felt like his entire mind, and charged straight toward the intruder. And then he was left staring at the floor, realizing he was kneeling and out of breath, covered in a cold sweat. Had he done it? A pale hand appeared in his field of vision. Good, very good. He was pulled back on his feet by Theo. The Slytherin had one of the largest smiles Harry had ever seen on him. He suddenly felt like he was about to burst with pride. How did it feel? Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting slightly. I felt like my thoughts were people I needed to protect, and my Patronus fought to defend them. Theo thumbed his wand and looked at him softly. I should have thought long ago that you're a stupid Gryffindor through and through. It's about time we make that hero complex work in your favor, he winked. Take a quick break so those two can stop holding themselves back and check you're all right. We'll try again in a moment. It was only then that Harry remembered they were not alone. Heat rose to his face, and he took a step back, turning to look at the two other Gryffindors in the room as they walked toward him. Are you all right? Ron asked quickly as Hermione grabbed his face and did a brief inspection. I'm fine. More than fine, actually, he answered, humoring Hermione for a moment before freeing himself. I don't think I've ever done this before. Did I really push you out? He asked in a louder voice, making sure the person he was talking to heard. You escorted me out with a gentle push, Theo replied from where he had wandered off, running his fingers through the shelves of books. A more than decent attempt and a success all around. Why didn't the usual approach work for him? Hermione asked with a frown. Harry supposed the entire rule-bending and personal approaches to practice weren't sitting well with her. Because Harry is a hurricane of emotions, Theo said as he walked over to them, just as easily incensed as Weasley, in an even more unstable environment and with the odds stacked against him. Honestly, I'm actually embarrassed that nobody considered that before, myself included. But why wouldn't Professor Snape consider this? Hermione asked with worry. Are you honestly surprised? Ron groaned, patting her on the shoulder. He's a git who hates griefinders. Personal preferences aside, Theo interrupted them both. Professor Snape is a gifted man who has absolutely no vocation to teaching. It shouldn't be a surprise to any of us that he didn't consider a more personalized approach. Ron rolled his eyes and, to Harry's eternal surprise, agreed. I'd bet you anything that even if he had thought of it, he would have just ignored that thought because how dare Potter ask for special treatment? He mocked in a lower, slower tone, not unlike the one Snape usually spoke in. Harry then figured things were too good to be true, and he must have been dreaming because Theo then did the impossible. He nodded. Are you two agreeing on something? Hermione asked in a shrill voice, looking genuinely disturbed. At least Harry had a kindred spirit. The two boys paused to stare at her in horror before exploding. How dare you suggest that we… Hermione, how could you even think that? The balance of the world restored, Harry took a seething Theo by the arm and led him back to the empty space. In turn, a now giggling Hermione sat down and pulled Ron to sit beside her. Come on, settle down. You said it was a break. Let's try again. I feel ready. Grumbling, Theo took out his wand once more. Are you sure you're ready? He asked as he calmed himself down. You'd be surprised at how motivating it is to finally do something right. Harry grinned and closed his eyes without prompting. He was far more successful at trying to clear his mind. A couple of stray thoughts wandered here and there, but it was easier to ready his mental image of his Patronus behind the stone walls of his mental Hogwarts. Very well, steady yourself, he heard Theo say. 1, 2, 3, legilimens. It was easier the second time around. Harry was ecstatic. He'd been eager to go for a third attempt, but Theo declared that 2 attempts in a night were more than enough. Harry didn't need to leave with a migraine for it to have been a successful night. That, however, didn't mean they were free to leave. Now, Theo raised a finger as he began to list his instructions for Harry to follow. You still need to work on purging yourself of fear and anger each night. You'll need to keep practicing visualizing what you did to protect yourself. Plus, I want to try out having you keep certain memories to the forefront of your mind, projecting them, as it were, so that your enemy reads those particular memories and nothing else. Make him see what you want him to see. But we'll save that for next time. Hearing a weird scratching sound, Harry turned around only to groan in dismay at the sight of Hermione scribbling down in a piece of parchment on the floor, taking notes of all things. I'm not finished, Theo complained, waving said finger as he commanded Harry's attention back to him. You have another pendant, which means I want you going over the chant every night before bed. If you don't remember, let me know, and I'll write it down for you once more. Harry shot the Slytherin an amused yet fond look as he kept going on over what would now constitute his nightly ritual, going so far as to decide not to trust Harry's memory and then dictate the chant to Hermione, who eagerly wrote it down. He didn't bother mentioning to both that he knew it very well by now. He raised a hand to gently press the pendant where it lay against his chest. He hadn't even had it back for an hour, and yet he felt better already. Centered. Calm. And don't even think of skipping it, Potter. Because I will know, Theo threatened, finally exhaling and leaning back. He sighed as he rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Moving on to more depressing subjects, I haven't found any solid leads regarding the locket. I've gone over most of the books available to me, but the best I've found is a term that sounds vaguely similar. However, it's only a brief mention. What locket? Ron asked, scrunching his face. The locket we found back in Grimm, back at the place we stayed in during the summer, Harry stammered, doing his best to ignore the eyebrow Theo raised at him. We were going to throw it out, but I sent it to Theo thinking it was a useless magical object, and he'd have fun. Hey, you said you thought I'd like it. Theo protested in an affronted tone. Not that I'd be getting trash. It was never trash, by technicality. You just said you were going to discard it. Moving on. Hermione called out. What's so special about this locket? If I recall correctly, it wouldn't even open. How do you even remember? Ron began, but Theo waved him off. From the moment Harry sent it to me, my mental health deteriorated. I began having nightmares and wasn't able to focus. At the moment, I thought it was a dark object and stored it behind some protective spells. I had forgotten about it until this summer. Hermione nodded and eagerly motioned for him to continue. Besides her, Ron just gestured for him to pick up the pace. And I'm getting to it, Theo sniffed. I had some help procuring an adder stone. An adder? I'll explain it to you later. An adder stone, Theo continued, shooting them both a glare. When you look through it and at the locket, it emits what I can only describe as a negative energy. Like if the shadows themselves were reaching out, hungry for something, Harry quoted him, suddenly remembering the choice of words that had struck him that day. That's what you said. Theo nodded solemnly. I also said I suspected it of being a vessel for something darker. The mention I found of it was in the grimoire I mentioned I acquired. Hermione narrowed her eyes. A grimoire? I thought those were only old tales. Ron looked at her shocked. Why would you think that? They're supposed to be these giant books of old and dark magic. It's not dark magic, Theo corrected him. Mostly old, forgotten magic most modern wizards don't practice. Hermione then cleared her throat loudly. Moving on. You're saying you came up with a plan to teach Harry a clemency, fixed his pendant, and researched the locket? Hermione asked, scandalized. When did you find the time? Ron looked at Theo in indignation. You don't have a time turner, do you? Harry sighed as the conversation got sidetracked once more. At least that explained the reappearance of Theo's dark circles. He wasn't glad by any means that the other boy was missing sleep to help him, but at least it wasn't nightmares plaguing him. Where would I even get a time turner? Theo asked, confused. They're terribly unstable if made yourself, and the functional ones require a nightmare of a screening process to get access to. Not to mention, can we get back on topic? Harry groaned, digging his palms into his eye sockets. He hadn't had a headache during that night's session, but he was feeling one build up thanks to the constant topic switching. What did the book mention? It mentioned objects that can essentially work as a vessel for a conscious being, Theo said, his face losing his annoyed look the more he spoke. This being is then able to exert its influence over its surroundings or the people who come into contact with it. Like a possessed object? Harry asked. Theo tilted his head as he considered it. I suppose. It didn't mention the being had to be a spirit to enter it, but it's a possibility. It's definitely not a curse, though. Those had their own section. This is a sentient being we're talking about. Can it be any type of object? Ron asked suddenly, breaking his silence. Like a notebook? You don't mean, Hermione trailed off as she stared at Ron, deep in thought. It didn't specify, Theo shook his head. Although I don't see the difference using a notebook instead of a locket would make. It's certainly a lot more common, but they're both equal in that sense. Normally possessed, objects have some sort of historical significance or emotional resonance. I can see that happening in both cases, locket and notebook, he said as he considered both options before suddenly narrowing his eyes. Why do you ask? Both Ron and Hermione stared at each other in barely concealed panic. Harry then decided to take over for them. I've told you about our second year, right? He asked before carrying on. Ginny was possessed by using what looked like a regular object. Wasn't she possessed by the Dark Lord? Theo asked. Harry decided to ignore the title. Ron didn't, but a nudge from Hermione quieted him down. A young Voldemort, Harry clarified. She was writing in what used to be his diary. But that was before he came back, Hermione protested. He didn't have a physical body back then. Ron shook his head as he began pacing. It wasn't the same person. Harry destroyed it, remember? He destroyed the diary with the basilisk's fong, and then Ginny was all right. What did the book call this object? He asked, turning to look at Theo with an expectant look. Surprised by the sudden question, Theo didn't seem to think twice before answering. It didn't. It deemed it too dark to even mention. The four of them were silent for a moment before Theo spoke again. I'm sorry, but are you three suggesting this thing, can harbor a person's consciousness? It was destroyed and then Voldemort was free to roam around and try to find a body. No, Hermione mused, watching as Ron paced around. This was an old diary, from when he was still in Hogwarts. Besides, Ron spoke in a hurried tone, he attacked you in your first year, remember? He was in Quirrell's body with him. There's no way he could have gone from there to his old diary when you defeated him. To Harry's dismay, it made sense. The timelines didn't match. And the diary Voldemort only knew him because Ginny had written about him. Are you saying there was some sort of copy of him living in that diary? Theo asked, his voice shaking slightly. One that was able to act independently from him? Maybe he cursed it, Hermione proposed in a weak voice. Harry didn't think she sounded too sure of herself. Perhaps he cursed the object when he was still in Hogwarts, imbued enough magic in it to act independently in the future. But why? Ron asked no one in particular. If it's what the Galdrabach mentions, it can't be a curse. Theo shook his head. It explicitly says so. No amount of magic will replicate the effects. It needs to be something sentient. The statement was followed by a pregnant pause, with Ron finally pausing his pacing as the four of them considering what that entailed. Well then, Hermione said, it's clear what our next step is. Don't say library, Ron bemoaned. Library? Hermione finished with a glare. If Theo's books don't mention it, we need to look for another source. Harry was about to mention that Theo had probably already combed through the library when Ron spoke. If it's so dark this old, weird book didn't mention it, why do you think the Hogwarts library will have something about it? And you were doing so well in demonstrating you had a brain. Weasley, Theo drawled as he crossed his arms over his chest. Before Ron could snark back at him, the Slytherin continued. We're talking about looking in the restricted section. Don't we need permission from a professor to enter? Harry asked, recalling once more their second year. Yes, last time I asked Lockhart for it, but Professor McGonagall won't sign the permission without a good reason, Hermione said with a grim look. The other professors won't be easily fooled either. And Umbridge hates everyone, Ron sighed as he pushed his tongue against his cheek. Any ideas? Not. Theo shook his head. My usual go-to is currently cross at me, he replied. Professor Snape won't be granting me special privileges anytime soon. It's decided then, Harry said, drawing all eyes to him. It's obvious we're sneaking in. Chapter end notes. Your kudos cheer Harry on his success, and your comments begin plotting to sneak into the restricted section. Here's a friendly reminder, we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Thank you all for your constant support. See you all soon. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. Interlude, Late Night Missions and Warm Hands. Chapter notes. Oh, hi. A teensy tiny update for you. Sorry for the wait. I submitted a paper to a conference and it got accepted. So everything's been chaos lately. I'll be presenting on late October, so you can expect an update close to Halloween. Without further ado, enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Despite it getting progressively better, Theo would not go as far as to define his week as a good one. Ouch! You're standing on my foot, Theo. Theo sighed and rolled his eyes, adjusting his footing for what must have been the third time in as many minutes. Well, forgive me for being unable to see in the dark, Harry, he snarked as they rounded the corner in the corridor. In all his 5 years at Hogwarts, Theo had never felt the walk to the library was as long as it seemed now. They had, along with Weasley and Granger, waited out the afternoon in one of the classrooms closest to Gryffindor Tower. Theo had, of course, complained about the trek from the dungeons, only to go back to the section of the castle he had started in. His complaints earned him an eye roll from Weasley as Harry explained they needed somewhere near their common room, so the pair could hurry back once curfew was well in effect. Theo himself thought they could have just headed that way earlier, but Harry's sheepish expression kept him from voicing that thought aloud. Why can't we cast Lumos again? Because the last time you cast in Under the Cloak, you nearly blinded me, Theo replied as they checked the Marauders map for any professors or prefects doing their rounds. They didn't need to worry. The closest person to them was Filch, a good 4 corridors to their left, closer to the Tapestry corridor than the Hall of Champions they were currently in. Why would you stare at the tip of my wand when I'm casting it, though? Harry asked with a slight laugh, gently guiding Theo's shoulder as they hurried across the hall into the library corridor. It was more your fault than it was mine. Theo bit back a retort, feeling heat rush to his face. He silently cursed the fact that even Harry's laugh was enough to fluster him. Luckily, the darkness hid his blush. You were mumbling. I thought you were talking to me, Theo muttered, too aware of how close Harry was standing. He stopped abruptly in front of the library doors, causing Harry to crash into him. Sorry, sorry, Harry mumbled, his voice close to Theo's ear as he shifted to keep from pinning him against the door. The heat of his breath on Theo's skin sent a shiver down his spine. One he prayed Harry didn't notice. They're not locked, are they? Theo gave the doors an experimental pull, exhaling in relief when they didn't resist. No, thankfully. Just annoyingly heavy, he whispered, focusing on opening them smoothly. Step one done then. Once inside, Harry pulled the cloak off their shoulders and tucked it into his robes. The sudden cold of the night hit Theo, making him wish he hadn't noticed how warm it had been standing next to Harry. Even with his head turned, Theo felt the sting of the light. Typical. He crossed his arms, trying to focus on the task at hand and not the constant, nagging awareness of Harry beside him. Come on, he muttered, wrapping his arms around himself as he walked up the stairs and over to the back. We're on a tight schedule. Some of the professor's nightly patrols include the library. Bossy, Harry teased, though his voice was light and playful. I'll keep an eye on the map as we planned. You focus on finding any book that might help us. They both stepped carefully over the rope that separated the restricted section from the rest of the library. Theo held his breath for a moment, expecting some sort of warning spell to activate and alert the castle's residents of their movements. He was both relieved and peeved at the fact that none came. Was the castle's security truly that lax? I thought we were in a hurry? Harry's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Looking up, Theo noticed the other boy had walked a good couple of steps ahead of him and was currently staring back at him in consternation. Everything all right? Just marveling at Hogwarts' safeguarding measures, Theo reassured him, walking over to him. He was glad when his comment made Harry snort, the other boy turning around and pointing to a thick book on the shelf next to him. Choose any book but this one, he stated, poking at the black and silver tome accusingly. All it does is shriek when you open it. You've been here before? Theo asked, making a mental note to steer clear of it. He'd heard from the older students that the section was organized by class subjects. Perhaps looking through the material for defense against the dark arts would bring them some answers. In my first year, Harry answered back, I was bored during Christmas and had just gotten the cloak as a present. It wasn't the first nor the last time that Theo once again considered how his life choices had led him to this moment. You were bored, so you decided to sneak into the restricted section of the school library? He deadpanned over his shoulder, shooting the Gryffindor his most unimpressed look. Harry didn't even have the decency to look apologetic, shooting him a blinding smile instead. Theo looked away quickly. Instead, he randomly chose a corridor to walk into. He heard more than saw Harry hurrying behind him. Don't forget to keep an eye on that map, Theo muttered, reading the book's titles as fast as he could. Keep yourself busy, that always helps, he thought to himself. Sir, yes, sir, Harry responded with a grin, waving the parchment dramatically. They spent the following minutes in silence. Over that time, Theo had found what seemed like a promising lead. The book contained information about a powerful weapon created by a professor at Mahuta Coral hundreds of years ago. Sadly, it gave no indication about what the weapon was. Professor Sprout is relatively close to us, Harry muttered behind him. She's in the history of magic classroom. Who'd even be there at this time? Theo shrugged, walking over to the opposite bookcase. Harry didn't seem to mind much about his lack of response. Wouldn't it make more sense to patrol the places students are most likely to be in, like the left corridor on the 7th floor? Theo couldn't help himself. They were close to being done anyway. The section they were in didn't seem to hold any dark magic, which was suspicious in its own right. He'd expected to find at least some books with obscure spells. He didn't expect to find, well, nothing. Funny, Harry scoffed, leaning against the bookcase Theo had already checked. Theo smirked to himself as he drew out what looked like the last promising book. The spelling of the title alone pointed toward it being written in the Middle Ages. Magic Most Evil? Harry read over his shoulder. Pulling no shots, are you? Might as well, Theo sighed, opening the book and skimming over the contents. We've found nothing so far. Harry let him read in silence, choosing instead to trace his fingers over the dust that gathered over some of the older books. The contents, while nothing Theo had not expected, still left a chill behind. Its author, Godlot, had written down what seemed like a collection of dangerous spells, attributing most of them to his wand being made out of elder. Whatever that meant. He'd mentioned it to Harry, but the Gryffindor was as lost as he was. He'd nearly reached the last chapter of the book when a term caught his attention. "Harry," he called, trailing the words with his fingers. "Look here." The other boy sat down next to him, leaning over to read what Theo was pointing at. "Of the Horcrux, wickedest of magical inventions," Harry read out loud, "we shall not speak nor give direction. For in seeking to sever what should remain whole, one courts a fate far darker than death, leaving behind but a shadow of what once was." Well, that's unhelpfully ominous. Horcrux. Theo played around with the word. Even the sounds themselves felt wrong, like the mere mention of the words charged the air around them. Names have power, he remembered his mother saying. Could the name of an object have enough power to provoke such a feeling? "I think we may have a lead." "Well, the wickedest of magical inventions does sound like something Voldemort would be interested in," Harry trailed off hesitantly. The other boy's expression was tense, worry etched into his features. "I don't feel glad about it, though. I don't know how to explain it. Normally I'd be excited about finding out more about what we're looking for, but now." He didn't need to finish. "I understand," Theo said in a low voice. He understood the feeling far too well. "Well, no sense in staying here any longer," he said, rolling his shoulders. "Freya." He needed to sleep. Next to him, Harry groaned in relief, stretching out his limbs and leaning his head on Theo's shoulder. Theo froze. He could feel his heart beating out of his chest as Harry's head rested on him. Too close, too warm, too much. He prayed Harry wouldn't notice. "Shall we go?" Theo asked quickly, slamming the book shut, needing to break the moment before his thoughts betrayed him any further. That turned out to be the biggest mistake of the night. The second the pages touched, the book let out a loud ghostly wail that made them cover their ears in pain. The book fell from Theo's hands and into the floor, thankfully still closed. The scream ended promptly, but the damage was already done. "Hurry," Harry hissed, pulling Theo's arm and dragging him back to his feet. Theo was quick to grab the fallen book, as the other boy pulled his cloak over his shoulders. They all but ran out of the restricted section, with Harry checking the map as best he could in a rush. Flitwick was in the arithmancy classroom, but it looks like he's headed toward the stairs, and shite. Snape was in the trophy room, and he's moving towards the library. Theo didn't hesitate. He grabbed Harry's hand and sprinted toward the exit. "What are you doing?" "Flitwick's headed that way," Harry whispered at him, but put up no resistance as they jumped over the rope. "If we hurry, we can beat him to the staircase in the serpentine corridor and head over to the stairs near the West Club room." Theo hissed back. They could make it. After those stairs, they could walk past Professor Snape and hurry over to the stone bridge. And then, is there anyone on the marble staircase? He panted. The doors to the library were pushed as gently as they could. Thankfully, there was no Flitwick in sight yet. "No, all the floors are clear," Harry answered as they walked past the staircase. Theo was irritated to notice the other boy's breathing gave nothing away. "I ran into Snape before with the cloak. He didn't notice, so we should be fine even if we come across him." "Has anyone been able to see through it?" Theo asked, careful once they reached their desired stairs. "Moody's magic eye can," Harry said, sticking close to Theo's back. Walking down the steps together was tricky. "I think Dumbledore could as well, but he's never said anything." "Do you think Flitwick might?" "I've got no idea," Theo confessed with a sigh. "He's got some goblin ancestry, but I'm not sure if that would give him an advantage. I wonder how Dumbledore's able to see through it, if he's able to, that is." The Gryffindor gave a non-committal hum as they reached the stone bridge. "We could split ways here," Theo said, looking back to the Hall of Champions, worrying he might see a dark figure emerging from it at any second. "We're fairly close to Gryffindor Tower, and I can just follow the marble staircase down to the dungeon's entrance." "I'm not leaving you alone," Harry said, just a bit louder than he needed to. They both winced and focused on the map, making sure they hadn't attracted any more unwanted attention. "I'm not letting you walk back to the dungeons by yourself," Harry repeated in a much more acceptable volume. "I'll walk you down, and then I'll head over to the common room." "Doesn't that make more sense?" "What if Dumbledore's doing rounds, Harry?" Theo asked with a frown. "Then I'll just adjust my route. The Gryffindor smiled with a bit too many teeth barely visible in the night's darkness. Besides, you're not going anywhere without me. I'm walking you back to the dungeons. End of story. He tugged on their joined hands to get his point across. Theo nearly bit his tongue when he noticed he hadn't let go of Harry's hand since he'd grabbed it back in the library. Very well. Harry didn't waste a second and led them over to the staircase. Their walk down was made in silence, both too focused on not making any noises that might attract any attention to them. As he led, Harry had yet to let go of his hand and Theo could only focus on how warm the contact felt. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos make sure to check the Marauders map, and your comments happily take note that our boys held hands the entire way back. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Thank you all for your constant support. See you all soon. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. See you all next time. Take care, XXX. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.